Chapter 1033. The armored man looked down at Zi Chen, his eyes cold and indifferent. Zi Chen's heart trembled. This man had defeated so many Sky Yuan stage cultivators. He could kill Zi Chen with a single breath. Damn the dragon head. Zi Chen's heart was filled with hatred, but he didn't dare to show it. The smile on his face grew wider. Greetings, senior. Zi Chen slowly stood up with a nervous expression. He braced himself and said, "If you don't have any other orders, I will leave now." Zi Chen had already forgotten how long it had been since he last spoke in such a humble manner. This man had told the Sky Yuan stage cultivators to get lost. He was also a Sky Yuan stage cultivator, so naturally, he was intelligent. Now that Zi Chen spoke, he pretended to be pitiful, but in fact, he wanted the man to let him go. Zi Chen was only a mortal Yuan stage cultivator, while the man was a Sky Yuan stage cultivator. The difference between them was like the difference between a baby and an adult. When a baby did something wrong, even if the adult was angry, he wouldn't kill the baby. At most, he would scold the baby. Zi Chen had this thought in mind. Even if he was beaten up badly, as long as he was alive, everything would be fine. In the meantime, Zi Chen carefully turned around and walked out. Every step he took was very light and slow. The man's cold eyes fell on Zi Chen. In the end, there was a hint of mockery in his eyes. He suddenly said, "Did I say you could leave?" It was a normal human voice. Although there was no emotion in it, it made Zi Chen feel relieved. As long as the other side was willing to talk, it meant that there was still room for negotiation. For such a strong cultivator, it didn't matter whether he killed a mere human origin stage cultivator. Zi Chen turned around, the smile on his face growing wider. He wanted to beg for mercy, but as soon as he turned around, the smile on his face froze. Then, his face was filled with shock, fear, and a series of other expressions. In front of him, after the man finished speaking, he threw out a palm strike. The energy contained in the palm strike was not strong, but it was enough to kill a mortal Yuan stage cultivator. "You don't play by the rules," Zi Chen shouted, but before he could finish his sentence, the palm print had completely engulfed him. The doors of the Lightning Divine Hall opened, and a group of Heaven Origin Realm practitioners retreated out. The Earth Origin Realm practitioners were even more flustered as they retreated. Outside the Lightning Divine Palace, the battle had long stopped. The living beings had all disappeared, and the remaining people were cleaning up the battlefield and cleaning up the corpses. In this battle, they had lost over 70,000 mortal origin realm martial artists and over 100 Earth origin realm martial artists. Although it seemed like they had suffered a lot of casualties, they had successfully fought their way into Lightning Divine Hall. It could be said that they had obtained an extraordinary result. Furthermore, this was the first time that the Lightning Divine Hall had completely appeared before everyone's eyes. When the group of Heavenly Yuan Realm returned, they began to discuss on how to attack the Lightning Divine Palace and how to kill that powerful existence. As for Zi Chen, they would not pay any attention to him. He was merely at the mortal origin realm, and was truly not worth their attention. However, the group of Earth origin realm martial artists suddenly thought of Zi Chen, and one of them asked, "Zi Chen entered before us, why didn't he come out?" The Earth origin realm martial artists from the Five Elements faction sneered, "Isn't that obvious? He died in there. What kind of place is that? Even we have to tread carefully when we enter. A place where even Heavenly Yuan realm martial artists were forced to retreat, how could a mere mortal origin realm martial artist enter?" The others nodded their heads, while the faces of the few Earth origin realm martial artists who were lucky enough to survive turned ugly. Mortal origin realm martial artists could ignore Zi Chen, but they had no choice but to. Because, once Zi Chen broke through to the Earth origin realm, he would be the strongest existence among those of the same level. Of course, although the possibility of that happening was extremely slim, as long as there was a trace of it, they would fight for it. The group of Heavenly Yuan realm martial artists were only probing the waters, which was why they had retreated early. After discussing for about an hour, they decided to attack the Lightning Divine Palace once again. There was no time limit for the appearance of the Lightning Divine Palace. Therefore, they were not in a hurry to attack it in one go. Instead, they wanted to observe it, and make other plans after thoroughly understanding the Lightning Divine Palace. When they entered the Lightning Divine Palace once again, they did not immediately rush in to find experts to fight. Instead, they went to other places. The distance between the first door and the second door was about 10 miles. Within this 10-mile area, there were rows and rows of pavilions. The first thing the group of experts had to do was to open those pavilions and see what was inside. Originally, the group of Earth Origin Realm martial artists were able to open those pavilions. However, when they entered again, they discovered that those pavilions were tightly shut, as if they were in another space. They were unable to open them at all. After several attempts to no avail, some of them became furious and turned to attack those pavilions. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of thunder came from the sky. A terrifying bolt of lightning descended from the sky, landing on that expert's body. This was an Earth Origin Realm martial artist. He was instantly smashed into pieces by the lightning, and this lightning was like a lightning punishment. At this moment, there were no longer any lightning creatures in their surroundings, nor were there any dangers. The group of people could move around freely, and they could only attack those pavilions. Rumble. Another bolt of lightning came from the sky. This time, it was a Sky Origin Realm martial artist who attacked the pavilions. This bolt of lightning was even more terrifying. It carried with it the intent to destroy everything as it landed on the Sky Origin Realm martial artist. Another explosion came from the sky. Following that, the Sky Origin Realm martial artist's body exploded, and his soul dissipated. Such a scene could be said to have caused the expressions of all the experts to change. Until now, not a single Sky Origin Realm martial artist had died. Who would have thought that one of them would be killed by a lightning punishment? Let's go deeper. The group of experts decided to give up on searching the surroundings and continued to move forward, arriving at the second door. The powerful existence was still guarding the door, like a door god. His cold eyes swept across the group of people who had just arrived. Save me, save me. At the same time, the group of experts heard cries for help coming from afar. Following their line of sight, they saw a huge lightning ball a few miles away at a corner of a wall. And within the lightning ball, there was a human figure. The cries for help came from there. Hearing the familiar voice, the Earth Origin Realm martial artist's expression changed. He exclaimed, "Zi-Chen, it's Zi-Chen. I thought he was dead. I didn't expect him to still be alive." Immediately, an Earth Origin Realm martial artist sneered. Under such circumstances, there's no difference whether he's dead or alive. The other Earth Origin Realm martial artists were gloating. As for the Sky Origin Realm martial artist, he only glanced at Zi-Chen indifferently. Then, he turned his gaze back to the expert in front of him. "This door is not open. Get out of here." The expert in front of the door shouted. However, this time, he did not attack. The Sky Origin Realm martial artists looked at each other. One of them asked, "Does this place have the secret to becoming a god?" Hearing this, the expert sneered. He said disdainfully, "You think you can become a god? Leave now and you can live. Otherwise, you will die." His shout caused an uproar among the crowd. It was obvious what he meant. There was a chance to become a god here, but not the few of them. The Sky Origin Realm martial artist's expression changed. The sneer in his eyes deepened. Then, he said, "You," however, before he could finish speaking, a sharp voice sounded from afar, "Save me, save me, senior, save me." It was Zi-Chen's voice. He was crying for help. The Sky Origin Realm martial artists ignored him. Becoming a god was the most important thing. The expert in front of the door frowned. He was about to speak again, but Zi-Chen's cry for help came again. "Noisy," the cultivator said coldly as he pointed a finger at Zi-Chen. A thunderous sound came from the sky. Then, a bolt of lightning fell and hit Zi-Chen. Zi-Chen couldn't help but scream. Then, there was silence. Obviously, it was a sign of death. "You are too weak. Leave now." The expert in front of the door finally had a chance to speak. The Sky Origin Realm martial artists naturally couldn't leave. However, the Earth Origin Realm martial artists all retreated. Obviously, a fierce battle was about to ensue. "What? You don't want to leave? Fine. Kill me and you can go in. However, this time, none of you can become a god. The expert in front of the door said again. This was an important piece of information, but the Sky Origin Realm martial artists wouldn't believe him. Just as they were discussing whether to attack or not, the previous cry for help came again. Help! Help! Hearing Zi Chen's voice, everyone was surprised. A Sky Origin Realm martial artist had been killed by the lightning, but Zi Chen was still alive. The expert in front of the door frowned. His eyes turned colder. After that, 2 more bolts of lightning fell from the sky and struck Zi Chen. Zi Chen let out 2 blood-curdling screams. Now he's going to die, everyone thought to themselves. However, not long after, the cry for help came again. They did not know if it was an illusion, but everyone felt that every time Zi Chen called for help, there would be a bolt of lightning striking down. In total, there were more than 10 bolts of lightning striking down, but none of them struck Zi Chen to death. This made everyone feel extremely strange. While the Earth Origin Realm martial artists were shocked by Zi Chen's strong vitality, the Sky Origin Realm martial artists launched an all-out attack at the expert in front of them. He seemed to have no time to care about Zi Chen. Originally, he would shoot out a bolt of lightning every time he asked for help. Now, it was a timer. Every once in a while, a bolt of lightning would fall and hit Zi Chen. This time, the group of Sky Origin Realm martial artists didn't hold back and used their strongest attacks. With the group of people working together, they actually blocked the expert in front of the door. You're courting death. The expert in front of the door shouted. Suddenly, endless killing intent appeared in his eyes. The space above his head started to tremble, and a crazy and terrifying aura appeared. The space was instantly torn apart, and a pitch-black hole appeared in front of everyone's eyes. Within the hole, there was a weapon flickering with lightning. It was a long blade. The expert in front of the door grabbed the hilt and pulled the long blade out of the black hole with great force. In an instant, the sky and earth lost their color. The wind and clouds moved, and a terrifying pressure enveloped the entire lightning divine hall. Following that, a sharp blade light streaked across the sky. In the distance, Zi Chen, who was trapped, saw this scene. His expression instantly turned into shock, and various other exaggerated expressions that lingered for a long time. The sharp blade light streaked across the sky and landed on the group of Sky Origin Realm martial artists. No matter who they were or which family they were from, under this blade light, their bodies were sliced into 2 and shattered. With a single strike, all of the Sky Origin Realm martial artists died. As for the Earth Origin Realm martial artists, they were so scared that they frantically retreated. Chapter 1034. The instant the blade appeared, the entire Sky Martial continent shook. The powerful auras that were in deep slumber woke up one after another, and illusory voices rang out. Heaven-defying, that's a heaven-defying artifact. I never thought that the opening of the Lightning Divine Palace would also draw out a heaven-defying artifact. Heaven-defying artifacts are appearing one after another. Looks like it won't be long before the final heaven-defying battle. Heaven-defying artifacts are indeed coveted, but it's a pity that it's not the right time yet. Voices rang out one after another, and then slowly disappeared. The powerful auras also began to retract, as if those experts had once again fallen into deep slumber. The might of a single blade killed many heavenly Yuan realm experts, and the entire Lightning Divine Palace fell into a deathly silence. The Earth Yuan realm experts ran out, their faces pale and filled with fear. What happened? Outside, an Earth Yuan realm expert asked. Just now, they saw a dazzling light flash across the sky. However, the light flashed and disappeared very quickly, so they did not know what exactly happened. Dead, they're all dead. A single blade killed all the heavenly Yuan realm experts. When the news spread out, the faces of the experts changed. What? They're all dead. This news was extremely shocking, and very quickly, heavenly Yuan realm experts rushed over. However, they did not dare to enter. The aura of the heaven-defying artifact was still surging, and when the heavenly Yuan realm experts sensed it, their faces changed. The doors of the Lightning Divine Palace were completely open, but there were no powers that dared to enter. Within the lightning, The shock on Zi Chen's face did not disappear for a long time. The might of that single blade was simply too shocking, too tyrannical. However, after the shock, he began to worry for his own life. Being trapped here, even if he did not die, he would not be able to leave. It was no different from dying. "Senior, please let me out." Seeing the expert in front of the door keep that terrifying blade, Zi Chen, whose pressure had dissipated by quite a bit, waited for a moment before speaking. The expert coldly swept a glance at Zi Chen, and then, lightning descended, bathing Zi Chen in lightning once again. It was as if he was being baptized by lightning, but the pain was something that Zi Chen was unable to endure, and he could not help but scream. Everything turned quiet, and no one attacked the lightning divine palace anymore. Other than the lightning, the only thing that remained in the lightning divine palace was Zi Chen's miserable shrieks. Zi Chen was attacked by lightning all day long. His whole body was bathed in the lightning, and some wonderful changes happened. This was the sign of an increase in strength, but Zi Chen was not happy because he could not leave and could only wait for death here. Moreover, he needed to consume resources every day to recover the lightning energy he had consumed. In short, this was an extremely painful process. After a bunch of Heaven Origin Realm warriors died, a few more Heaven Origin Realm warriors came from the outside world. There were even more Earth Origin Realm warriors. They had completely surrounded the Lightning Divine Hall, but they did not continue to attack. They were all extremely fearful of the Lightning Divine Hall. During this time, even the demon race, which had many experts, did not dare to recklessly approach. This situation lasted for a full 10 days. After 10 days, the ancient race sent someone over once more. This time, it was a Heaven's Origin cultivator. The moment he arrived, he only said 5 words, "The time isn't right. Retreat." With just 5 words, the ancient race retreated without the slightest bit of hesitation. As for the demon race who came with the ancient race, they stayed behind. However, they were extremely puzzled, as they did not understand why the ancient race retreated. The other powers went to the ancient race to inquire for information, but did not receive any effective reply. After that, the various powers stayed for another half a month, before retreating one by one. Of course, not all of them left, as they left behind a few Human Origin Realm warriors to guard the place. Thus, an extremely comical and strange scene appeared in this attack on the Lightning Divine Palace. This attack on the Lightning Divine Palace took the shortest amount of time in history, with the least number of casualties. Such a battle result could almost be recorded in the annals of history. However, at the same time, it was also the fastest to retreat. The battles recorded in history would at least last for 1 to 2 years. However, this time, it was shortened by about 10 times, and only took 1 to 2 months. The various powers were unwilling to retreat, leaving behind a few people to watch from afar, to see if any changes would occur in the Lightning Divine Palace. Another 2 months passed, and the damaged door of the Lightning Divine Palace suddenly reappeared. The Lightning Divine Palace, which was originally unobstructed, once again became hazy, vast, and dignified. This change caused the other powers to quickly report it. Very quickly, the experts of the various powers arrived. Even the demon race had come, but the ancient race was the only one missing. Looks like the Lightning Divine Palace is going to hide. With no one attacking, the Lightning Divine Palace will naturally hide. Everyone unanimously affirmed, before sighing. After 10,000 years of waiting, they did not expect that this would be the result. This attack on the Lightning Divine Palace had a strong start but weak finish. It was all bark and no bite. However, such actions were also due to the ancient race discovering a few ancient books. Furthermore, a few prophecies had appeared in the various powers. These prophecies were about becoming gods, and all of them pointed towards the next attack on the Lightning Divine Palace. Thus, this time, the various powers did not truly show their strength. Rumble. Suddenly, the sound of rolling thunder resounded from the Lightning Divine Palace. Following that, lightning completely engulfed the Lightning Divine Palace. In the next instant, the space split apart, and the huge Lightning Divine Palace slowly floated into the spatial turbulence, before finally disappearing. The 10,000-year Lightning Divine Palace ended abruptly. All the powers had suffered some losses, but they were not huge, and were all within a controllable range. The entire Sky Martial continent seemed to have sunk into peace once again, and the lightning divine palace was gradually forgotten. Even a heavenly Yuan realm expert had died, not to mention a small Zichen. In reality, there were already very few people who remembered the name Zichen. Time passed, and the peaceful Sky Martial continent gradually became turbulent. Regardless of whether it was powers or wandering cultivators, they all began to fight for resources. Because of resources, the battles that occurred gradually became more frequent. 10 years quietly passed, and the popularity of the Lightning Divine Palace had long since disappeared. However, another problem was placed in front of the various powers. Demon race. Without the Lightning Divine Palace, the demon race had truly become their enemy. The battles with the ancient race within the ancient road had also become extremely intense. During this period of time, although there were no heavenly Yuan realm experts participating, battles between Earth Yuan realm experts occurred frequently. Very quickly, the battles within the ancient road had continued for another 10 years. According to the ancient records, when the demon race invaded, they would sometimes fight for hundreds or even thousands of years. Therefore, a mere 20 years was nothing. However, this was also the longest time that the ancient race had bought for the Sky Martial continent. 20 years. I believe they have already made their preparations. Let the demon race out. The higher-ups of the ancient race spoke, and small worlds opened up one after another, directly connecting to the Sky Martial continent. The ancient race would no longer fight against the demon race alone. Like a flood, numerous demon race poured into the Sky Martial continent from the small worlds. Following that, a true war erupted. In the entire Sky Martial continent, every region's powerful powers gathered their experts to fight against the demon race. In the southern region, with the Hua family as the leader, many heavenly Yuan realm experts had gathered to fight against the demon race. The demon race in the wasteland had also made their preparations, and the entire wasteland had become a battlefield. In the sky above the wasteland, a huge spatial tunnel appeared, and numerous demon race experts descended. These were the demon race experts who had been training on the ancient path. The majority of them were at the core realm. Although there were a few mortal origin realm experts, there were only a few dozen of them. However, a few dozen mortal origin realm experts were still enough to exterminate the wasteland. A group of origin realm experts led the core realm experts to attack. First, there was a large-scale battle between the two sides. This kind of battle caused many casualties, and it was the most bitter. The reason was that the demon race had just arrived, and they needed to establish a base. Therefore, the beginning of the battle was extremely tragic. In this tragic battle, the human race, which was composed of various forces, was naturally the defeated side. After the demon race established a base, there were fewer large-scale battles. Next came small-scale battles. However, these small-scale battles were also extremely bitter. For a place like the Sky Martial continent, it wouldn't be long before the Sky Martial continent was devoured by these small-scale battles. Fortunately, no demon race experts had come to the Sky Martial continent. Long before the demon race had arrived, the everlasting sect's LV Peng had sealed off the transportation formation leading to the Sky Martial continent. So with the war imminent, the everlasting sect had to make full use of this time to increase their strength. There had been no news of the Lightning Divine Hall, so Su Mengyaro and the others didn't know whether Zichen was alive or not. It was natural for them to be worried, but they weren't alarmed. Su Mengyaro was certain that Zichen was still alive. As time passed, more and more demon race experts entered the Martial Heaven continent through the ancient path. As the battle erupted, a few small places were gradually occupied by the demon race. In other words, the demon race had become the masters, and the humans who survived became slaves. Following that, the demon race experts began to establish transportation formations in various regions of the Martial Heaven continent that led directly to the demon race. The ancient path was just a training ground. It could be considered a minor world, and it wasn't the real world. Even after the demon race succeeded in occupying it, they didn't have much use for it. In the Bedlam lands, 30 years after the war broke out, the entire area was completely occupied by the demon race. The demon race had also established a base here and opened a transmission channel. Next, the demon race would use the transmission channel to invade other places. The first place they reached was the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion's base, which was now known as the Forbidden Region. In these 30 years, quite a few demon race experts had lost their lives here. One of the Earth Origin Realm experts had been heavily injured, and the demon race had given up on this place. Now that 30 years had passed, the demon race had successfully occupied the Sky Marshal continent. Naturally, they wouldn't allow such a place to appear. So what they wanted to do was to destroy this place. Counting from the time the Lightning Divine Hall disappeared till now, it had already been a full 50 years. Within these 50 years, the entire Sky Marshal continent had seen the rise of numerous experts. Amongst them, the spiritual bodies had even made an illustrious name for themselves. Although the undefeated legend had been broken, the fighting strength of the spiritual bodies was definitely at the peak amongst those of the same level. There were spirit bodies amongst the humans, but there were also powerful existences amongst the demon race. They were almost evenly matched with the spirit body experts. Just as everyone had forgotten the name Zichen and the glory he had created, one day, the void suddenly split open, and a figure fell from the sky, smashing into the ground like a meteor. Chapter 1035. For the past 50 years, Zichen had been living an inhuman life. Although his strength had increased by leaps and bounds, he could not bear to look back on the past. In the past 40 years, he had exhausted all the resources he had. Furthermore, in that place, techniques and recovery abilities could not be used at all, so he had to rely on resources to maintain his life. And in the last 10 years, the reason why Zichen was able to survive was all because of the lightning liquid that the dragon head had swallowed back then. This allowed Zichen to live through those 10 years peacefully. Being baptized by lightning day and night, Zichen felt as if his entire body was about to turn into a bolt of lightning. However, the rewards were proportional to the torment. Zichen's strength had also increased by leaps and bounds in a short 50 years. He had broken through to the middle stage of the mortal origin realm, and was not far from the late stage. However, what was worth mentioning was that right after the lightning liquid was completely consumed, the dragon head shone with a ray of light and left Zichen, disappearing without a trace. And it was also at that moment that Zichen felt a huge force assaulting him. Then, he left the lightning divine palace and descended from the sky. Bang! Zichen's body heavily smashed onto the ground like a meteor. With a loud bang, a huge crater appeared on the ground, and dust flew everywhere. When Zichen got up, the clothes and inner armor on his body had all turned into ashes. After experiencing the baptism of lightning for 50 years, these inner armors that were of decent quality had not successfully transformed, and had instead turned into ashes. This showed how powerful the lightning was. The naked Zichen's body flickered with the light of lightning. His slender figure had almost reached perfection, and every part of his body was filled with powerful strength. With a flash of light, a black robe appeared on Zichen's body, and Zichen walked out from the crater. Looking around, this place was surrounded by mountains. It was a forest with tall trees, but it was completely silent. Even the cries of ordinary birds could not be heard. Just as Zichen was guessing what kind of place this was, the sound of something breaking through the air suddenly came from the horizon. Following the investigation of his spiritual sense, Zichen's face slightly changed. The devil race. It's actually the devil race. Zichen's face was filled with shock. Could this be the ancient road, and I'm in the middle of it? The demons arrived quickly. There were a total of 8 of them. The leader was in the mortal essence realm, while the rest were in the core essence realm. If this was the ancient road, there would be a suppression of cultivation levels. However, Zichen did not sense it. Besides that, he was sure that this was not the ancient road after trying to sense the thunder command. It wasn't the ancient path, but the devil race had come. Their meaning was clear. In the past 50 years, the devil race had invaded the Marshal Heaven continent. A calamity had descended. Human. A group of demons stepped forward and surrounded Zichen. Cold light flashed in their eyes as they released killing intent. How dare you come to our territory? You're courting death. The group of devilish beings naturally saw the deep crater on the ground, and guessed that this human had most likely stumbled into this place by mistake. Over the past few decades, they had already become accustomed to this kind of situation. There was demonic chi in the teleportation formation, which greatly reduced its stability, so it was very normal for such a situation to occur. The leader of the demons, Yuan Jing, looked at Zi Chen and coldly said, "If it was any other time, we would naturally give you a choice to live. But today, we don't have the time to bring you back. Consider yourself unlucky." "Are you busy exterminating the other races?" asked Zi Chen. "Exterminating a race isn't an exaggeration. We're just going to reclaim one race," said the demon proudly. "Right now, there are quite a few forces relying on our devil race." When Zi Chen heard this, he was clearly surprised. But after thinking about it, he understood. Humans were too smart. They had many ideas in their minds. It was normal for them to make strange choices. Just as Zi Chen was frowning, a trace of qi naturally escaped. Sensing the qi of the human origin realm, the group of demons' faces changed greatly. The leader of the demons was surprised, but he wasn't afraid. He then said, "So it's the human origin realm. No wonder you're so brave. Well, I'll give you a choice. Join our devil race." Seeing that Zi Chen didn't speak, the demon continued, "Right now, there are many powerhouses relying on us. Not to mention you, even the ancient royal Lei clan in the past had joined our devil race." "What? The Lei clan also joined your devil race?" Zi Chen's expression immediately changed. The demon proudly said, "Of course, there's a very powerful powerhouse from the Lei clan. Right now, our devil race is cooperating with him to subdue the Lei clan. Let me tell you, if we succeed this time, our devil race will successfully subdue the Lei clan. What do you think? Even the Lei clan will join us, let alone you." Zi Chen seemed to be moved by the demon's words. He asked, "Then what do I need to do?" The demon laughed, "You don't need to do anything usually. Only when the devil race is in danger will we need you to help." Zi Chen nodded, "Okay, I'll join you. Come with me. If you're late, you won't be able to see the good show." The demon laughed and then led Zi Chen deeper into the devil race. "Lei clan, have I already arrived in the eastern continent?" Zi Chen heard from Lei Ming that the Lei clan was located in the eastern continent. However, it was very mysterious and ordinary people couldn't find it. He didn't expect that after the devil race's invasion, they would find the Lei clan. Zi Chen still remembered the promise he made to the Lei clan's powerhouse in the holy burial ground. He would bring back the Lei clan skeleton and bury it in the Lei clan. For many years, Zi Chen had placed the skeleton that had turned into specks of light in a special space in the purple gold gourd. While chatting, Zi Chen learned the name of the demon race's human origin realm expert, Mo Lizhi. It seemed that he trusted Zi Chen very much, or perhaps he thought that Zi Chen was already in the palm of his hand. Mo Lizhi told Zi Chen many stories about the battles between the devil race and the human race. Originally, the two sides were naturally mortal enemies, but with the devil race's encampment here, the relationship between the two sides eased. Under the devil race's rule, although the lives of the human race were still worthless, at least they had some human rights. The devil race no longer casually slaughtered the human race under their jurisdiction, but protected them by rules. This was the devil race's way of survival. After all, they were fighting across realms, so it was unrealistic to want to kill all the human race. They still needed the human race to work for them, so killing all of them was not worth the loss. The Thunder Clan's location is very secretive. Ordinary people simply can't find it. Fortunately, we have a member of the Thunder Clan on our side. While speaking, Mo Lizhi led Zi Chen to an even bigger mountain forest. There were many peaks in the forest, and the group flew from one peak to another before finally stopping in front of a huge peak. The huge peak in front of them looked ordinary, and Zi Chen's spiritual sense didn't detect any abnormalities, but Mo Lizhi said that the Thunder Clan was here. Afterwards, Mo Lizhi walked towards a stone wall on the mountain peak. Suddenly, ripples of light flickered on the stone wall, and Mo Lizhi's figure disappeared. Seeing this scene, Zi Chen's expression changed slightly. At the same time, he sighed in admiration at the Thunder Clan's brilliant concealment methods. Mo Lizhi reappeared and said, "Zi Chen, let's go." This was the name Zi Chen had accidentally revealed. After saying it, he had a bad feeling and was about to start a massacre, but who would have thought that the devil race didn't react at all to this name? 50 years had passed, and even the influence of the Thunder God Temple had disappeared, let alone a mere human origin realm expert like Zi Chen. Zi Chen nodded and followed the others inside. The inside of the mountain peak was like a completely different world. The sun was shining brightly, and birds were chirping and flowers were fragrant. However, the heaven and earth were filled with billowing devil chi, as well as an oppressive aura, which greatly destroyed the beautiful environment. In this world, there were many devil race experts, and the weakest were at the core realm, while the strongest were at the human origin realm. The number of human origin realm experts exceeded 100, and this was also the reason why Mo Lizhi didn't fear Zi Chen. If Mo Lizhi's tone when speaking to Zi Chen before could be said to be amiable, then after encountering so many devil race experts along the way, Mo Lizhi's tone became much more unyielding. Even his core realm experts seemed to be on equal footing with Zi Chen, who was at the human origin realm. You all disperse, I'll take Zi Chen to see the world. Mo Lizhi said indifferently. Several core realm experts dispersed, and Mo Lizhi followed Zi Chen to the center of this small world. This world wasn't big, but there were flashes of lightning from time to time. The whole world contained relatively pure lightning energy. Lightning energy had a suppressive effect on devil chi. If an ordinary devil race expert came here, they would definitely suffer a great loss. Unfortunately, there were too many devil race experts here, and with the Thunder Clan experts leading the way, it could be said that the Thunder Clan was caught unprepared, and many of their methods were rendered useless. After flying for more than 10 miles, Zi Chen saw two groups of people confronting each other. One group was made up of ordinary humans, and each of them was filled with righteous indignation, their eyes spitting fire. The other group was made up of devil race experts, and in front of them stood a young human with a complacent smile on his face, looking down at the Thunder Clan experts. From afar, Zi Chen heard the young man speak. 3 days have passed. Old man, have you thought it through? Are you going to hand over the position of patriarch, or let all of the Thunder Clan members die with you? As soon as the young man finished speaking, one of the Thunder Clan members shouted, Lei Dong, have you forgotten who insisted on letting you go back then? You are. The young man looked at the Thunder Clan member who spoke, and there was a trace of ridicule on his face. Lei Ming, Humph, if it wasn't for the patriarch, you would have died countless times. I didn't expect you to not know how to repay kindness, and even collude with the devil race to deal with my Thunder Clan, Lei Ming said angrily. Oh, you're that trash Lei Ming? Not bad, huh? I haven't seen you for many years, and you've already stepped into the mortal origin realm. Lei Dong's face was full of ridicule, but soon, his expression turned cold. Yes, that old man did me a favor, so I came back this time to repay my kindness. As long as he gives up his position, I promise not to kill a single one of you. The Thunder Clan experts trembled with anger, and only the old patriarch's face was ugly, but he was still calm. Lei Dong, you can be considered a genius of the Thunder Clan. If you didn't make such a huge mistake back then, we wouldn't have expelled you. How about this, if you plan to turn over a new leaf and return to the Thunder Clan, we will let bygones be bygones. The old patriarch said. Fut. Old thing, don't mention what happened back then. The winner is the king and the loser is the bandit. Don't try to curry favor with me. Just tell me, do you want to live or die? Lei Dong said angrily. The old clan leader frowned slightly. In Lei Dong's opinion, the old clan leader was in a difficult situation. He immediately sneered. In fact, the old patriarch was thinking about a prophecy from the Thunder Clan. Chapter 1036. Since many years ago, the Thunder Clan had been on the decline. They had lost a large number of cultivation arts and the number of experts had dwindled. In addition to the loss of resources, the Thunder Clan was no longer as strong as the other ancient clans. However, there was once a Xiantian fortune-teller in the Thunder Clan. He left behind a few prophecies for the Thunder Clan. The prophecies came true one after another. The last prophecy was that the Thunder Clan would rise again in the midst of a crisis. The invasion of the devil race, Lei Dong colluded with both inside and outside, wanting to annihilate the Thunder Clan. Obviously, The Thunder Clan's crisis was referring to the present. But where was the turning point? What was the meaning of a rebirth? The old patriarch didn't understand. He waited for 3 days, but there was still no turning point. Hand over the position of the patriarch and I will lead the Thunder Clan to cooperate with the Devil race, returning the Thunder Clan to the peak. I guarantee that no one will die. If you don't know what's good for you, then I'm sorry, I don't care about the position of the patriarch, but everyone in the Thunder Clan will die. Lei Dong was getting impatient and started to threaten. You. The old patriarch's face turned ashen. He glared at Lei Dong and said, Lei Dong, do you know what you're doing? The Devil race is the enemy of the Thunder Clan and the entire human race. Our Thunder Clan used to be so strong, but because of the Devil race, we became like this. The Thunder Clan and the Devil race are mortal enemies. Lei Dong snorted coldly and said, when you expelled me from the Thunder Clan, I no longer admit that I'm from the Thunder Clan. Moreover, I have the confidence to form a Thunder Clan because I have all the cultivation arts of the Thunder Clan. What? The expressions of the Thunder Clan members changed drastically. A sinister smile appeared on Lei Dong's face. You didn't expect this, right? Haha, I had all the cultivation arts of the Thunder Clan, but you guys insisted on expelling me. Hehe, now you regret it. The emotions of the Thunder Clan members became incomparably complicated. At this moment, Lei Ming snorted and said, so what if you have all the cultivation arts? You're still a despicable person who doesn't know how to be grateful. If the Thunder Clan were to be handed over to you, they would definitely be consigned to eternal damnation. Trash, you're courting death. A cold light flashed in Lei Dong's eyes. I think you're the one courting death. Today, let me, Lei Ming, see how strong a genius like you is. With that, Lei Ming rushed towards Lei Dong. In fact, Lei Ming's talent was not considered low. If he was placed in a barbaric land, he would definitely be considered a demon-level existence. However, even so, in Lei Dong's eyes, Lei Ming's talent was still like trash. It wasn't that Lei Ming's aptitude was low, but that Lei Dong's aptitude was too high. It was precisely because of this that the old patriarch still decided to let Lei Dong off when he made a huge mistake. His original intention was to not let this genius fall. Lei Ming stepped on the 9 flashes of thunder and lightning. His speed was extremely fast as he headed straight for Lei Dong. This is the 9 lightning deaths. There was a tinge of surprise in Lei Dong's eyes. However, a glow flashed under his feet and he dodged Lei Ming's attack at the same speed. Trash, I didn't expect you to know the 9 lightning deaths. I wonder how many of the 9 lightning deaths you have mastered. Lei Dong mocked. You don't need to know how much I've mastered. You just need to know that it's enough to kill you. Lei Ming snorted coldly and formed a seal with his hands. This time, it was the thunderbolt finger. Lightning flashed on the thick fingerprints, and there were runes flashing outside the lightning. Its power was extraordinary, and it went straight for Lei Dong. However, Lei Dong also used the thunderbolt finger in the next moment. The power of the two was about the same, and the energy dissipated in the collision. Interesting. You have both the 9 lightning deaths and the thunderbolt finger. Looks like you've had quite a few fortuitous encounters. However, I wonder how many of the Lei clan's techniques are trash like you knows. Lei Dong still didn't care. Heavenly Thunder Seal. Lei Ming shouted. A loud rumbling sound came from the sky, and a huge seal fell. On the 4 sides of the thunder seal, there were 4 malevolent lightning dragons. It's just a small trick. There's nothing to worry about. This attack was easily resolved by Lei Dong. After using all his strength to attack, Lei Ming started to pant. However, Lei Dong's expression didn't change. Both of them were at the same level, and it was obvious who had the upper hand. However, Lei Ming wasn't convinced. He shouted, I still have one last move. As soon as he finished speaking, the lightning power around him started to surge, converging on his back. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, the lightning power on Lei Ming's back suddenly turned into a pair of lightning wings. The lightning wings seemed to have materialized, flapping in the air, creating a strong gale. Innate technique, lightning wings. Interesting, very interesting. However, this is a fake after all. compared to the Lei clan's real heavenly thunder wings, it's still too weak. Oh, heavenly thunder wings? You guys have only heard of it, but not seen it. Fine, today I'll let you guys who haven't seen the world open your eyes. All of you open your dog eyes wide and look carefully. This is the heavenly thunder wings that you guys haven't seen in your entire life. Lei Dong's body suddenly flashed with boundless lightning, and then a pair of bone wings appeared on his back. These were pure bone wings, and also the real heavenly thunder wings. The moment they appeared, a wave of pressure spread out, causing everyone to open their eyes wide. Heavenly thunder wings. These are the heavenly thunder wings. Lei Ming was the most shocked in the crowd. One must know that he had seen the heavenly thunder wings with his own eyes, and not just a few times. It was on Zi Chen's body. However, when he saw the heavenly thunder wings on Lei Dong's body, his expression was as if he had seen a ghost. Because the heavenly thunder wings on Lei Dong's body were almost exactly the same as Zi Chen's. Even the aura was almost the same. How could he have Zi Chen's heavenly thunder wings on him? As soon as this thought appeared, it was thrown away by Lei Ming. What kind of joke was this? Lei Dong was indeed extraordinary, but compared to Zi Chen, he was still a far cry. If the two of them met and fought, the one who would die would definitely be Lei Dong. Heavenly thunder wings, it's really the heavenly thunder wings, the Lei clan's treasure. The crowd of Lei clan members also shouted. They recognized it from the ancient records. All the humans present were shocked. Only Zi Chen frowned. Could it be that there's more than one pair of heavenly thunder wings? Just as Zi Chen was frowning in thought, the two in front of him were already fighting. The real and fake heavenly thunder wings clashed, creating a series of explosions. However, in just one exchange, Lei Ming was completely defeated. The wings on Lei Ming's back dissipated, and he flew back. Blood leaked out of the corner of his mouth. He had been injured in the exchange just now. Lei Dong's heavenly thunder wings were unfurled, and he was in the air. Combined with the lightning around him, he looked like a god of thunder. Looking down at Lei Ming, he icily said, "Trash will always be trash. Even if you have a fortuitous encounter, you're still trash." Lei Ming clenched his teeth, his eyes filled with fury. He once more charged at Lei Dong. Scram! Lei Dong easily sent Lei Ming flying with a single attack. "My time is limited. Hurry up." Lei Dong had already lost his patience and decided to kill him. But before he could finish speaking, his expression suddenly changed, and he turned to look at the devil race. His gaze swept over the group of devil race members, landing on the only human among them, Zi Chen. Seeing that the other party was a human, he was clearly surprised. But seeing Zi Chen together with the devil race members, Lei Dong immediately understood what was going on. He asked, "Friend, you seem to have something I need." The two of them exchanged glances. Zi Chen faintly smiled. "Although I hate the whole friend thing, especially when it comes from you, I have to admit that you're right. You do have something I need." Just now, Zi Chen had stealthily activated his heavenly thunder wings. In that instant, Zi Chen felt an attractive force coming from the front. This attractive force was also like a kind of summoning. Originally, Zi Chen had guessed that the heavenly thunder wings had more than one pair of wings. Now that he felt the attraction and the summoning force, he was even more certain that the heavenly thunder wings had more than one pair of wings. There were at least two pairs. And the second pair was obviously in Lei Dong's hands. The conversation between the two confused the group of devil race members. But when the group of Thunder Clan members saw Zi Chen, their expressions changed. Then, anger appeared on their faces. Obviously, they thought that Zi Chen was another person who had abandoned himself and wallowed with the devil race. Zi Chen. Suddenly, a pleasantly surprised voice sounded. Lei Ming looked at Zi Chen in disbelief. His face was full of excitement. The group of Thunder Clan members didn't know Zi Chen, nor had they seen Zi Chen before. However, this didn't prevent them from hearing the name Zi Chen. One must know that after Lei Ming returned, he had been constantly mentioning the name Zi Chen. Everyone's ears were almost covered with calluses from hearing it. Now that they suddenly heard Lei Ming call this young man Zi Chen, the Thunder Clan members were shocked. The young man standing with the devil race in front of them was Chen of the Thunder Clan. He was the one who had mastered many lightning skills and killed the invincible spirit body Chen. Chen, what's going on? Seeing the change in the Thunder Clan members' expressions, Mo Lizzie stared at Chen with an unsightly expression. Chen smiled and said, I'm a member of the Thunder Clan. Thank you for bringing me back. In order to express my gratitude, I'll allow you to leave this group of devil race members alive. After saying that, Chen swaggered towards the group of Thunder Clan members. He looked at Lei Ming and asked, if I didn't guess wrong, you should be in the everlasting sect. Why are you here? The devil race invaded. I was worried that the Thunder Clan would be in danger, so I came back in advance to take a look. Lei Ming explained with an awkward expression. Chen's back was facing the group of devil race members. This made them feel humiliated. A devil race member shouted and launched a powerful attack at Chen. The powerful attack went straight for Chen's back. Chen didn't turn around. He only pointed a finger behind him. A silver lightning energy appeared between his fingers and fell on the devil race member's attack. The attack was instantly shattered, and at the same time, the attack landed on the devil race member's chest. PFFF with a light sound, the devil race member's chest was pierced. His vitality was extinguished, and his body fell backwards, killing an Origin Realm devil race member with a casual attack. Such battle strength could be said to have shocked everyone present. Chapter 1037. He had easily killed an Origin Realm demon with a single strike. Such battle prowess could be said to have shocked everyone present. Chen swaggered through a group of demons and headed for the Thunder Clan. During this time, no demons dared to stop him. Even Lei Dong was surprised and apprehensive. His eyes followed Chen's movements. Chen. Lei Ming greeted him excitedly. The other members of the Lei clan looked at Chen as if they were looking at a legendary figure. Lei Ming had returned and told them about his miraculous journey on the ancient path. But every time he went on that journey, he had to have a connection with this youth from the Lei clan called Chen. Every time they encountered a fortuitous encounter, this youth would be there. Other than the patriarch, no one else knew about the Lei clan's prophecy. So when he saw Chen, the old patriarch's expression changed the most. Could it be that the key to the Lei clan's rise is this Chen? Just as the old patriarch was guessing, Lei Dong finally spoke. He stared at Chen and coldly asked, "Who are you? Why haven't I seen you in the Lei clan?" Chen looked back at Lei Dong and smiled. "You're a high and mighty genius. Why would you pay attention to small figures like us?" How could Lei Dong not hear the sarcasm in those words? His expression immediately turned cold. Besides Chen, Lei Ming said loudly, "Lei Dong, are you blind? You don't even recognize Chen. Do I need to know trash?" asked Lei Dong. "Trash?" Lei Ming laughed. "If Chen, who killed a spiritual body, is trash, then what are you, Lei Dong? You can't even be considered trash." Lei Ming continued disdainfully, "Chen's name has long since spread throughout the continent. There is no one who doesn't know him. You haven't even heard of Chen? Could it be that you came from the depths of the mountains?" Lei Dong's expression immediately turned ashen. Lei Ming was right. He had indeed come from the depths of the mountains. But it wasn't an ordinary mountain. It was a mountain with an ancient inheritance. However, his ashen face quickly changed once again. Even though he was deep in the mountains, he still knew about spiritual bodies. This was an existence that was known to be invincible. Lei Dong believed that he could also be called a spirit body, and a spirit body of the Thunder Clan. However, this fella before him was an existence that had killed a spirit body before. The faces of the demons also changed. In their battles with the humans, none of them had ever come back alive after going up against a spirit body. Just as Lei Dong's expression was changing, Chen opened his mouth and said, "Do you really want to know what I have that you find extremely useful?" Lei Dong subconsciously looked at Chen. Then, his pupils shrank as he shouted, "Heavenly thunder wings." At this moment, a pair of bone wings also appeared on Chen's back. It was the heavenly thunder wings. The lightning wings on Zi Chen's back unfurled. Lightning flashed across the bone wings, exuding an oppressive aura. The surrounding Thunder Tribe members were dumbfounded. Never in their wildest dreams would they have imagined that the legendary Thunder Tribe's most precious treasure, the heavenly lightning wings, would actually appear in 2 pairs today. Zi Chen smiled and said, "I'm sure you've already guessed that the heavenly thunder wings are a pair. Once they fuse, they become even more powerful. Today, we'll decide who owns the heavenly thunder wings with a battle of life and death." Lei Yidong's expression changed again. After taking a deep look at Zi Chen, he snorted and said, "You think you're qualified to fight with me?" Then, he turned to the demons and said, "I've already discussed this with your lord. Now, it's time for you to act. Kill him and I can take over the Thunder Clan." They knew that the person in front of them was extraordinary, but the demons weren't afraid because they had the advantage in numbers. The leader of the demons glanced around. The others nodded, and then a murderous look appeared in their eyes. Behind Zi Chen, when he saw that the demons were about to attack, an Origin Realm Thunder Clan member shouted, "Fight it out with them. Yes, fight it out with them. At most, we'll die." The Thunder Clan members were excited, but Zi Chen waved his hand and said, "There's no need for you to act. Just back off. There aren't many Thunder Clan members, so there's no need for you to die." The Thunder Clan members were startled when they heard this. Lei Yiming smiled and explained, "Don't worry. If there's one person in the world who isn't afraid of being surrounded, it's Zi Chen." Seeing that Lei Yiming was so confident in Zi Chen, the others didn't say anything and retreated. Monstrous demonic aura began to surge. It was like a solid black cloud that shrouded the surroundings. The surroundings were pitch black. Waves of powerful aura appeared. A group of demon experts rushed toward Zi Chen. "Kill." In the midst of the battle cries, the sound of energy vibrations could be heard. There were dozens of human origin realm cultivators. They were confident that they could kill a human in their own territory. Lei Yidong was also very confident. Because even if this guy called Zi Chen didn't die, he should be heavily injured. Then, what awaited him at that time would be his crazy attacks, and he would definitely die. The sound of vibrations continued to ring. The black cloud began to surge crazily. Then, there was the sound of something heavy falling on the ground. All kinds of noises lasted for about 2 minutes. After 2 minutes, all kinds of noises disappeared. There's no sound. The demonic aura is dissipating. Is he dead? Everyone's eyes fell on the disappearing black cloud. Their expressions were full of expectation. They all wanted to see the final outcome. When the black cloud disappeared, there were 2 figures standing in the sky. One was a human figure, the other was a demon figure. One was Zi Chen, and the other was Mo Lizhi, who Zi Chen promised to let go. At this moment, Mo Lizhi's face was full of fear. His tall body was trembling. He had never seen a human with such strength. Killing a demon of the same level was as easy as killing a dog. What? Seeing this scene, everyone's eyes widened. They looked at the human and demon in disbelief. He killed dozens of demons without a single injury. Is he still human? Lei Yidong's face suddenly became pale. He didn't know why, but in his heart, there was an indescribable fear. Cheers came from the Thunder Tribe. It was the Thunder Tribe's people who woke up from their shock. "I said I would spare your life. Now, you can back off." Zi Chen waved his hand at Mo Lizhi. The latter's body retreated like a robot. His eyes were blank. Just now, in the black cloud, Zi Chen's strength had completely frightened him. "Now, it's time for the 2 of us." Zi Chen stared at Lei Yidong. Lei Yidong fiercely glared at Zi Chen and said loudly, "Come. Do you think I'm afraid of you? Let me tell you, today, I, Lei Yidong, will definitely kill you, then merge with my bone wings and subdue you." Before Lei Yidong could finish, Zi Chen moved. With a flap of his wings, he appeared in front of Lei Yidong in a flash. "I hate it when people are noisy." A huge fist appeared in front of Lei Yidong and went straight for his face. Lei Yidong shouted. He raised his hand and shot out a beam of energy. At the same time, he pushed out both of his palms, trying to block the attack. Boom! A loud sound was heard. Lei Yidong flew backwards. Both of his arms were pulled down. His face was pale. Zichen's punch made him feel what true power was. Thunder, fall. Lei Yidong, who was flying backwards, shouted loudly. He pointed his finger towards the sky. In the sky, lightning flashed and streaks of lightning appeared one after another. They meandered like lightning dragons and descended from the sky. They carried a powerful aura and went straight for Zichen. In Zichen's hand, a light flashed and a silver moon soared into the sky. The silver moon rotated, cutting through the lightning. The lightning was instantly split apart and exploded in the sky. Before the lightning could fall, it was cut and shattered by the silver moon. Heavenly Thunder Seal. Lei Yidong shouted again. But this time, before the Heavenly Thunder Seal appeared, Zichen flashed in front of Lei Yidong and punched him in the chest. The thunder battle armor on Lei Yidong's chest exploded. He spat out blood and flew backwards again. His face was filled with shock. Swoosh. 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 Zichen's figure was constantly changing in the air, as if he was teleporting, and one attack after another was launched. The lightning wings on Lei Yidong's back started to vibrate. He started to dodge rhythmically. His opponent's footwork was very mysterious. It seemed to be of a higher level than Zichen's. Some of the energy attacks that seemed to be able to hit him were easily dodged by Lei Yidong. As the two of them fought, the demons in the distance retreated. Most of the mortal realm warriors were dead. The rest were elixir realm warriors. Seeing that the situation was not good, some elixir realm warriors had already escaped. The two of them fought fiercely in the sky. The forest below couldn't withstand the pressure and exploded. Rocks rolled down and the mountain collapsed. Smoke and dust filled the sky. The more Lei Yidong fought with Zichen, the more frightened he became. He felt that things were not going well. In terms of techniques, he had mastered all the techniques of the Thunder Clan. He had more than Zichen. But his many techniques couldn't compare to his opponent's one punch. With one punch, all of his mysterious attacks would be dissolved. Thunderclap Ninth Heaven. Lei Yidong suddenly gritted his teeth and shouted. At the same time, he pointed to the sky with one hand. The void suddenly broke open. A shining long sword fell from the sky. Around the long sword, there were lightning snakes circling around it. It was dazzling. When the long sword appeared, the heavens and the earth were filled with a vast power. In this small world, the power of lightning boiled and gathered from all directions towards the long sword. This is another treasure of the Thunder Clan, the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Seeing the long sword in the sky, the people of the Thunder Clan were shocked again. No, it's only formed by energy. It's not the real Heavenly Thunder Sword. The old clan leader saw the problem. Zichen's perfect spiritual sense had already noticed that it was an energy sword. He clenched his fist and rushed towards the Heavenly Thunder Sword. Slash! Lei Yidong shouted. He waved his two fingers in front of him. The Heavenly Thunder Sword in the sky buzzed and slashed towards Zichen. The power of this slash was extremely terrifying. The power of lightning surged and thousands of lightning flashed. The appearance of this attack was the same as the one used by the Thunder God. But its power, boom. Zichen pushed his golden fist to the limit, shattering the thousands of lightning bolts. The Heavenly Thunder Sword in the middle of the lightning bolts was also shattered. The power of lightning dissipated in the sky. Zichen looked at Lei Yidong and said, "Show me your strongest power. Otherwise, you will die today." Lei Yidong's expression changed again. In the end, the aura around him increased by another level. He couldn't defeat Zichen in the middle stage of the mortal origin realm, but he was still hiding his strength. Chapter 1038. Lei Yidong still felt lucky that he couldn't defeat Zichen after suppressing his realm. After all, this wasn't his true power. Zichen was known to be able to kill souls, so his power was naturally extraordinary. Therefore, Lei Yidong decided to suppress his realm and see what kind of tricks his opponent had. This situation was just like how he dealt with Lei Yiming. However, it was a pity that Zichen would only be Zichen, not Lei Yiming, nor would he be anyone else. With 3 pages of the arcane tomes in his body, he was known as the strongest among those at the same level. Therefore, as soon as the battle started, Lei Yidong, who was suppressing his cultivation level, was suppressed by Zi Chen. This suppression continued until Lei Dong had no choice but to use his full strength. After using his full power, Lei Dong was at the middle stage of the mortal origin realm. In his opinion, this realm was enough to suppress Zi Chen. However, he didn't expect that after using his full power, not only was Lei Dong unable to suppress Zi Chen, the gap between the two of them was even widening. Before he could use the thunderclap ninth heaven that he was most proud of, before the heavenly thunder sword pierced Zi Chen's chest, Zi Chen punched him in the face. After that, he spat out blood and teeth, flew backwards and rolled on the ground. Peng! With the power of one punch, Lei Dong's body landed heavily on the ground, creating a deep hole. The hole was a few meters deep, and a lot of dust flew up. Lei Dong didn't have time to wipe the blood from the corner of his mouth. He used the force to fly up. However, just as he flew out of the hole, he met with a glowing foot. Zi Chen's foot firmly stepped on Lei Dong's face. A clear footprint appeared, and Lei Dong's body fell into the hole again. The hole deepened again. Thunderclap ninth heaven. This time, Lei Dong was obviously smarter. He shouted from the hole and didn't rush out again. As soon as he finished speaking, the void split open again, and another heavenly thunder sword fell from the sky. The heavenly thunder sword flashed with lightning, and there were many lightning snakes swimming around. It carried an aura that made many warriors of the Thunder Clan tremble as it attacked Zi Chen. This attack was even stronger than the previous one. Lei Dong was confident that he could deal with Zi Chen. Zi Chen raised his head to look at the sword. Suddenly, a mocking smile appeared on his lips. His essence, qi, and spirit rose to the peak. His entire body turned from lightning to golden light. The golden light was dazzling and dazzling. With a domineering aura, it blasted towards the heavenly thunderblade. Boom! Amidst the tremors, the golden fist aura smashed into the sword blade, shattering the sword blade and dispersing the lightning snakes in the sky. It was a complete defeat. At this moment, Zi Chen had completely crushed Lei Dong. Such a powerful combat strength shocked everyone from the lightning tribe. The devils in the distance retreated to a safe distance and were prepared to flee at any moment. When Zi Chen shattered the heavenly thunder sword, Lei Dong jumped out of the pit. His clothes were torn in many places, stained with blood and dust. His hair was disheveled, and he was in an extremely sorry state. His face was filled with shock as he pointed at Zi Chen and said, You. He stuttered for a long time but couldn't say a word. Zi Chen's expression didn't change. He took another step in the air and rushed towards Lei Dong. The dazzling golden light and the lightning-like speed made him look like a cannonball. Boom! The golden light accurately hit Lei Dong, and with another tremor, the void was torn apart. Energy ripples spread out in all directions. Lei Dong's body paused in the air, and then he was blown away, leaving a line of blood behind him. This time, Lei Dong retreated more than 10 miles. Part of it was because of Zi Chen's strength, but more of it was because Lei Dong borrowed the force to retreat. The expression on his face changed from shock to fear, and he even had the intention to retreat. He thought that his combat strength was comparable to the spiritual body. Otherwise, the devils wouldn't have tried to recruit him and let others take over the lightning tribe. But compared to Zi Chen, Lei Dong felt that his combat strength was too weak. The two were not at the same level at all. If he wanted to suppress him, he would have to increase his strength to the late stage of the Renuan realm. At this moment, knowing that he couldn't win and that his plan had failed, he decided to escape. As the saying goes, where there's life, there's hope. But this small thought of his was seen through by Zi Chen. Before he could stabilize himself and escape with the help of the lightning wings, Zi Chen turned into a ray of light and rushed towards him. It was the same attack as before. A punch landed on Lei Dong's chest, and Lei Dong was blown away again. Coughing up blood was inevitable, but what was strange was that after receiving so many attacks, Lei Dong's bones didn't show any signs of breaking. One should know that if it was someone else who received Zi Chen's attacks, they would have been blown apart. When Zi Chen approached Lei Dong again, he began to use close combat. His body stuck close to Lei Dong, and he launched a series of attacks. These attacks could be from any part of the body, including the hands, elbows, and fingers. In short, under Zichen's all-out attacks, Lei Dong's injuries were more serious, and he coughed up more blood, but there were no signs of his bones breaking. Zichen was very curious about this, and decided to find out. But at this moment, Lei Dong took the opportunity to shake his lightning wings and use his mysterious footwork to increase the distance between them. In the eyes of the crowd, two winged humans were fighting fiercely in the air. The power of this kind of battle was very terrifying, and many of the forests below had been destroyed. The crisis of the Thunder Clan was solved. At this moment, all the people of the Thunder Clan had the leisure to enjoy this battle. This was a battle between two geniuses of the Thunder Clan. When the crowd saw this, they couldn't help but feel greedy. If only the two of them were friends instead of enemies. All these years, the Thunder Clan had been trying to find the Thunder Clan's techniques. They thought that the reason why the Thunder Clan couldn't really rise was because of the Thunder Clan's techniques. But now, in the battle in the air, Zichen used facts to tell them that even without techniques, the Thunder Clan could still rise. Because now, Zichen wasn't using any of the Thunder Clan's techniques. He was using pure strength. This kind of strength suppression prevented Lei Dong from using any of the Thunder Clan's techniques. At this moment, Lei Dong could only passively take a beating. Suddenly, Zichen circled behind Lei Dong and grabbed the bone wings on Lei Dong's back with both hands. He began to exert force in his hands. "What are you doing?" Lei Dong shouted. His voice became sharp, and his tone was panicked and frightened. The energy in his body surged continuously, wanting to shake off Zichen. Zichen's hands suddenly flashed with golden light, and then a powerful force appeared. Is he going to pull out the heavenly thunder wings? Seeing Zichen's action, all the people of the Thunder Clan were shocked. "Ha!" Zichen shouted. His hands that were shining with golden light suddenly shone from his entire body. Wave after wave of energy was injected into Lei Dong's body. Then, Zichen used this energy to pull the heavenly thunder wings. Ah! Lei Dong was suppressed and couldn't help but scream. The roots of the heavenly thunder wings were being pulled out bit by bit. This feeling was like using brute force to extract bone marrow. Lei Dong was in so much pain that he almost fainted. "Come out!" Zichen shouted again, and the strength in his hands increased. The roots of the heavenly thunder wings were pulled out from Lei Dong's back, along with a large piece of flesh and the bones that connected the heavenly thunder wings. Seeing that the heavenly thunder wings were about to be pulled out, and Lei Dong was about to faint, suddenly, a silver light rushed out from Lei Dong's body. This silver light was extremely powerful and pure, causing Zichen's expression to change. After the silver light appeared, it first circled around the heavenly thunder wings. The heavenly thunder wings that were forcefully pulled out by Zichen entered Lei Dong's body in the next moment, and immediately became intact. Then, this silver light was like an electric current, following the heavenly thunder wings to Zichen's arm. After entering his arm, Zichen felt a numbing sensation. This silver light actually had the effect of petrification. Zichen felt that his arm and body were about to lose all feeling. After quickly circling around his body, the silver light rushed towards Zichen's abdomen. On the way to abdomen, this silver light released a powerful aura. From the looks of it, it wanted to destroy Zichen's abdomen. Buzz! Suddenly, the Yuan energy crystal in Zichen's abdomen began to vibrate. This vibration was very frequent, forming ripples that spread towards abdomen's surroundings. When the silver light entered Zichen's abdomen, it was first hit by these ripples. It was as if it had been hit by hundreds of attacks in an instant, and the silver light actually showed signs of dissipating. Then, as if the silver light had intelligence, it actually withdrew from Zichen's abdomen at lightning speed. Then, it followed Zichen's body to his arm, and entered Lei Dong's body again. The numbing sensation completely disappeared after the silver light left, and the suppressed power appeared once again. This time, Zichen forcefully pulled out the heavenly thunder wings from Lei Dong's back. Lei Dong let out a final scream, and finally fainted, his body falling to the ground. In the air, the glowing wings in Zichen's hands were slowly becoming smaller, and the surging light around his body was also fading. Zichen grabbed the thunder wings with both hands, and could clearly feel the calling power from the thunder wings. Just as he let go, the thunder wings on his back vibrated, and the thunder wings in his hands shook slightly, leaving his hands and flying towards his back. The two pairs of thunder wings instantly released a boundless silver light, and the glaring silver light was like two silver suns. Then, the two pairs of thunder wings approached each other and fused together. The silver light flickered, and the two thunder wings on Zichen's back turned into two pairs of thunder wings, 4 wings. 4 wings appeared on Zichen's back, and the boundless silver light illuminated the entire world. The silver light was so dazzling that no one could open their eyes. Slowly, the silver light dissipated, and the thunder wings on Zichen's back also slowly dissipated, and then disappeared into Zichen's body. Zichen could clearly feel that the integration of the thunder wings was not successful, and it still needed some time. Moreover, it was more strenuous for him to activate the thunder wings now, and it seemed like it would take a long time for the integration. After everything was done, most of the demon clan's people in the distance had already run away. The Lei clan's people also looked at Zichen with extreme shock. As for the loser Lei Dong, no one paid any attention to him. Others might not pay attention to Lei Dong, but Zichen couldn't not pay attention to him. Because whether it was the last ray of silver energy or Lei Dong's mastery of all the Lei clan's techniques, Zichen was extremely curious about them, and wanted to learn more. Chapter 1039. Seeing that Lei Dong had disappeared, Zichen frowned and released his spiritual senses in all directions. Lei Dong disappeared silently. Zichen didn't notice anything. After spreading out his spiritual sense, he still couldn't find any trace of Lei Dong. Hey, where's Lei Dong? Why is Lei Dong gone? The other members of the Thunder Clan also found that Lei Dong had disappeared. Their faces were filled with confusion. Zichen. Lei Ming walked towards Zichen. Zichen opened his eyes. Even with his perfect spiritual sense, he still couldn't find any trace of Lei Dong. It was as if Lei Dong had disappeared into thin air. However, he was able to obtain the heavenly thunder wings today. This harvest was beyond his expectations. Zichen could completely sense the power hibernating in the 4 wings. The other members of the Thunder Clan followed behind Lei Ming. They looked at Zichen with eyes full of worship and admiration. Zichen, this is our patriarch. Lei Ming introduced. Zichen greets the patriarch. Zichen politely bowed. He was strong and had saved everyone in the Thunder Clan. He wasn't arrogant and was so polite. He was also very handsome. Many of the female cultivators of the Thunder Clan looked at Zichen with shining eyes. Zichen, thank you for your help. Otherwise, the Thunder Clan would have been in danger. The old patriarch said. After that, there was a series of thanks. Zichen felt a little embarrassed and waved his hand. The members of the Thunder Clan were very enthusiastic. Both men and women were very enthusiastic. Some of the young girls even wanted to bring Zichen back, saying that they would cook for Zichen. Zichen really couldn't stand these passionate gazes. He quickly pulled back and walked to the old patriarch. The demon race has already discovered this place. What's the patriarch's plan next? This was a question worth pondering. The old patriarch sighed and fell into deep thought. This matter concerned the future of the Thunder Clan. The surrounding people were silent. Those young girls also tactfully moved their gazes away. This is the only base of the Thunder tribe. To think that it would be exposed just like that. Now, there are only 2 paths for the Thunder tribe to survive. The old patriarch sighed and said, the first is to seal this small world so that the devil race can't enter. But if we seal it, we won't be able to get the resources of the outside world. The resources in this small world aren't enough to sustain the entire Thunder Clan. The Thunder Clan will be unable to recover from this setback. Pausing for a second, the old patriarch continued, as for the second option, that is to leave this place and find a secret small world. But since the demon clan has come prepared, I am afraid that there will be strong demon clan cultivators guarding the small world. Maybe there are even Earth origin stage cultivators. Now, there is no other way. The Lei clan had been passed down for tens of thousands of years. Even if they had declined, they were still bigger than a horse. However, what puzzled Zichen was that the Lei clan, which had been passed down for so many years, had not produced a single earthly Yuan stage practitioner. Zichen immediately asked, "Patriarch, there's something I don't understand." "Little friend Zichen, ask away. The Lei clan has been around for so long. Even if they have declined, they should have at least Earth origin stage practitioners. Also, since the Demon clan has invaded, why didn't the Earth origin stage practitioners come in? Why did they stay outside?" Before the old patriarch could answer Zichen's question, Lei Ming explained, "Zichen, there is something you don't know. The Lei clan's small world was deliberately chosen by the ancestors of the Lei clan. Only those below the earthly Yuan stage can enter this small world. As for those above the earthly Yuan stage, they have to leave this place when they break through." "Leave this place? Where did they go? Why didn't they come back to help when the Lei clan is in trouble?" Zichen asked again. Lei Ming smiled bitterly and said, "No one knows where the earthly Yuan stage practitioners of the Lei clan went. They seemed to have disappeared from this world. As for help, earthly Yuan stage practitioners can't enter this small world. Naturally, they can't help." Lei Ming's explanation wasn't enough to convince Zichen. The old patriarch explained, "Zichen, there is something you don't know. Today's matter was predicted by the Lei clan's experts." "Predicted in advance?" Zichen's eyes widened. "Yes, after the decline of the Lei clan, this is the first genius to appear. His Yantian divination ability has reached the level of being able to predict the future." The old patriarch looked at Zichen and said, "In the past, this ancestor left behind many prophecies, each and every one of them came true. Today's crisis is the last one. And you, according to the prophecy, are the one who will resolve this crisis for us." Hearing the old patriarch's words, the other Lei clan members couldn't believe their eyes. They shifted their gazes to Zichen once again. "Then what does the patriarch mean?" The old patriarch continued, "The prophecy ends here. I dare to make a decision on behalf of the Lei clan and pass you the position of patriarch. The future of the Lei clan will be decided by you." "What? Pass me the position of patriarch?" Zichen was taken aback. It seemed that this old man wouldn't rest until he was shocked to death. "Without you, the Lei clan would cease to exist. Even if the Lei clan still exists, the Lei clan will only serve the devil race. Hence, we believe in you unconditionally." "Yes, Zichen, we believe in you." The other Lei clan members all agreed. Lei Ming's voice was the loudest among them. This trust came too quickly, it was inconceivable. Just a single meeting and the old patriarch already passed the position of patriarch to Zichen. It was one thing if the patriarch wasn't strict, but it even felt like he was taking it lightly. In reality, this was the old man's decision. Because, the Lei clan now only had two paths. The first was to seal the area and fail. The second was to leave and die. Of these two paths, neither one was good. Hence, the old man decided to pass the choice to Zichen. As for why he was so straightforward, it was because although this was the first time they met, the old man had already heard about Zichen from Lei Ming. Other than his appearance, he knew everything about him. In fact, the old man even knew that Zichen had a few close female friends. Of course, this wasn't him gossiping. It was Lei Ming who had proudly told them. So although this was the first time they had met, they already knew about Zichen's character through Lei Ming. Seeing everyone's trust, Zichen felt a bit of pressure. He naturally wouldn't let the Lei clan hide here and gradually lose. The reason they trusted him so much was to help the Lei clan rise again. Thus, after thinking for a few breaths, Zichen chose to leave with them. But before that, he had to understand the Boundless Sect situation. How is the Boundless Sect right now? The Boundless Sect is developing very well. Vice Sect Master Wang Qiong has successfully broken through to the human origin realm. Lu Peng and the others have also broken through. Last time we went back, the spirit-devouring rats discovered several small worlds with many resources. Zichen interrupted Lei Ming. In other words, the Boundless Sect doesn't lack resources. Lei Ming pondered for a moment. You can say that. Then what about the Devil Race? The Devil Race has occupied the Chaos Lands and made it their main base. Soon, the Devil Race will expand. They might even attack the barbarian lands. Chen nodded. Then he looked at the Lei clan members and said, "Everyone should know that I've rebuilt the Boundless sect in the southern region. I'm the sect master. That place isn't bad. If you want to leave this place, I can bring you there." Everyone naturally knew about the everlasting sect. In fact, they even knew more about it than Chen. After hearing what Chen said, some of them were overjoyed. The old clan leader asked, "Clan leader Chen, there might be an Earth Origin realm martial artist from the Thunder clan guarding outside. How should we leave with so many of us? I have my ways. If you've decided to leave, go pack up your things and bring your cultivation resources. Then we'll seal this place and leave," said Chen. After that, things went surprisingly smoothly. Everyone prepared to return and collect their cultivation resources. Suddenly, a powerful aura came from the horizon. Looking over, they saw dark clouds surging in the sky. That was demonic chi. A large group of devils had arrived. Devils. It's the devils. They're here again. The Lei clan members' expressions changed. They returned and stood behind Chen. Chen looked at the dark clouds. His perfect spiritual sense had already detected that it was a group of devils. Their leader was a late-stage mortal origin realm devil. Chen had seen many devils, but this was the first time he felt such dense demonic chi. The density and purity of the demonic chi was almost on par with that of the sky-rending battle ape. An oppressive aura came from the horizon. This aura caused the Lei clan members' expressions to change again. Lightning energy had a natural suppressive effect on demonic chi. However, it wasn't absolute. When demonic chi reached its limit, it would suppress lightning energy. Such was the current situation. A group of over 20 mortal origin realm devils followed by an army of core origin realm devils. The leader was wearing black armor and was 2 meters tall. He wasn't considered tall among the devils. He only had a single horn on his head. His eyes were blood red and emitted a terrifying light. He didn't deliberately release his aura, but it was already extremely oppressive. This was an extraordinary existence among the devils. His combat power wasn't much weaker than a human spirit body. When he saw Chen in front of the Lei clan, his red eyes were filled with killing intent. There was still some distance between them. He shouted, "You're Chen?" Chen looked at the group of devils and didn't say anything. "Rumor has it that you've killed a spirit body. Is that true?" The devil approached and asked again. His voice was loud and cold. Before Chen could think of an answer, Lei Ming beside him said loudly, "Of course, and there's more than one of them." The devil clan youth snorted. "Regardless of whether it's true or not, you must have some skills to be able to slaughter a group of origin realm devils. I'm Mo Li. I'm here to give you a chance to join the devils. If you agree, we'll withdraw. If you refuse, this place will be razed to the ground and this small world will cease to exist." "With just you?" Chen said coldly. The devil clan youth laughed. "Of course I can't do it alone. However, I have the devil clan army behind me. Destroying this small world won't be a problem at all. As for you, you might have some methods to escape, but I want to say that even if you escape, you won't be able to survive. There are Earth Origin Realm devils waiting for you outside." Chapter 1040. Chen and the rest of the Thunder Clan had already guessed that there was an Earth Origin Realm expert guarding the small world. But guessing was one thing, and hearing it with their own ears was another. Everyone's eyes fell on Chen, waiting for him to make a decision. Chen looked at Mo Li, then at the Dan Origin Realm army behind him. His expression didn't change as he said indifferently, "Don't worry about it, everyone. Go back and prepare." His calm words gave everyone a great deal of confidence. Those from the Thunder Clan were originally worried, but now they were all completely relieved. After that, the crowd left one after another to collect resources. "Clan leader, do we collect all the resources?" asked an Origin Realm Thunder Clan member. The old clan leader pondered for a moment, then shook his head and said, "That's not necessary. Just take what you can and leave the rest here. Maybe we'll come back here one day." After a pause, the old clan leader said, "Speed up." All the humans left, leaving only Chen. This made Mo Li's expression extremely ugly. Obviously, Zi Chen had ignored him and the army behind him. But thinking about what the Lord had said, he suppressed the anger in his heart and said to Zi Chen, "Human, it's time for you to make a choice." Zi Chen looked at the Origin Realm demons. His gaze made their hair stand on end. Mo Li asked, "What are you looking at?" Zi Chen took a deep breath and said, "I'm looking at how many of you there are, and calculating how long it will take to kill all of you." The Origin Realm demons' faces changed. Mo Li shouted, "Shameless boasting, you're courting death." As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, he rushed toward the demons. Lightning surged around his body, revealing a fierce killing intent. "Don't be afraid, everyone. We have more people. Let's work together." Zi Chen rushed over. The Origin Realm demons were a little flustered. Mo Li shouted to calm them down. But before he could finish speaking, the sound of chanting rang out between heaven and earth. Hum. This was the power of the 6-syllable mantra. It was originally an extremely sacred and vast syllable, but at this moment, it was full of killing intent and demonic nature. Compared to this 6-syllable mantra, the devil chi and killing intent that surged around the devil clan was really weak. As soon as the mantra was spoken, a strange and powerful force came out along with the murderous intent. The surrounding human origin stage cultivators all coughed up blood, and their eyes lost focus for a second. Is that so? Immediately after, the second word of truth appeared, and the strange power vibrated again. Yes. As soon as the second and third words were uttered, the light in the eyes of the Yuan realm demons who were coughing up blood completely dimmed. One by one, they fell to the ground. With just 3 notes, he had killed a large number of demons in the human origin realm. There were also quite a number of demons in the core realm who didn't have time to retreat. This powerful combat power shocked the other survivors. After blocking the 3 notes, Mo Li's aura became unstable. He roared and shouted, and attacked Zi Chen crazily. Rolling devil chi appeared in the sky, and with an inexplicable pressure, it shrouded Zi Chen. Light flashed around Zi Chen, and his figure dodged the devil chi. He entered the crowd of Yuan realm demons again, and the 3-syllable mantra appeared again. Hum. Ma. Ni. The frequent use of the 3-syllable mantra killed a few more human origin stage cultivators. As for the core realm army, because they ran fast enough, there weren't any casualties this time. Zi Chen's killing method was somewhat shameless, but in order to prevent the Thunder Clan from suffering any casualties, Zi Chen could only carry out an individualistic slaughter. He killed these human origin stage cultivators first, so that the other demons wouldn't immediately launch an attack that would destroy the small world. Once he was done with the human origin stage cultivators, Zi Chen's next target was naturally Mo Li. Humans and demons were mortal enemies. This principle might seem simple in the eyes of others, but for Zi Chen, it had to be carried out. In a short period of time, more than half of the human origin stage cultivators were killed or injured. The rest retreated far away, looking at Zi Chen in horror from afar. "Stop! Stop! Fight with me, you despicable human!" Mo Li wasn't as fast as Zi Chen, so he kept shouting behind Zi Chen. When there were no more human origin stage cultivators around Zi Chen, he turned around and looked at Mo Li with a mocking smile. "Since you want to die, I'll grant you your wish." Zi Chen turned into a streak of golden light, and rushed toward Mo Li. 2 streaks of light, one gold and one black, collided in the air, causing an earth-shattering explosion. In the midst of the collision, the 2 retreated, but as soon as they adjusted their positions, they rushed at each other again. This was a powerful collision, and the sound it caused was like thunder. After the 2 collided 8 times, the black light was finally defeated, and was sent flying back, coughing up blood. The demons are the strongest. Mo Li's expression was ferocious, and his body was covered in blood. He was at a disadvantage every time they collided, and he had completely gone berserk. After a loud roar, his body doubled in size. His original height of 2 meters was now more than 4 meters tall, and the aura around him was even more violent. Again, I don't believe that the Power Demon Clan's power can't be compared to a mere human like you. This was the source of Mo Li's madness. He was from the Power Demon Clan, and was known for his strength and physical strength. He was one of the best among the demons, but today, he was no match for a human. Mo Li clenched his fist and punched at Zi Chen. This punch contained a terrifying power, and even the air was shattered by it. However, Zi Chen was able to deal with it calmly. He also clenched his fist, and a golden light flashed as he met his opponent. Boom! The pitch-black fist and the small golden fist collided. Golden and black light scattered in all directions, causing the space to distort violently. Zi Chen's body shook slightly, but he was able to stand still in the air. On the other hand, Mo Li was pushed back 7 or 8 steps. This time, Mo Li was defeated again. However, he was unwilling to give up. In terms of attack power, he might be weaker, but he could continue to fight. Zi Chen had not met such an existence who dared to fight him head-on for a long time. At this moment, he was excited and wanted to exchange a few more moves with his opponent. Boom! Boom! In the sky, the sound of collisions continued to be heard. Crimson blood rained down. Every time they clashed, Mo Li would be at a disadvantage, and every time they fought, he would be injured. Looking at Zi Chen, who had been fighting until now, his face was not red, and he was not out of breath. Mo Li looked at him as if he had seen a ghost. One had to know that up until now, he had consumed a lot of energy, and he felt that he could not bear it anymore. However, Zi Chen did not seem to have used up any energy at all. Usually, when Mo Li fought with a human of the same level, he would usually end the battle with a few punches. However, at this moment, he had already thrown out dozens of punches, and the battle was still not over. However, the outcome had already been decided. Mo Li had been completely defeated from the beginning. After this fierce battle continued for a while, Mo Li finally could not bear it anymore and became out of breath. Zi Chen also finally had some energy left, but compared to Mo Li's, it was almost negligible. The Thunder Clan had finished collecting the resources and returned. Seeing that Zi Chen had defeated his opponent, they all began to cheer. After another blow, the two separated and stood on opposite sides of the sky. Looking at the panting Mo Li, Zi Chen said, "All right, the show is over. You did well, but they have arrived. I don't have time to play with you anymore, so I'll send you on your way now." As soon as he finished speaking, Zi Chen rushed towards Mo Li. Even without his lightning wings, Zi Chen's speed was still the fastest. At least, he was much faster than Mo Li. In a flash, he appeared in front of Mo Li, raised his hand, and punched out. A golden fist light illuminated the sky, carrying with it a domineering aura. At this moment, Zi Chen's figure seemed to have become incomparably imposing. This was a domineering punch that combined strength and origin energy. Naturally, it was very powerful. Mo Li roared and punched out as well. Pitch-black demonic energy surged. Previously, the two of them had exchanged dozens of blows, and each time, there was not much difference between their attacks. This time, although Mo Li felt that the power of Zi Chen's punch had increased, his own punch had also been enhanced. However, after the two fists collided, Mo Li realized the true power contained in Zi Chen's small fist. The powerful force was like breaking dry weeds and smashing rotten wood, breaking through the demonic energy on his fist. Immediately after, the force entered Mo Li's fist. First, there was a loud bang, followed by a cracking sound. The former was caused by the collision of energy, while the latter was caused by Mo Li's fist and the bones in his arm being shattered. Mo Li screamed in agony as he was sent flying. Up until now, the two of them had fought fiercely. This was the first time he had suffered such a serious injury. In the distance, the demons were also in an uproar. The two of them, who had been evenly matched just a moment ago, suddenly had a huge gap between them. However, Zi Chen's next move told the group of demons, as well as Mo Li, that the gap between the two of them was very big. It was so big that even if Mo Li was one level higher, he still wouldn't be able to make up for it. Crack! Mo Li's other arm was easily shattered by Zi Chen. Under the pain, Mo Li screamed again. When he was sent flying again, he saw the ruthless killing intent in Zi Chen's cold eyes. He couldn't help but shiver. At this moment, he truly understood how powerful Zi Chen was, and felt the true gap between the two of them. Therefore, when his body smashed into the ground again, he activated his secret technique. In the deep pit on the ground, black light lingered, and demonic chi surged. Zichen originally wanted to go down and take a look, but after seeing the demonic chi, he hesitated. With his perfect spiritual sense, he felt that there was something wrong with the demonic chi. Zichen hovered in the air, watching the demonic chi tumble and surge. After about 3 breaths, the demonic chi began to dissipate. After another 3 breaths, the demonic chi completely disappeared, revealing a huge pit below. However, in the pit, where Mo Li should have been, there was no one. Gone again. Zichen looked at the deep pit, flustered and exasperated. In just one day, he had already encountered 2 cases of mysterious disappearances. Moreover, both of them had disappeared without any warning. Outside the small world, a black light flashed. Then, a figure fell from the sky and landed heavily on the ground, causing a huge tremor. Mo Li, the one who fell, was Mo Li. At the place where Mo Li had fallen, there were many demons guarding it. Among them, a tall demon rushed towards Mo Li. The tall demon helped Mo Li up. When he saw that many of Mo Li's bones were broken and his arms couldn't be raised, a monstrous killing intent surged from his body. Is this Zichen's doing? Chapter 1041. The middle-aged demon was in the Earth Origin realm. As an Earth Origin realm cultivator, he shouldn't have paid attention to a mere human origin realm cultivator. The difference between the Earth Origin realm and the human origin realm was like the difference between heaven and earth. Other Earth Origin realm cultivators wouldn't have cared, but this middle-aged demon was one of the first to enter the human world. He had once been stationed on the ancient road and led the demons against the ancients. He had heard an old friend mention Zichen and praised him greatly. However, it was said that Zichen had died in the Thunder God Palace. At that time, his old friend had sighed. His old friend had said that Zichen had extraordinary battle strength. Among the demons of the same level, it was almost impossible to find someone who could match him. Without seeing Zichen in person, no one would believe such words. The middle-aged demon was the same. However, after hearing Zichen's name, he was moved. Thus, before Mo Li entered, he gave him a life-saving measure. It wasn't just a life-saving measure, but also a means of attack. However, the prerequisite was that Zichen had to be with him. However, during the battle, Zichen's battle strength was terrifying. It was far beyond Mo Li's expectations. Mo Li didn't deliberately bring Zichen into the demon chi for 2 reasons. First, he was afraid that he would be killed on the spot. Second, after seeing Zichen's means, he was afraid that the demon chi wouldn't kill him even if Zichen killed him. With the help of the tall demon's demon chi, Mo Li quickly regained consciousness. He first coughed up blood. After a while, he said, "Zichen is very strong." Strong? How strong? The tall demon was enraged. He released a sharp aura around him. Mo Li glanced at his brother. After thinking for a while, he decided to tell this proud brother the truth. He said, "Very strong. Even stronger than you." This was an ambiguous answer and not a specific one. Mo Li thought for a while and added, "Much stronger." "Brother, don't underestimate yourself. He's just a human. Even if he's strong, how strong can he be? Human spiritual bodies are already at the peak," said the tall demon. "But he's killed spiritual bodies before. That's only a battle rank kill. If it were me, I could do the same." "Oh right, brother, what's his cultivation level?" "Middle stage of the mortal origin stage." Hearing this, the young demon was full of confidence. He humphed coldly and said, "He's only at the late stage of the mortal origin realm. I can definitely kill him." Just as the demons were preparing to surround the small world, a group of Thunder Clan members had gathered in the Thunder Clan's small world. Under Zichen's suggestion, the Thunder Clan first sealed off the pocket dimension. As for the demon race, they had long since escaped after Mo Li. The minor world was sealed, and the old patriarch gave Zichen a jade pendant. With the jade pendant, he could break open the minor world and leave. Zichen nodded. Just as he was about to lead everyone away, he suddenly thought of something. "Senior, does the Thunder Clan have an ancestral land?" Zichen suddenly asked. "Yes, clan leader Zichen," the old clan leader replied. "Take me there. I promised a senior from the Thunder Clan that I would send him back to the Thunder Clan, said Zichen. The old clan leader followed Zichen to the ancestral land. Along the way, Zichen told the old clan leader about the situation, and the old clan leader sighed. The Thunder Clan's techniques had been lost, and many of the Thunder Clan's experts had gone out to search for them. However, only a few of them had returned. The others had obviously been buried somewhere else, and their bodies were nowhere to be found. In the ancestral land, Zichen opened the purple gold gourd. Specks of light appeared and fell on the land of the ancestral land. The atmosphere in the ancestral land was extremely oppressive, and it gave people a sense of solemnity and dignity. After paying their respects, Zichen and the old clan leader left. The Thunder Clan's experts were all waiting here. Then, Zichen used the purple gold gourd to store them all. Zichen's gourd had formed a space of its own. Not to mention the Thunder Clan's experts, it could even accommodate a small world. After everything was done, Zichen put away the purple gold gourd and flew out of the small world. When Zichen's figure appeared in the outside world, the small world was completely sealed. The jade pendant in his hand also shattered. Next, if he wanted to reopen the small world, he would need the help of the Thunder Clan's experts. It would take a lot of effort and time. The sky was pitch black, and Xingchen couldn't see the moon. Zichen raised his head and frowned slightly. Under the pitch-black night sky, he could feel an oppressive and dangerous aura. Die! Suddenly, a loud roar came from behind him. Zichen didn't hesitate. He turned around and launched an attack behind him. A golden light shone in the pitch-black night. The light hit the air, but it hit nothing. Peng! A trembling sound came from behind. It was Zichen who had suffered a sneak attack, and his entire person was sent flying out while staggering. This attack contained an extremely strong force. Zichen was ambushed, and blood flowed from the corner of his mouth. His figure flew for a few miles. After stabilizing in the air, Zichen turned around, but there was nothing behind him. At the same time, he released his perfect spiritual sense, but it was still useless. This place was like a pitch-black night sky, and Zichen was the only one in the night sky. What the hell is going on? Zichen looked around, but he couldn't see anything. Human, die! The roar came again. This time, it came from behind Zichen. Zichen fully unleashed the power in his body. He turned around at lightning speed, and then launched a close-range attack behind him. In an instant, Zichen attacked dozens of times. The golden light kept flashing, but he missed every time. Zichen felt a pain in his waist. The protective energy around his body was shattered, and a strong force came. This time, Zichen didn't fly out. Instead, he used his perfect strength to dissolve the energy attack. He turned around again and launched a series of attacks. But he still missed. Haha, it's useless. Today is the day you die. Loud laughter sounded from all directions, making Zichen unable to distinguish the direction. This is an illusion, an illusion. Zichen's eyes suddenly turned gold and silver. He activated his yin-yang eye. Like the delusion breaker eye, the yin-yang eye could see through illusions and all illusions in the world. But under the yin-yang eye, it was still pitch black above his head. This was still a pitch black world. How can this be? If it's not an illusion, then where are the trees and earth below? Zichen, who found nothing, felt deeply confused. He didn't see any trees, mountains, earth, or rivers. He had already concluded that he was in an illusion, but there was no illusion that the yin-yang eye couldn't see through. Even the illusion of the Buddhist sect was seen through by the yin-yang eye. Zichen, die! The same shout sounded again. This time, Zichen was very smart. He didn't turn around, but took a deep breath and prepared to launch a combo attack. But he felt pain on his back again. It was an attack. This time, the opponent really attacked from behind. There was a large wound on his back, and golden blood flowed out, but Zichen still couldn't see the attacker's shadow. Zichen's face turned cold. Ever since he started cultivating, he had never encountered such a situation. He had never been in such a sorry state before. Who is it? Come out, he said with a cold face. Ha ha. Loud laughter sounded. Don't stay in the illusion if you dare. Come out and I'll beat you up. Chen said again. Illusion? You said this is an illusion? Haha, you really haven't seen the world. Chen frowned. What? Is this not an illusion? You really are an ignorant human. You don't even know the world of the Earth realm. This was an extremely important piece of news, enough to make Chen's heart tremble. The world of the Earth origin stage. Chen had seen many Earth origin realm warriors, and he had even seen Sky origin realm warriors. He knew that Earth origin realm warriors were powerful enough to kill him, but he had the 9 extremes array, so he was not afraid. In his opinion, Earth origin realm warriors were just another transformation of the Yuan Dan, making it stronger. But what was going on in the world of Earth origin stage? The Earth realm cultivators start to control the rules and create the world. This is something that a little human like you can never understand. The voice sounded again. You are in the Earth realm. Chen frowned and asked again. Ignorant kid, if I was in the Earth realm, I could crush you with one finger. At this moment, in the space where Chen was, there was a demon standing in the air. This was the Earth realm demon from before, the middle-aged demon from before. He stood there, but it was as if he was the master of this world. The space within a radius of a few hundred meters was completely under his control. Chen's yin-yang eye could not see any clues because this was a real space. Other than the Earth realm demon, Mo Li's brother was also in this space. These attacks were all from his hands. Outside this world was a group of demons. They had already surrounded this place so tightly that not even a drop of water could trickle through. Currently, this world was still transparent. It was still borrowing the power of the Sky Martial Continent space and rules. It was impossible to create an independent world. So when the surrounding demons saw Chen's appearance, they naturally also saw Chen's miserable appearance. They all laughed loudly. In their eyes, Chen was like a headless fly flying around randomly. He thought that he had flown dozens of miles, but in reality, he was still flying in circles within a few hundred meters. The injuries on Chen's body were increasing, but he still couldn't touch the devil flame. However, the devil flame couldn't immediately kill Chen. It could only leave a lot of injuries on Chen's body. Gradually, Chen stopped running around randomly. He raised his head to look at the sky and asked, "So, you are not in the Earth realm, but the human realm. This is also not your world." A very smart human. Unfortunately, knowing this point is useless. In this world, I have absolute power, but you are just like a blind person. I can kill you in a matter of minutes. The reason I let you live now is because I want to torture you a little longer. The voice in the air sounded again. Is that so? Chen's face suddenly had an indescribable expression. Following that, the gold and silver light appeared in his eyes again. He had activated the yin-yang eye once more. The yin-yang eye could see through illusions. Chen firmly believed that the yin-yang eye could see through illusions. As long as a human realm demon was in this world, as long as he wasn't the master of this world, he would definitely leave behind traces. Chapter 1042. In the pitch-black world, the shadow was extremely blurry and difficult to discover. Apart from fooling the eyes, even Chen's perfect spiritual senses couldn't detect any clues. However, with the yin-yang eye, Chen still discovered the shadow's movement trajectory. The shadow seemed to have become one with this world, becoming the owner of this world. However, he wasn't the real owner after all. The yin-yang eye caught every loophole. Chen saw the shadow, but he couldn't see his face. Chen, die. The shadow roared again as he charged at Chen again. This time, he was facing Chen directly. However, just as he was about to reach Chen, the shadow flashed and appeared behind Chen, attacking him. During this period, Chen launched a series of consecutive attacks, but he still missed. He was hit in the back and staggered backward, adding another wound to his body. This was because Chen had a perfect body. If it were anyone else, even if they had a spirit body, they probably wouldn't be able to withstand such an attack. Chen clearly saw the shadow, but he didn't hit it. In the darkness, the shadow laughed again, and his voice came from all directions. Chen clearly saw the shadow retreating and looking down at him from the sky. Zi Chen's yin-yang eye swept past the shadow and then looked around, but he didn't see anything. Zi Chen naturally wasn't afraid of a mere human origin realm shadow, even if it was an existence comparable to a spirit body. What he was truly afraid of was the Earth origin realm in this world. However, after checking dozens of times, he still couldn't find the shadow. Since he couldn't see the shadow, he naturally couldn't break out of this world. Zi Chen was trapped. Even if he killed the shadow, what could he do? When the time came, the Earth origin realm demons would definitely take action. After seeing this flawless world, Zi Chen had a clear understanding of the means of the Earth origin realm. He didn't dare to take any chances. If the shadow really wanted to kill him, he would definitely die. During this time, the hideous laughter continued to resound between heaven and earth. Zi Chen naturally had a few more wounds on his body. Before he could think of a solution, he had planned to suffer for nothing. In the outside world, a group of demons stared with wide eyes at the battle in the world. Seeing that Zi Chen was unable to fight back at all, the demons cheered with confusion on their faces. It was this kind of existence, this kind of trash, that had knocked Mo Li unconscious and forced him to flee. Mo Li, are you sure the Zi Chen you mentioned before is him? Asked one of the demons. Mo Li's expression was somewhat ugly. The current Zi Chen was indeed not worthy of being his opponent. He snorted but did not say anything. Instead, he turned his gaze back to the battlefield. Hold on. In the Earth origin stage, Zi Chen suddenly shouted. Mo Fen asked, what's wrong? Are you going to beg for mercy? Zi Chen said, I'm not begging for mercy. I just want to discuss with you about joining the demon race. Mo Fen's mocking voice rang out, joining the demon race? You think you're worthy? Kneel down and kowtow to me 100 times, and maybe I'll consider it. Zi Chen's face instantly turned ashen, and killing intent surged on his face. Mate, if we weren't in this unique world, I could crush you with a single punch. You think you're worthy of me kowtowing to you? In my eyes, you're nothing more than a scoundrel. You. Mo Fen was enraged and shouted, Uncle, remove this world. I want to crush him. Mo Fen's words did not receive a response. In the air, the Earth origin stage spoke, do you really want to join the demon race? This voice still rang out from all directions. Zi Chen could not determine where the other's real body was. He couldn't help but curse, damn, how cunning. I'm already trapped. There are only 2 paths left, Zi Chen said, looking up. You're a smart kid, but why do you think I won't kill you and will agree to join the demon race? The Earth origin stage's voice rang out again. Zi Chen pondered for a moment and said, of course I can't guarantee it, but I want to try. If you don't agree, then I'll have no choice but to fight my way out. As soon as Zi Chen finished speaking, a burst of laughter rang out. You want to fight your way out? Kid, stop dreaming. My world alone isn't something a human origin stage cultivator like you can break through, even if you're an existence that has killed spirits. Zi Chen said proudly, I'm afraid you don't know my strength. If I really want to fight with my life on the line, breaking through this world won't be a problem at all. Kid, you overestimate yourself. Every Earth origin stage cultivator is extraordinary. Even if I don't deliberately defend, you'll have to raise your cultivation level to break through this world. Uncle, why are you talking nonsense with this kid? Let me beat him up until he's obedient, Mo Fen said again, his mood becoming irritable and exasperated. The arrogance on Zi Chen's face disappeared, and he shouted to the sky, if it weren't for this weird world, not to mention a rat like you, even if Mo Li was here, I would still be able to destroy you all with one hand. Oh right, Mo Li should be back by now. TSK, that little guy was almost destroyed by me. Outside, Mo Li was hopping mad. His heart was burning with anger as he rushed into the small world. Under the yin-yang eye, Zi Chen saw another figure in the sky. It was Mo Li. He shouted in exasperation, Zi Chen, let's not talk nonsense today. Let's fight to determine the winner. The 2 of them didn't wait for Zi Chen to speak. They charged at Zi Chen. As for the result, it was naturally the same. Zi Chen was beaten up. Zi Chen could clearly counterattack and easily kill the 2 of them, but he couldn't. He could only passively take the beating. This was the most sullen thing Zi Chen had ever experienced since he had started cultivating. But in order to survive, for the sake of the lightning tribe in the violet gold gourd, he didn't care. Now, Zi Chen was waiting for an opportunity to charge out in one fell swoop. Zi Chen was extremely famous on the martial heaven continent. There were countless legends about his battle prowess. That was especially true of the humans who had come from the ancient path. They knew exactly how powerful Zi Chen was. Zi Chen wasn't at the Earth origin stage, so he naturally wasn't very famous among the continent's upper echelons. But among the mortal origin stage and core origin stage cultivators, his fame surpassed that of the spirit body realm. In order to completely extinguish Zi Chen's arrogance, Mo Fen and Mo Li spread the news that Zi Chen was trapped. In just a short day, many humans from the devil race's territory had come, wanting to see Zi Chen get beaten up. Zi Chen. The one trapped in the minor world is Zi Chen. Heavens, he's actually in such a sorry state. Is this really the Zi Chen who defeated several spirit bodies? He was actually beaten up by 2 devils. Zi Chen isn't much. Idiot, can't you see that it's a minor world? Zi Chen isn't attacking, he's only defending. He's probably affected by something. When the humans saw Zi Chen in the minor world, they were in an uproar. In the minor world, Zi Chen didn't know any of this. He knew that he had to put on a show and couldn't be blindly attacked. Otherwise, he would be exposed. Thus, as if he was slowly adapting to the minor world, he began to launch effective counterattacks. The originally one-sided battle gradually turned around. Although Zi Chen was still beaten up a lot, he was also able to counterattack a lot. Several times, he fought with Mo Fen and Mo Li. His powerful strength also made the 2 of them suffer. I know you have a spirit and can think. As a member of the Thunder Clan, I just want to borrow a trace of your strength. Are you that stingy? During the battle, Zi Chen had been talking to others in his heart. If I die here, the Thunder Clan won't only lose me, but the entire Thunder Clan. From today onwards, the Thunder Clan will be removed from the world. From today onwards, there will be no more Thunder Clan or ancient royal clan in the world. After sending Mo Fen flying with a punch, Zi Chen said in his heart again. But still, no one answered him. It was as if Zi Chen was talking to himself. Zi Chen's tone became agitated. He threatened, "Do you really want to watch me die? Let me tell you, if I die, the Thunder Clan will also perish. If you really don't want to help, then I can only join the Devil Clan. I'll bring the entire Thunder Clan to join the Devil Clan. From now on, we'll be the Devil Thunder Clan." Zi Chen's target was the Heavenly Lightning Wings. Facing an Earth Origin realm expert, Zi Chen had lost all his means. Now, his only chance was the Heavenly Lightning Wings. He felt that the Heavenly Lightning Wings had become extremely unusual after fusing with them. His only chance of survival was here. Zi Chen, didn't you want to join the Devil Clan in order to survive? Fine, I'll give you this chance. Mo Fen laughed again. His words spread through the minor world, causing another uproar. Zi Chen actually wanted to join the Devil Clan. This news was explosive. Zi Chen clashed with Mo Fen. He didn't answer. He roared again in his heart. Of course, there was both pleading and threatening. Finally, the Heavenly Lightning Wings reacted. Zi Chen felt a power appear on his back and spread throughout his body. This power wasn't strong, but it could provide Zi Chen with super speed. What Zi Chen needed now was speed. Zi Chen, I'll give you one more chance. Mo Fen shouted again. Feeling the power filling his body, Zi Chen became extremely confident. He stared at Mo Fen with his yin-yang eye and said coldly, I'll also give you one more chance. Kneel down and beg for mercy. Otherwise, die. Zi Chen's gaze was fixed on Mo Fen. Mo Fen was furious, but there was also shock on his face. However, he thought it was just a coincidence. With a roar, he charged at Zi Chen. When he arrived in front of Zi Chen, he arrived behind Zi Chen with lightning speed and launched a powerful attack. However, before Mo Fen's attack landed, he saw that Zi Chen had already turned around and was staring at him with his yin-yang eye. Those cold and emotionless eyes were looking at him as if he was looking at a dead man. Mo Fen had a bad feeling. He immediately withdrew his power and prepared to dodge. He felt that Zi Chen was strange. However, in this minor world, a loud rumble suddenly rang out, followed by the sound of a sword. Chapter 1043. Mo Fen only felt his vision darken as a surge of power landed on his body. At that moment, he felt as if he had been hit by a divine mountain flying at high speed, instantly losing consciousness. Within the pocket dimension, Mo Fen's body exploded with a loud bang. The sound of the explosion spread throughout the pocket dimension, causing the heavens and earth to tremble. Such a drastic change caused both the humans and the demons outside to change their expressions. Their faces were filled with shock. Initially, Zi Chen wasn't a match for Mo Fen, but he didn't expect Mo Fen to be blasted into nothingness in the blink of an eye. Mo Li, who was rushing towards Zi Chen after Mo Fen, was truly shocked when he saw this scene. At this moment, he didn't care about anything else and ran outside in a flash. "Where do you think you're going?" Zi Chen shouted and chased after him. However, Mo Li's figure disappeared in the blink of an eye. Zi Chen also arrived at the spot where Mo Li had disappeared in the blink of an eye. Originally, he was only controlling one sword steely, but now, he was controlling 9 sword steelies. The 9 sword steelies attacked the spot where Mo Li had disappeared one after another. A loud bang resounded between heaven and earth, like a landslide, a tsunami, or a sudden clap of thunder. The pocket dimension that Earth Origin Ream was supporting began to tremble violently and distort. After the first round of Sword Steely's attacks, it was on the verge of collapse. Mo Fen's death had already caused Earth Origin Ream's expression to change, but Zi Chen's next series of actions caught him off guard. When he finally reacted and was about to completely seal off the pocket dimension, Zi Chen's shout rang out again. "Open for me!" Following this shout, the Sword Steelies launched a new round of attacks under the control of his spiritual sense. This time, because it was a matter of life and death, Zi Chen's potential was displayed to the maximum. The Sword Steelies only attacked twice in the second round, but the pocket dimension was already on the verge of collapse. After the third attack, the pocket dimension exploded with a loud bang. Earth Origin Ream's pocket dimension shattered, revealing his figure. Only then did Earth Origin Ream fully awaken and suddenly send a palm strike towards Zi Chen below. This palm strike was powerful and terrifying as it headed straight for Zi Chen. In the face of this palm, Zi Chen did not have the time to dodge. He controlled the sword steely to block the palm print. At the same time, he rushed out of the spatial world. It wasn't easy to break out of this place. If he continued to delay by blocking this palm, the space world would heal. If that happened, Zi Chen would definitely die. Ignoring the palm print above his head, Zi Chen flashed to the outside world. In the space behind him, the palm print landed on the sword steelies. Rumbling sounds rang out continuously as the 9 sword steelies fell everywhere. "Come back here!" Zi Chen shouted and controlled the sword steely to return. At the same time, he rushed forward. This time, Zi Chen used the power of the heavenly thunder wings, and his speed instantly reached the pinnacle. Behind him, the sword steelies were also flying and being collected by Zi Chen one by one. Swoosh! In a flash of brilliance, Zi Chen's figure disappeared between heaven and earth. In the surroundings, the crowd of humans and demons were all stunned by this sudden change. Zi Chen actually ran away just like that. Especially Mo Li, there was not a trace of blood on his face. His eyes were filled with deep fear and lingering fear. If he had rushed towards Zi Chen in anger instead of his brother Mo Fen, the one who would have been killed would have been him. "Damn little guy!" Suddenly, an angry shout came from the sky. It was an Earth Origin Ream. He stood in the air with a huge stone steely in his hand. This stone steely was the sword steely. In the Earth Origin Ream's hand, the sword steely was still struggling and trembling, but it could not break free. Of the 9 sword steelies, Zi Chen had successfully collected 8, leaving the last one here. After being humiliated, no matter how much he admired Zi Chen, the demon was still angry. He coldly said, "Send out the order to seal off this area. Block all transmission arrays. No human is allowed to enter." Yes. The demons accepted the order and then scattered in all directions. Some went to find Zi Chen, while others returned to the city to seal off the transmission arrays. He ran away. He actually ran away. This is too unimaginable. A human origin ream actually broke through the world of the Earth origin ream. Zi-Chen is indeed Zi-Chen, worthy of being the existence that killed the spiritual body. This kind of means is enough to shock the world. A group of humans who had received the news and came over were all shocked. Uncle, the Thunder Clan's world is closed. Mo Li's voice suddenly came. He had flashed to the entrance of the Thunder Clan's world, but it was already sealed. The Earth origin ream looked at the big stone and frowned slightly. He was not sure if the Thunder Clan had sealed him in this small world, or if Zi-Chen had used some method to take them all away. We must find Zi-Chen. In the end, the Earth origin ream, who had no clue, could only coldly say. The humans and demons had all retreated. In this area, many demons moved out to search for traces of Zi-Chen. They attached great importance to Zi-Chen, so much so that when they were searching for humans, they were not allowed to see any traces of humans. Anyone who was found would be killed without mercy. All the humans had entered the big city, leaving only the demons outside. If they found another human, it would naturally be Zi-Chen. If it wasn't, they would just kill him. Although Mo Li was scared out of his wits by Zi-Chen, after 2 days of rest, he once again embarked on the journey to find Zi-Chen. All of you, be more careful. Don't miss a single spot. Mo Li stood in the air and shouted at the group of demons below. Looking for a human in this entire area was no doubt like looking for a needle in a haystack. However, if they had enough manpower and resources, this situation could be called catching a turtle in a jar. This group of people is really haunting me. In a dense forest, Zi-Chen retracted his aura and looked up at the approaching demons with a cold smile on his face. In the past 2 days, he had encountered several waves of demons searching for him and had also killed several waves of them. Naturally, his tracks were discovered and attracted even more demons. Outside the forest, the demons landed one after another and entered the forest. They carefully searched, not missing a single spot. After a quarter of an hour, they found Zi-Chen and shouted, "Zi-Chen is here. He's here." Zi-Chen turned into a ray of golden light and rushed into the midst of the demons like a bolt of lightning, then began his massacre. Explosions rang out continuously, and all kinds of energy vibrations reverberated between heaven and earth. Wave after wave of energy ripples spread out in all directions. After a minute, all kinds of sounds disappeared, and a large empty space appeared in the middle of the forest. The air was filled with the smell of blood. After exterminating the demons, Zi-Chen's figure flashed and left the area. After a quarter of an hour, Mo Li appeared with a group of demons. Looking at the demon corpses on the ground, his face became extremely ugly. These corpses were all killed in one blow without any hesitation. He raised his head and looked at the endless forest, a cold light flashing in his eyes. After a moment, he coldly said, "Send out the signal and call all the demons here. Zi-Chen must be in this forest." In the depths of the forest, Zi-Chen saw black light shoot up into the sky one after another. He knew that this was a signal from the demons. Soon, many demons would appear here. The demons were a group with many experts and were not afraid of death. Therefore, Zi-Chen's continuous massacre not only did not frighten the demons, but also aroused their anger. After confirming his direction, Zi-Chen could completely guess that there were many demons gathered here. It was very likely that the Earth Yuan realm demons were also outside. Half an hour later, Zi-Chen's tracks were discovered again, and another fierce battle ensued. Why was it called a fierce battle and not a massacre? It was because there were casualties in this battle, and it was no longer the scene of a one-hit kill like before. However, some of the casualties were more serious. As soon as the demons arrived, they died after a few breaths. These survivors told the crowd an extremely important piece of news. Zi-Chen was already injured, and his injuries were not light. Therefore, in the following battle, the number of demon survivors increased. In the end, Zi-Chen no longer fought fiercely, but ran away. "Chase, he's almost done for." Mo Li laughed loudly, thinking that everything was under control. This kind of non-stop pursuit lasted for 2 days. After 2 days, Zi-Chen once again encountered a group of demons, and another battle broke out. This time, more than 10 demons died in the battle, and 2 were seriously injured. One of them was lightly injured, while the other was on the verge of death. When the group of demons caught up, the heavily injured demon was already dead. Looking at the remaining injured demon, Moli frowned and said, "Send him back." One of the demons nodded and carried the injured demon back. The human Yuan realm cultivator was seriously injured, and ordinary elixirs would not be of much use. The demons did not have many resources, so Moli did not want to waste such an elixir on the human Yuan realm cultivator. Moreover, facing Zichen, the injured demon's battle strength was almost negligible. Sending him back was the best choice. The demons did not have many things, but they had a lot of people and experts. "You met Zichen?" On the way back, the demon asked the injured demon on his back. "Yes." The heavily injured demon snorted. "Is Zichen's battle strength really that strong?" The demon asked again. This time, the heavily injured demon did not answer, but lowered his head. Above their heads, groups of demons flew past the 2 of them. When they saw the 2 of them, they nodded and greeted them. During this time, the demon asked the injured demon a few more questions, but received neither salty nor indifferent answers. Suddenly, the injured demon said, "You're too slow, can you go faster?" "What?" The demon was stunned and turned to look at the injured demon on his back. "I said, you're too slow, can you go faster?" The injured demon said again. "You're injured, but why are you still so energetic? Also, you're important, but there's no blood on your body." The demon realized that something was wrong. Just as the demon's eyes flashed and he was about to shout, a strong spiritual sense rushed out from the injured demon's mind. The strong spiritual sense entered the demon's mind, and the light in his eyes disappeared. A moment later, he became sluggish again. "Hurry up, go faster," the injured demon said. Chapter 1044. The injured demon was naturally Zichen. He had been preparing for this day for several days. His perfect body could change his appearance at will, even if he turned into a demon. His transformation could be said to be impeccable, and ordinary people would not be able to detect it. However, such a transformation had a fatal flaw, which was that he could not fight. Zichen could only transform into pure demonic qi, but he could not use it to attack. What he was using now was the soul seed technique that he had learned from Longhu. The demons began to speed up, wanting to bring Zichen back to the city. They encountered many demons along the way, but they were all successfully deceived. From afar, Zichen saw the outline of a large city, and his face immediately lit up. As long as he was in a place with humans, he would be truly free. The demons would be dreaming if they wanted to catch him again. "Catch him. Hurry up and stop him for me." Moli had already seen Zichen, and ordered the other demons to surround him. Zichen's speed was getting slower and slower, and he was only running away, no longer attacking. Moli concluded that Zichen was seriously injured, and it was only a matter of time before he was caught. A cold smile appeared on his face. After an hour of pursuit, the demons finally succeeded in surrounding Zichen. Looking at Zichen, Moli shouted, "Zichen, let's see where you can run to this time." Zichen turned around, glanced at Moli, and said coldly, "What? Do you think you can catch me with these trash?" Zichen's words caused great dissatisfaction, and more killing intent appeared, sweeping towards Zichen. Moli sneered, "You're already an arrow at the end of its flight. Any one of us here can take you down." Zichen, who was full of confidence, suddenly looked like a deflated balloon. His expression instantly became depressed, and he sighed, "Seems like you found out." Moli laughed complacently, "Of course. Let me tell you, today is the day you die. Of course, if you are willing to submit to our demon race, I can let you live. But the prerequisite is that you let me put a seal on you." The fact that Zichen was able to kill Mo Fen with a single strike had shocked the entire devil race. At the same time, the thought of recruiting him rose in their hearts. Even though Mo Li really wanted to kill Zichen to avenge his brother, he had no choice but to obey the orders of the powerhouses in his race. He had already made up his mind. If Zichen really accepted his offer, he would make Zichen pay a price worse than death after sealing Zichen completely. Zichen sighed and looked up. The bleakness on his face disappeared and was replaced by a playful look. A very good suggestion, but unfortunately, it doesn't suit me. Mowgli's face immediately lit up. He shouted, "What? You don't want to join the demon clan? Do you really want us to kill you? That's not necessary. I can do it myself." Everyone was confused by Zichen's words. In the next moment, Zichen's figure in the air became illusory and then disappeared. Mowgli's face instantly turned ugly. He roared, "Doppelganger! This is a doppelganger, damn it! If the doppelganger was here, then where did the real body go?" No one knew, and no one could figure it out. As for Zichen, it was as if he had disappeared into thin air and never appeared in this area again. When they were about to enter the city, Zichen had already dismounted from the devil race's back. The two walked side by side and entered the city. There were many devil race members entering and exiting the city gates. The arrival of the two did not attract much attention. Because no one could have guessed that Zichen could turn into a devil race member, no one would suspect that they were of the same race. Just as they entered the city, the devil race member beside them met someone familiar. This surprised Zichen a little. Fortunately, he handled it well and successfully deceived the other party. The two headed straight for the teleportation array. When they arrived at the teleportation array, no devil race member suspected anything. Zichen prepared to step into the teleportation array and leave. "Wait." Suddenly, a voice sounded from behind. Zichen had just stepped into the teleportation array when he paused. His expression immediately changed. Zichen turned his head and saw a group of 5 devil race members walking towards him. When he saw the person in the lead, Zichen's expression changed again. This was because the person who came was actually a woman. Naturally, there were women in the devil race, but Zichen had not seen many of them. Furthermore, he did not care about them. This was because devil race women had red eyes and horns on their heads. This made Zichen extremely unhappy. Of course, the most important reason was that humans and devil race were mortal enemies. When they met, they would kill each other endlessly. Zichen naturally would not pay too much attention to devil race women. But the devil race woman in front of him was different. Her eyes were black, and there were no horns on her head. She was wearing a tight black dress, which perfectly outlined her tall and slender figure. This was a cold and elegant devil race woman. Her appearance was naturally indescribable. She was completely comparable to the most beautiful human woman Zichen had ever seen. Seeing the devil race woman approaching, Zichen's face was filled with shock. However, he was more suspicious because the devil race woman was staring at him. The two looked at each other. Zichen did not notice that the other devil race members around him had already half knelt on the ground. Zichen retracted his gaze and dodged to the side. He lowered his head and made way for the devil race woman. Zichen had already transformed into a devil race member with horns on his head. In his words, he was as ugly as he could be. Therefore, he did not think that the devil race woman in front of him would pay too much attention to him. Zichen cleverly moved out of the way. Only then did he notice that the other devil race members around him were half kneeling on the ground. This made his expression change once again. He hesitated. Could it be that he had to kneel to this devil race woman? Zichen warned himself that he had to put on a good show. Otherwise, if he revealed his identity here, he was afraid that it would cause a lot of trouble. Because in this city, there were bound to be Earth Origin Realm devils guarding it. "What is your name?" Just as Zichen was about to kneel, a cold voice rang out. It was the devil race woman. Her cold and aloof eyes were like black gems as she looked at Zichen. Although she did not deliberately put on an act, the imperceptible aura she exuded made her seem like a queen. Moreover, her height was almost the same as Zichen's, which made Zichen feel a bit of pressure. This was a question that Zichen did not expect. He had not yet thought of a devil race name for himself. Just as Zichen was thinking, a black token appeared in front of him. A devil race member walked out from behind the devil race woman and shouted at Zichen, "What are you staring at? Don't you see what this is?" The other devils around him did not dare to make a sound. Zichen was even more confused. He thought to himself, "Isn't this just a black token?" Zi Chen did not understand the meaning of this token, so he asked with his spiritual sense, "What is this thing? What does this thing do?" "Master, this is the token of the royal race. They are members of the royal race. The woman in front of you should be the princess. Look at their clothes, there is a devil flame pattern on the left side of their chest. That is the symbol of the royal race. When you see a member of the royal race, you must salute. The prince and princess of the royal race represent the purest devil race bloodline and the peak strength of the devil race. Yes, they are comparable to the invincible spirit bodies of the human race. It is just that they do not appear, and it is said that they did not come to the human world. I did not expect one to appear here." Hearing this explanation, Zi Chen was more or less shocked. Moreover, this was the first time he had heard of the royal race. Time was of the essence, so he hurriedly asked, "How is the royal race's strength compared to Mo Fen?" "Mo Fen is not even 1/10 of the royal race's strength. What name should I call you?" "Ordinary devils have the word Mo in their title. Master can call you Mo Chen." Although the conversation between the two was very fast, Zi Chen did not immediately answer or salute, which was already causing dissatisfaction. However, just as the other party was about to get angry, Zi Chen reacted. He hurriedly saluted and said, "Greetings to the royal race's lord and princess. I am called Mo Chen." The devil kneeling beside Zi Chen changed his expression. He wanted to stop them, but it was too late. Although he was under Zi Chen's control, he was still a devil in his bones. He was very respectful to the royal race. "Master, in the royal race, you are not called princess, but princess. Why didn't you say so earlier?" "Princess, what an interesting title." The witch smiled faintly and did not pursue the matter. She looked at Zi Chen and said, "You should not come out much, right?" "Yes, princess. When I was in the devil race, I was always cultivating. I rarely asked about other things." Zi Chen respectfully replied. "So you are a devil cultivator." The devil race was not like the humans. There were mortals among the humans, but all of the devil race were cultivators. The title of devil cultivator was like the ascetic cultivators among the humans. To be on the safe side, Zi Chen hurriedly asked about some places in the devil race, so that when the other party asked him where he was cultivating in seclusion, he could answer with a place. "I need to take care of something. Come with me." Unexpectedly, the witch didn't ask any questions. Instead, she indifferently said such a sentence. The Black King token was kept. The four people behind the witch did not say anything. Of course, no one objected to the witch's words. Without waiting for Zi Chen to answer, the witch stepped into the transmission array. The witch's figure disappeared. Two of the devil race quickly followed. As for the other two, they stared at Zi Chen. Zi Chen had no choice but to follow. This transmission array was built by the devil race. It could only lead to one place, and that was the devil sect city. The devil race had been in the Sky Martial continent for more than 50 years. For cultivators who could move mountains and fill seas, 50 years could change a lot of things. Large cities rose from the ground one after another. In addition to occupying human cities, the devil race also built many more. In the devil sect city, Zi Chen met many humans. After years of fighting, coercion, and enticement, there were already many humans who could coexist peacefully with the devil race. The witch entered the devil sect city and did not stay for long. She walked out of the city. 4 devil race cultivators followed closely behind her. They were all in the late stage of the mortal origin realm. Zi Chen walked at the back. He originally wanted to leave the city, but he was curious about what the princess was going to do, so he decided to stay. Of course, during this time, the 4 devil race cultivators were like Zi Chen. They were curious about why the princess would bring them along. Chapter 1045. The group of 6 moved forward without flying. During this time, the princess did not speak to Zi Chen, and the other 4 did not communicate with each other. The group of 6, walking on the ground, was very silent and very strange. It seemed that she herself also felt this strange atmosphere. After walking for half an hour, the princess said, "You will come with me later." There were 5 people behind her, but the princess only used the word "you." He did not know who she was talking to, but after seeing that the other four did not respond at all, Zichen guessed that she was talking to him. He nodded, and then found that he was walking at the back, and it seemed that no one would pay attention to him, so he just nodded casually. After that, there was another period of silence, but in the silence, whether it was the expressions of the four people or the princess, there were some changes in them. Zichen paused for a moment, and then remembered that his behavior just now was not very polite, so he added, "Where are we going?" The four devils looked back at Zichen, and their expressions became more and more strange. As for the front, the princess also paused for a moment. Normally, she would not explain, but for some reason today, she unexpectedly explained, "We are going to see some humans." "See humans? Aren't humans and devils enemies?" Zichen asked again, and his face showed surprise. "Yes, they are enemies. If you want to kill people later, you can kill them," the princess said again. The four guards behind the princess had been with her for many years. They knew that the cold and noble princess was usually not very talkative, and as for patiently explaining to others, they had never seen her. But today, the princess's attitude was really unexpected. Of course, even more unexpected was the guy named Mo Chen behind her. Just from his surname, it could be seen that he was just an ordinary devil. But this guy did not even have the minimum respect for the princess, as if the two of them were on equal footing. But his attitude did not arouse the princess's dissatisfaction. The princess was not displeased, but the four of them were. They all glared at Zichen fiercely. As the princess's guards, even if they had feelings for the princess, they had to hide it deep in their hearts. They could not show it in the slightest. Therefore, when they looked at Zichen, there was only warning and no other emotions such as jealousy or anger. Zichen also came to his senses after the warning. He recognized his identity and didn't say anything else. After that, there was silence all the way. In silence, the six of them advanced for another 4 hours. After 6 hours, the six of them had advanced over 500 li normally, flying would only take a moment. At the end of his line of sight, Zichen saw an ancient castle. The ancient castle was fiery red, and its architectural style was like a blazing flame. From a distance, the entire ancient castle looked like a burning ancient castle. Zichen could guess the origin of such a stylish castle at a glance. Only the Hue clan, known as the Flame Controller, would have such a preference for fire. The ancient castle was right in front of them, but the six of them had already walked 10-some li. This was a massive ancient castle. Just the walls of the castle were nearly 100 meters tall. Around the ancient castle, within a radius of 5 li, there was a no-fly zone. The gate of the ancient castle was several dozen meters tall, and both of the gates were engraved with images of flames. As if this wasn't their first time here, the four demon race experts' faces didn't change. When they reached the gate, it automatically opened. The princess took a step forward and then paused. Behind her, under the fierce gazes of the four demon race experts, Zichen hurriedly followed. The gate behind them slammed shut, and Zichen felt like he had arrived in another world. Up ahead was a flat red road, and the red stones were like flames. Deep within the ancient castle, there was not a single figure to be seen, and it seemed lifeless. The princess took a step forward and stepped on a red stone. A moment later, the red stone flashed with light. As soon as this light appeared, it was like a chain reaction, and the other red stones lit up one after another. Then, Zichen felt his vision blur, and he arrived in a world of flames. "This is an illusion." Zichen looked at the princess in front of him and whispered. The princess didn't speak this time, nor did she explain. She continued to walk forward, and with a single step, Zichen lost sight of her. Zichen's pupils shrank, and he stood in place without moving. At this moment, his mind was spinning rapidly. First, he wondered if this was a trap set up specifically for him, but it obviously wasn't. If the other party had really recognized him, then they wouldn't have gone through so much trouble to find an Earth Origin Realm demon race expert to kill him. Moreover, he had already guessed that this was the ancient castle of the Hue clan. The possibility of an illusion appearing as soon as he entered was very small. It was most likely to be a test. After figuring this out, Zichen strode into the depths of the flames. During this time, he didn't use his yin-yang eyes, nor did he use his demon power, because once he used his demon power, he would be exposed. He's only in the middle stage of the mortal origin realm, but the princess is willing to bring him along. This is very strange. Indeed, the princess has never talked to other demons before. She wouldn't even look at those geniuses. But today, she took the initiative to bring a strange man here. Outside the ancient castle, the 4 demons finally couldn't understand. One of them said, "He has a very strange aura. I think the princess brought him along because of this." "Strange aura, Sai Xiao, you've been with the princess the longest. Do you know something?" The demon named Sai Xiao shook his head and said, "I don't know. It's just a feeling. I can't describe it, but I feel that his aura is similar to that of the princess." "What? Similar to that of the princess?" The other 3's expressions changed. "Could it be that he's a prince?" Sai Xiao smiled and said, "That's impossible. There are only so many princes, and every single one of them is protected by the demons. How could he be a prince? When I said similar aura, I meant the demon power. Maybe he's had some kind of adventure. The demon power in his body is extremely pure, almost comparable to that of the princess and the prince. According to what you said, his battle power is even stronger than ours. That's hard to say. After all, it's just my guess. As for whether he's extraordinary or not, we'll know when he comes out. Yes, there's a test before entering the ancient castle. If he can't even pass that, there's no need for him to come out. But if he can come out alive, it means that he's not weaker than us." At this moment, Zi Chen was in the test they were talking about. However, it was different from when they passed the test. Zi Chen passed the test completely by relying on his perception and his powerful physical body. During this period, he didn't use any power. The princess had passed the test and arrived outside the Sea of Fire. There was a young man in a robe of flame standing there. When the young man saw the princess come out, a smile appeared on his face. He said, as expected of the royal princess, "You actually passed through the Sea of Fire so quickly. You've once again broken our fastest record here." The princess glanced at the young man and said indifferently, "Di, aren't you bored? You always use this kind of trick. Do you think you can trap me with this?" Di waved his hand and said, "Princess, you've really misunderstood me. This test was set during the inspection of the ancient castle. It was born with the ancient castle. I have no right to cancel it. Moreover, this is also a proof of strength. If you don't have the corresponding strength, you're not qualified to come here. Hey, where's your guard?" Judging by the time, they should have come out. Di was surprised. The princess's heart skipped a beat when she heard that. She said, "I have a new guard today." "Oh." Di looked at the princess and then at the Sea of Fire in front of them. He waved his sleeve and said, "Just wait for a while. I want to see what's so special about your guard." A light image appeared in front of them. It was a Sea of Fire, and Zi Chen was standing in the middle of the Sea of Fire. At this moment, Zi Chen's eyes were completely closed, and he didn't use any strength. Seeing this scene, Di was surprised. The princess's expression also changed when she saw Zi Chen pass through the Sea of Fire. He's completely relying on his perception and didn't use any strength. The Sea of Fire can't do anything to him. His body's strength is also not bad. If he can really walk out like this, it'll be very good. Looking at Zi Chen in the Sea of Fire, Di gave his evaluation. The princess didn't say anything, but she had already made up her mind. If he could really walk here without using any strength, then she would let him be her guard. As for her background, the princess didn't want to investigate because she was confident that she could suppress such a guard. Even if he was sent by someone with ulterior motives, she was not afraid. "Why aren't you coming in? Do you have something to say?" At this moment, a voice rang out from inside. A young man with a sword on his back walked out. When he saw the princess and Di looking ahead, he also subconsciously glanced ahead. A very interesting demon. He's going to rely on his perception and strength to get through here. He's very interesting, Wang Di added. There really are quite a few hidden dragons and crouching tigers under the princess. I'd like to see this guard. I just don't know how long he can last against me, said the young man with the sword on his back. This time, no one answered him because Zi Chen had already reached the end of the sea of fire. As he stepped out, the sea of fire disappeared. Then, when Zi Chen opened his eyes, he saw 3 people in front of him. One was a spiritual body of the Hui clan, and the other was a spiritual body of the sword sect. The fact that the 2 of them appeared together made him think of something. He secretly wondered if the sword sect and the Hui clan were in cahoots with the demons. "All right, let's go in quickly. Everyone's getting impatient from waiting," said the young man from the sword sect. He then turned around and walked into the castle. "Princess, let's go." Hui Di extended his hand and gestured for the princess to go first. The princess nodded and was the first to enter. Hui Di followed and walked side by side with the princess. Zi Chen stood outside, not knowing whether he should go in or out. Chapter 1046. Zi Chen walked into the castle. This was a majestic hall. The walls of the hall were engraved with exquisite carvings. There were 2 other people in the hall. One was a black-clothed young man with an ordinary face, and the other was a well-built man. Zi Chen's gaze swept past the 2 of them, and a strange light flashed in his eyes. Just by looking at their appearances and relying on his perception, he had already guessed their identities. Zi Chen tactfully stood behind the princess. He wondered why a group of spirit bodies had gathered here and what they were after. When the princess came in, the black-clothed young man and the well-built man both stood up. After seeing the princess's face, their eyes flickered. Hui Di smiled and explained, "Shoqi, Ba Meng, let me introduce you. This is the princess of the Power Demon Royal Tribe. Princess, this is Ba Meng from the Ba Dao tribe, and this is Shoqi from the Shoji tribe." Hui Di always said that princess's battle power is unparalleled, but I didn't expect your face to be even more unparalleled. Ba Meng smiled. Shoqi nodded as a form of greeting. "You're too kind." The princess nodded and said, "Let's not talk too much. Have you brought the things?" "Yes." "Why? Do you want to trade now?" Hui Di said regretfully, "I've prepared some shows for you, princess. Do you want to watch?" The princess raised her hand and said, "No need, let's trade." Behind the princess, Zi Chen was very curious. Just what did someone of this level want to trade? Hui Di glanced at the others and said, "If that's the case, then everyone, take out your things." The others nodded and clapped their hands. The next moment, a few cultivators walked out from the rooms around the castle. They all held a long box in their hands. The box glowed, and there were many runes carved on it. Zi Chen knew a bit about formations, and he immediately recognized that the runes were some kind of seal. Seeing these rectangular boxes, the princess's cold face relaxed slightly. Hui Di said, "Ba Meng, Shoqi, this is your first time here. According to the rules, you should introduce your things first." Ba Meng and Shoqi looked at each other. Ba Meng smiled and gestured for Shoqi to go first. "This is a sword without an owner. My spirit is about to reach the peak." After a brief introduction, Shoqi opened the box. Suddenly, a brilliant light appeared from the box. Inside the box was a lightsaber that was emitting a brilliant rainbow light. On the surface of the rainbow light, there was a layer of seal. Seeing the light sword, a strange expression appeared on Zi Chen's face. Even with the seal, the light within the sword was still so dazzling. It could be seen how extraordinary the light sword itself was. The princess glanced at the light sword. Her expression was calm, and no one could tell what she was thinking. The killing lineage really has a deep foundation. I didn't expect that other than the killing sword, there would be another spirit weapon like this. Seeing the light sword, the people from the sword school spoke. Shoqi glanced at the young man from the sword sect and said, "This was obtained by a senior from the sword sect. It has always been nurturing and has never recognized an owner." After killing Chi, Ba Meng stepped forward. He took out a black saber. The black saber was as black as ink, as if it was made from demon stones. It was very extraordinary. "This is the demonic flame saber, a spirit weapon," Ba Meng explained. After that, Hui Di and the young man from the sword school also took out their own items. Without a doubt, they were all spirit weapons. Zi Chen was very confused. It was the first time he heard the name of a spirit weapon. So, he asked in a low voice, "Princess, what is a spirit weapon?" Zi Chen's question attracted the attention of the others. A guard who didn't know anything actually dared to speak in this kind of situation. Naturally, it would attract dissatisfaction. However, since the princess didn't say anything, they naturally wouldn't say anything. "You don't know what a spirit weapon is?" The princess glanced at Zi Chen with a trace of surprise in her eyes. Zi Chen shook his head. Such an impolite behavior naturally attracted the dissatisfaction of the others. "You're only in the middle stage, not the late stage. It's normal that you don't know." The princess opened her mouth and explained to Zi Chen, spirit weapons can also be called human-level weapons. The difference between them and human-level weapons is that there is a soul in the weapon. Of course, Zi Chen knew that there was a soul in the weapon. His dragon soul spear was a spirit weapon. The true nobility of a spirit weapon lies in its ability to grow and transform into an earth-level weapon. Of course, being able to transform is one thing, being able to complete the transformation is another. The princess glanced at Zi Chen and said, "Every earthly origin realm martial artist wishes to have an earth-level weapon. Therefore, most of them start from the human origin realm to nurture their own spirit weapon. Of course, it's impossible to be 100% successful. Perhaps, at the moment of transformation, the spirit weapon will disintegrate and dissipate." Zi Chen frowned and said, "In other words, not every earthly origin realm martial artist has an earth-level weapon." "Of course," the princess said. Not far away, Huadi smiled and said, "We don't know what the probability is for you demons. But for us humans, out of 10 earthly origin realm martial artists, only 1 or 2 have an earth-level weapon." Zi Chen's expression changed again. He never thought that there would be such a shortage of earth-level weapons. He asked again, "Why are there so few earth-level weapons?" "You should be referring to the ordinary earthly origin realm martial artists, not the earthly origin realm martial artists of your aristocratic families." Zi Chen subconsciously thought of the earth spiritual weapon as an elixir weapon. Back in the chaotic lands, there were many elixir essences, but not everyone had an elixir weapon. Elixir weapons were very scarce, but that was only for rogue cultivators. For the big forces, an elixir weapon was nothing. Earth-level weapons are not like other weapons. Every spirit weapon that has been successfully promoted to Earth-level weapon will only be loyal to one person. Once this person dies, the Earth-level weapon will automatically disintegrate. The spirit weapon will scatter and the weapon will shatter. Therefore, Earth-level weapons are very rare at any time. This time, Zi Chen was extremely moved. Earth-level weapons would actually disintegrate because of the death of their owner. No wonder Earth-level weapons were so rare. And now, he finally understood why there were so few earthly origin realm martial artists who used Earth-level weapons. Obviously, they didn't care about the power of spirit weapons, but they didn't have Earth-level weapons. They could only use their bodies and techniques to attack. Zi Chen's horizons were broadened today. At the same time, he decided to properly nurture the Dragon Soul Spear. "Princess, for this transaction, I don't know if you want to pick 1 or 2 weapons or exchange all of them." Zi Chen still had some questions, but the others were too lazy to explain. Huadi opened his mouth, and everyone went back to business. The princess's gaze swept across the 4 weapons. After pondering for a moment, she said, "I want to exchange all of them." "All of them?" Everyone's expression immediately changed. Some were surprised, and some were happy. Among them, Shochi thought for a moment and said, "According to the rules, 1 for 2. But my sword is very special. I'm going to exchange 1 for 3. Special." The princess looked at Shochi. Shochi reached into the long box and grabbed the long sword. His other hand stretched out 2 fingers and drew on the sword. The seal on the light sword was instantly unlocked. The next moment, a loud sword sound was heard. The entire hall was filled with brilliant light. The colorful light overflowed, and it was like a fairyland. A sharp sword intent was released from the sword. It was extremely fierce, overbearing, and sharp. In the oppressive aura, there was also a chill. Zi Chen actually felt a dangerous aura from the long sword. This sword could threaten his life. He immediately exclaimed, "What a great spirit weapon!" Obviously, the quality of this spirit weapon was far superior to Zichen's Dragon Soul Spear. Of course, it wasn't that the Dragon Soul Spear was inferior. It was just that the Dragon Soul Spear hadn't grown to this level yet. The oppressive aura disappeared in the next moment. The sword of colorful light was put away by Shochi again. It was resealed in the long box. The light in the princess's eyes also disappeared with the seal of the long sword. She nodded and said, "Okay, 1 for 3. The others were immediately moved. They also didn't want to be outdone. They all showed the uniqueness of their weapons, hoping to exchange for one more. Several people showed off their strength. All kinds of lights were released in the hall, and all kinds of oppressive auras were released. No matter which weapon it was, Zichen could feel the same dangerous aura. His expression became much more serious. He originally planned to kill all these spirits in one fell swoop, but he was still somewhat hesitant. Because if everyone worked together, he would be the one who was afraid of death. If they all used spirit weapons, he would definitely die. These spirit weapons are much higher quality than last time. 1 for 3 is definitely possible, the princess said. However, just as everyone's faces revealed joy, the princess said, "However, this time, I will exchange for 2 first. After I bring them back for appraisal, I will exchange for the other 2. This sentence was really unexpected, but they believed in the princess. Moreover, both sides had made more than one deal. They lacked many things, but they didn't lack time. "Okay, then. Which 2 do you want, princess?" Fire Di asked. "That black knife and that colorful light sword." The princess pointed at the overlord physique and Shochi's weapons. Both of them had a look of joy on their faces. Behind the 2, a guard came forward with 2 items. The princess glanced at Zichen, and Zichen naturally understood what she meant. He quickly went forward and took them. With 2 spirit weapons in his hands, Zichen had a slight impulse to take them and run. However, it was an impulse, after all. As long as it was easy to suppress, it would be fine. Then, Zichen saw the princess take out a few fist-sized black stones. These black stones were like extremely black substances in the world. They were so black that they were shiny, just like a black sun. She took out 6 pieces in a row. Each piece was the size of a fist, and 3 pieces for each person. At this moment, Zichen also understood what 1 for 3 meant. It was actually 1 spirit weapon in exchange for 3 of these black stones. Whether it was at first glance or carefully, Zichen couldn't see anything special about these black stones. However, 3 of these stones could be exchanged for a spirit weapon better than the Dragon Soul Spear. Moreover, from the looks of Tyrannical Fierce and Shochi, it was obvious that they thought they were the ones benefiting. Chapter 1047. The transaction was completed, and everyone was happy. Zichen also successfully took away the 2 spirit weapons. The princess seemed to have great trust in him. Of course, this was also because the princess was about to leave and return to the Devil Sect City. "Princess, since you're here today, it's not appropriate to go back today. Why don't you stay here for a night and leave tomorrow? Since the transaction is completed, why don't we do a show?" Huidi urged her to stay. The princess looked at Huidi. "Just now, I noticed that the princess's guards were very unusual. Why don't we let the guards have a little competition and learn from each other? Since the servants have already gone to prepare the food, we can eat together after the competition." "Yeah, even if it's a deal, it doesn't matter if it's a day or 2. The people from the sword sect also said. "All right then." The princess was about to refuse, but suddenly changed her mind. She asked, "You just said a guard competition." Huidi nodded, "Yes, a guard competition. If the princess is willing, we can place a small bet. Of course, if we win, it will be the guards." "All right." The princess agreed. During this time, she didn't look at Zichen, nor did she ask for his opinion. "Who will go first?" the princess asked. "Let's start with your guard. You and I will fight, and I will bet a human-level weapon," Huidi said. Seeing that the princess was about to agree, Zichen suddenly said, "Wait." Everyone looked at the impolite Zichen. They all thought that this guard was too incompetent. Betting a human-level weapon is too boring. If we want to bet, let's bet a spirit weapon. As soon as Chen spoke, everyone's expression immediately changed. A spirit weapon was an extremely precious item. No one would be willing to take it out to bet, especially with a guard. Chen saw the changes in everyone's expression. He looked at Hu Di and said, "There's no need for a guard to compete with me. You and I will fight, and we will bet a spirit weapon." Hiss. Gasps could be heard from all around. Everyone's expressions immediately changed. On one hand, they were sighing at the huge stakes this time. On the other hand, they felt that Chen was overestimating himself. He actually dared to bet with a spirit body, and one that was one level higher than him. Hu Di sneered and ridiculed, "You want me to use my spirit weapon as a wager? Then what can a mere guard like you use as a wager?" Chen was a straightforward person. He spread his hands and said, "Of course I don't have the money to gamble, but my princess does. Just take out 3 pieces of that black stone from before." The moment Chen's words left his mouth, everyone felt a sense of suffocation and an urge to vomit blood. Black stone, who dared to say that it was a black stone? Even the indifferent princess was rendered speechless by Chen's words. "Black rock. That's easy for you to say. Do you know what it is?" Hu Di said coldly. "I don't know. I'd like to hear the details." Hu Di's face showed a trace of disdain. "Idiot, that is the brilliant demon crystal. Only the demon race can produce it, and it is extremely rare. 1 piece of brilliant demon crystal can make a spirit weapon evolve into an earth spirit weapon. How dare you say that it is a black stone?" Chen finally understood the function of the black stone. He was truly shocked by the effect of the brilliant demon crystal. Chen's expression changed, and Hu Di saw it all. He asked with a mocking smile, "What? Do you still want to bet after knowing the value of the brilliant demon crystal?" Chen turned around and looked at the princess. Her expression didn't change much. Chen couldn't tell if she agreed or disagreed, but it didn't matter. He said directly, "Yes, why not?" The others were in an uproar. Hu Di's face also showed a trace of surprise. Obviously, this person was still persisting. If he wasn't a fool, then he was confident. A mid-stage mortal origin realm cultivator naturally wouldn't be a fool. If he dared to bet, then he must be very confident. Moreover, in that instant, the group of spirit bodies guessed that this was the queen's intentional arrangement. Therefore, he was much more vigilant and careful. In fact, Hu Di didn't know that the princess was thinking more than him. She even guessed that Mo Chen's appearance was deliberately arranged by her brothers and sisters to set her up. However, a series of changes occurred in her heart. The princess was still calm. She looked at Chen and asked, "How are you going to bet?" This sentence obviously meant that he agreed. This made the others even more surprised. They were sure that this was premeditated. 3 attacks. Only defense is allowed, no attack is allowed. Whoever dies will lose. Chen stared at Hu Di. What? Obviously, Chen's battle rules were completely out of Hu Di's expectation. It also surprised the others. This was obviously a battle of life and death. One of us will attack, but we are only allowed to attack 3 times. If the other dies, we lose, Chen explained again. Hu Di's face changed, and asked, "What about cultivation level?" "It doesn't matter about cultivation level. Only attack and defense. If you want, I can attack you 3 times. If you die, then I naturally win. If you live, then I lose. If you attack, then it's the same." Chen explained again. What a strange battle. What a deep scheme. This is to force Hu Di to attack. It seems that he is very confident in his defense. The others all had their own thoughts. The princess looked at Chen. She suddenly realized that she couldn't see through this Mo Chen. Originally, she thought that he was a lucky guy who had extremely pure demon power. But now, it seemed that he had other secrets. "Princess, what do you think?" Hu Di's eyes fell on the princess, asking for her opinion. The princess thought for a moment and said, "I have to admit that this is the strangest way of battle I have ever seen. But I am also very curious. If you don't have any opinion, Then we can start. Then you agree, princess. The princess's hand flashed, and 3 more brilliant demon crystals appeared. She said, "This is the bet." "Okay, let's bet." Huidi shouted. "How do you choose?" Zichen asked. "Boy, don't play tricks in front of me, and don't force me. I naturally choose the attacking side," Huidi said disdainfully. "Well, for 3 attacks, I will only defend." As soon as Zichen finished speaking, he urged the blood and qi in his body to form a demon power defense on the surface of his body. The crowd dispersed, leaving the battlefield to the 2. Huidi was straightforward. After asking Zichen a question and getting an affirmative answer, he launched an attack. A flaming palm print, exuding blazing heat, fell on Zichen's chest. The flame energy and demon power were entangled and collided. After a breath, the demon power defense was broken, and the attack hit Zichen's chest, sending him flying. Zichen flew a full 5 meters backward, and when he landed, he retreated another 3 meters. The blood and qi in his body boiled, but he forcibly suppressed it and said, 2 more attacks. Around, no one spoke. Being able to block the first attack was naturally within expectations. Huidi snorted and said, "I only used 60% of my strength." Zichen responded, "Then use 100% of your strength next time." The princess stared at Zichen, but Zichen looked very calm. Behind this calmness was a strong confidence that he would win. "Go to hell." Killing intent flashed in Huidi's eyes as he clenched his fist. His entire fist burned with flames. This punch of his tore through space and struck directly at Zichen. Peng! The second magic power armor formed around Zichen was instantly shattered. Powerful forces entered his body and began to destroy Zichen, wanting to kill him. Inside Zichen's body, the perfect body began to exert strength, dispelling the external forces one after another. As he didn't dare expose himself, Zichen held back. Phut! His body kept retreating until he reached the door. His face flushed red and he couldn't help but spit out a mouthful of blood. Then, his face turned pale. Zichen wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and grinned sinisterly. "This is 100% strength. It's nothing much." Everyone was completely moved. Despite being a realm lower than a spirit body, he was still able to withstand 2 strikes. This was truly extraordinary. Just this point alone made their guards far inferior to him. What a strong defense. As expected of the power demon lineage, which is known for its strength. Yes, the power demon lineage has extraordinary strength. Unfortunately, if he was in the late stage of the human origin realm, he might be able to withstand 3 strikes from Huidi. However, with a realm difference, no matter how strong his defense is, he will definitely die under Huidi's 3rd strike. Zichen had blocked 2 of the attacks, but the others were still confident in Huidi. After all, Huidi was a spirit body, an undefeatable and invincible spirit body. With a difference of 1 realm, he could even kill a spirit body, let alone a mere power demon. Blazing heart-piercing fist. Huidi roared and struck out a 3rd strike. The hall was completely filled with flames as an extremely powerful and violent aura appeared. Huidi's fist had completely turned into flames. The flames seemed to have a soul and became extremely terrifying. The flames rose and went straight for Zichen's heart. As the name suggested, it was going to pierce through the heart. Huidi was very confident in this strike. Bang! Before the fist arrived, the demonic armor on Zichen's body exploded. Inside Zichen's body, the golden blood began to circulate. Strands of energy formed a defense inside his body. Boom! The fist landed squarely on Zichen's chest. The endless flames engulfed Zichen. At the same time, the powerful force also sent Zichen flying. Zichen, who was sent flying, heavily smashed into the closed door, triggering the seal there. With a flash of fire, Zichen was once again sent flying. He fell to the ground and rolled a few times. Everyone's eyes widened as they stared at Zichen. They wanted to see if Zichen was still alive. However, the flames were still burning and they couldn't hear Zichen's screams. They couldn't tell if Zichen was still alive or not. This strike will definitely pierce through his heart and destroy his soul. He won't be able to survive. Hu Di was very confident in this strike. The princess's calm face revealed a trace of nervousness. She wasn't nervous about winning or losing, but about Zi Chen. Obviously, this was a demon with great potential. It would be a pity if he died like this. The flames on Zi Chen's body slowly dissipated, revealing a pitch-black body. It was just that a moment ago, it was the original black of a demon, but now it was charred black. He's dead, right? He's burned like this. Chapter 1048. The charred corpse on the ground moved. Even if it was just a tiny movement of a finger, it was enough to attract everyone's attention. The confident Hu Di's face suddenly drained of all color. His pale face was filled with shock and disbelief. How could he be alive? Why wasn't he dead? Zi Chen was indeed alive. After the charred corpse twitched a little, it began to move more frequently. The first thing everyone saw was the charred arm slowly supporting itself against the ground. Then, with some strength, the charred corpse began to stand up. He's not dead. He's really not dead. Heavens, this is unbelievable. The horns on his head are gone, but he's still alive. Everyone found it unbelievable as they cried out. The demonic horns on Zi Chen's head were gone. In fact, he had already revealed his human form, but because of his charred skin, he wasn't completely exposed. These spirit bodies didn't know much about demons, nor did they know the importance of the demonic horns to them. However, Princess knew. At that moment, her mouth was slightly agape and her face was filled with shock. Clearly, this was the first time she had seen a demon who had lost his demonic horns and was still alive. What was even stranger was that there was no blood on his head or body despite his demonic horns being blown away. There was only a mouthful of red blood that had evaporated at some point in time. After Zi Chen got up, he didn't say a word. Instead, he circulated his perfect power over and over again and began to heal his body. Since he couldn't show his full strength in front of everyone, he was naturally injured. Furthermore, his injuries were very serious, almost life-threatening. Thankfully, the perfect body was extraordinary. As long as he still had a breath, he could preserve his life and allow Zi Chen to recover at the fastest speed possible. The second mouthful of blood was deliberately spat out by Zi Chen after he had completely extracted the power of the golden blood. However, just one mouthful took quite a bit of time and effort. Therefore, he didn't have the time to deliberately vomit blood, so he decided not to vomit it. Everyone was completely shocked, so they clearly didn't care about such a small detail. Zi Chen's injuries were rapidly recovering under the perfect body. At the same time, he looked up at Hu Di. Zi Chen's body was black, but his eyes were bright. He said to Hu Di, "I won." Everyone naturally followed Zi Chen's line of sight and saw Hu Di, whose expression was rather ugly. Everyone had different thoughts in their hearts. However, the gloating in their eyes was the same. Losing a spirit weapon was something that no one could accept. Hu Di, you've lost. You're not going to go back on your word, are you? The princess suddenly spoke up. Hu Di snorted and said, Hu Di, am not a sore loser. I admit that I lost, but I don't admit that he won. What do you mean? This is a bet between both parties. He just explained the rules, so it's my turn now. Again, we'll have 3 strikes. If he can kill me, I'll give him 2 soul armaments. If he can't, then we'll forget about it. The princess's expression turned ugly. She scolded, "You're being shameless. This is the second time we've made a bet. When we were gambling, I didn't say that we would only gamble once," Fire Emperor said. Although the others didn't like Hu Di's behavior, they could understand. After all, it was a spirit weapon. No one would be willing to give it away for free. Therefore, they all remained silent. Zi Chen's injuries were almost healed. He suddenly asked, "You have 2 soul armaments on you. One for the trade, and one for myself. Why? Are you willing to gamble with me?" Hu Di looked at Zi Chen in surprise. He had intended to go back on his word, but he didn't expect that the other party would actually say that. "Why wouldn't I want something that's delivered to me for free?" Zi Chen asked back with a trace of ridicule on his face. "Mo Chen, do you know what you're doing? This is a bet. Do you have the confidence to kill him in 3 strikes? The princess said. Zichen said, Of course I have the confidence. Haha. Huadi laughed. Good, it's good to have confidence. I'm afraid that you don't even have the confidence. Don't say that I'm bullying you. This time, I'll let you have 2 more strikes, so you can have 5 strikes. Zichen's eyes lit up. You're the one who said that. Of course. Huadi, am a man of my words. If I let you have 5 strikes, then I'll have 5 strikes. The laughing Huadi's smile quickly froze, because Zichen had stepped forward, stretched out his black hand, and slapped him across the face. The crisp sound spread throughout the surroundings. At this moment, everyone was just like Huadi, dumbfounded. Seeing the 4 black fingerprints on Huadi's face, Zichen laughed. 1 strike, 4 strikes left. You. Huadi's face turned red from anger. He roared at Zichen, You dare hit me? Why wouldn't I dare? We're betting, but I didn't expect your defense to be so strong. Not only did I not kill you, I didn't even injure you. Facing Zichen's ridicule, Huadi wanted to vomit blood. The surrounding people all smiled, obviously understanding what Zichen was thinking. He just wanted to disgust Huadi. Knowing that he couldn't get the spirit weapon, he just wanted to humiliate him. This method was really shameless. Princess had already guessed Zichen's intention. After all, they were both demons, and she was also very ashamed of Huadi's actions. She immediately said, Mo Chen, Huadi's defense is still very strong. You have to use more strength. Zichen turned his head and said, As you command. After saying that, he turned around again, and another slap came down. This time, the slap was even louder. It was as if Zichen had created his own invincible slap technique. Huadi's body spun around 3 times. Damn it, do you know what you're doing? The guard beside Huadi shouted, and at the same time, he stepped forward to stop Zichen. Get lost. Zichen shouted, Can't you see that we're betting? Betting? You're obviously insulting him. The guard shouted again. This slap made Huadi dizzy, and he was burning with anger. He had completely lost his mind. Previously, he was still holding up his defense, waiting for Zichen to attack, but the other party was completely humiliating him. He also expected that the other party knew that he couldn't kill him, and wanted to disgust him. Therefore, he gave up his defense, and was completely furious, his eyes spitting fire. But just as he withdrew his defense, Zichen's eyes suddenly had a murderous intent. He clenched his fist and punched out, and a golden light flashed. The 2 of them were very close. Huadi roared and wanted to question Zichen, but he didn't expect Zichen to suddenly attack. When he reacted, it was already too late. The golden light of the fist drowned Huadi, and a strong force began to attack his body. This attack, other than being terrifying, was even more terrifying because it didn't have the huge pushing force to push his body back. Therefore, Zichen struck out 2 more lightning-fast attacks. For the first attack, he punched out again, and a strong force came out of his fist, pouring into Huadi's body like a tide, rushing up his soul and down into abdomen. Then, the second attack, which was also the 5th attack, changed Zichen's fist into a claw, and directly broke through Huadi's defense, piercing through his chest, and then pulled out a beating heart. The last 3 attacks happened as fast as lightning, so fast that it was inconceivable, and so fast that no one could react. By the time the surrounding people cried out, the battle was already over. The golden light dissipated, and Huadi's lifeless body fell to the ground. Bang! Huadi's body fell to the ground, making a loud sound. Only then did the crowd react. Dead, the spirit body Huadi was actually dead, and within the stipulated range, he was killed in 5 attacks. While the crowd was still in shock, Zichen had already taken off Huadi's spirit ring with lightning speed. At the same time, he looked at Huadi's guard with a smile, saying, I won, this spirit weapon should be mine. Huadi's death, the guard was still in shock. Hearing Zichen's words, he subconsciously wanted to take back the spirit weapon, but he suddenly felt his hand loosening. Then, a huge force landed on his body, and his body involuntarily flew back. Another spirit weapon. Zichen quickly put away the box, and a smile appeared on his face. Around him, the The crowd was still in a daze. Hua Di was dead, and he was the master of this ancient castle, but now, the master was actually dead. The princess's beautiful eyes were wide open, and her face was filled with disbelief. Everything was too inconceivable. What you used just now was not demonic energy. Who are you? Suddenly, a loud shout rang out, and it was Ba Meng who first recovered from his shock. Only then did the others remember that what killed Hua Di was a golden light, and not a pitch-black demonic energy. They all stared at Zi Chen with unkind eyes. Who I am is not important. What's important is that I killed Hua Di within the stipulated range of the bet. I won, right? Zi Chen's body was still charred black, and at this moment, only 2 rows of white teeth could be seen when he smiled. Zi Chen was brought here by the princess, and the others' gazes fell on the princess, but they found that the shock and doubt on her face was no less than theirs. Yi, damn it, why is there no spirit weapon? This bastard is lying. Zi Chen's angry voice suddenly rang out. He checked Hua Di's spirit ring, and there was no spirit weapon inside. The others' gazes towards Zi Chen became extremely strange, but at this time, Ba Meng turned into a ray of light, and rushed towards the dead Hua Di. Courting death. Zi Chen shouted, and his figure flashed, rushing towards Ba Meng. Then, the crowd saw a golden figure closely stick to Ba Meng. Then, the golden figure began to flash, and various battle skills were shot out. The speed was so fast that it was almost as dense as raindrops in a storm, and the sound of banging was constantly heard. Ba Meng was tightly stuck, and facing the storm-like attacks, he could only passively defend, and could not take the initiative to attack. At the same time, his body was constantly retreating, but no matter how he retreated, he could not avoid the golden figure. Damn it, this is a close combat skill, you're an ancient race. These were the last words that Ba Meng said after his life was threatened, and he exploded with all his strength. After that, he spent the rest of his life being chased by Zi Chen. Zi Chen's every punch, every kick, and every finger was used to the extreme, and it was enough to injure Ba Meng, but not enough to send him flying. Every time he lost control, Zi Chen would gently pull him back. Chapter 1049. Golden light flickered and flickered. A powerful aura surged in the hall. This power made everyone's expression change and fear. After circling the hall with a combo, Domineering's injuries finally reached their limits. His body was fractured in many places and blood was gushing out of his body. His entire body was on the verge of collapse. Peng. In the end, Domineering's body exploded and his soul was obliterated. Another spirit body died, and it was from a powerful blow. His body exploded and blood rained down. Flesh splattered everywhere. A pair of black finger gloves fell in front of Zi Chen. The finger gloves weren't stained with blood. Black light lingered around them and they looked quite extraordinary. Zi Chen reacted quickly and put them away without a word. If it weren't for the finger gloves, Domineering wouldn't have been able to last a round in the hall against Zi Chen's sudden full-force combo. One had to know that in this round, Zi Chen had attacked more than 1,000 times, which was equivalent to Domineering defending more than 1,000 times. Ba Meng had been able to block over 1,000 of Zi Chen's attacks when he hadn't been on guard. If he had been on guard, Zi Chen wouldn't have been able to kill him in such a short period of time. All of this was because of the severed finger glove. If Zi Chen's guess wasn't wrong, the severed finger glove was Ba Meng's spirit weapon. Zi Chen could sense that the spirit in them was extremely special. Furthermore, they were much more precious than sword-type spirit weapons. To Zi Chen, the finger gloves were extremely suitable for him. Therefore, he happily put on the finger gloves. Although he hadn't refined them yet, Zi Chen could still feel a force fusing into his hands. You're not a demon. You're an ancient. You have a perfect body. A loud cry sounded. In the surroundings, only the sword grandmaster, Shao-Chi, and the princess were left. The 4 guards had already retreated far away, their faces full of shock. Shao-Chi had been hiding in the dark when Ba Meng died. At the same time, Zi Chen felt that the hall was filled with a murderous intent, and this murderous intent had already locked onto him. It seemed that Shao-Chi, who was hiding in the dark, could attack at any time. The sword sect spirit body stood in front of Zi Chen and stared at Zi Chen with a cold gaze. The long sword on his back began to glow as sword will was transmitted from the scabbard. He was ready for battle. What happened today was completely out of his expectations. Two great spiritual bodies were plotted against by a mere guard and killed. "You're not from the demon clan, you're a human." At that moment, the princess spoke up. Her beautiful eyes stared coldly at Zi Chen. "I should have realized earlier that there was something wrong with you. You don't know anything about the devil race, you don't recognize Wang Ling, and you don't even know about the brilliant devil crystal," the princess said again, her expression both shocked and angry. She was naturally shocked that Zi Chen was actually a human and had even fooled her. She was angry that the two soul weapons she had just exchanged were still on him. "It's common knowledge that the perfect physique can change one's appearance, but I didn't expect it to be able to turn into a devil and even evolve demonic power." "You should be an ancient perfect physique," said the sword sect spirit body. "Only an ancient perfect physique can do this. The perfect physique is on the ancient road of the ancient race. How can it be here?" "He's not a perfect physique," said the princess with certainty. A perfect physique referred to a human. This was also an existence that had killed a spiritual body and had a reputation. It was natural for others to know about it. If he's not a perfect physique, is there a second perfect physique in the world? The sword sect spirit body frowned. "Mo Chen, Zi Chen. He must be Zi Chen." The princess stared at Zi Chen with great certainty. However, upon hearing this name, the sword sect spirit body's expression changed drastically as he looked ahead in shock. Zi Chen. This was practically a taboo name. For many years, it was the first name that had humiliated a spiritual body. Furthermore, it was an existence that had continued to humiliate the spiritual body after it had been humiliated. "Zi Chen? That's impossible. He has already died in Lightning Divine Palace." After recovering from his shock, the sword sect spirit body quickly thought of this problem. "You know Zi Chen? He's still alive. A few days ago, he even killed a genius of our power demon clan and escaped from the hands of an earthly origin realm expert." The two of them exchanged words and actually managed to guess Zi Chen's identity. Zi Chen laughed out loud as his body flashed with golden lightning. In the next moment, his pitch-black body returned to normal as he regained his human appearance. Dressed in black, he had a slender figure and a handsome appearance. He was rather compatible with the princess who was dressed in tight-fitting black clothes. "It's really you, Zi Chen. Even Lightning Divine Palace failed to kill you." The sword sect spirit body's pupils constricted as he exclaimed. As for the other four guards, they were horrified. Their eyes were filled with shock and horror as they looked at Zi Chen. They, who had already retreated to a corner of the hall and were on the verge of fleeing. Their reaction after hearing Zi Chen's name was completely out of the princess's expectations. This was because she didn't know Zi Chen before. She had only heard of him recently after learning that Mo Fen was dead. She didn't know much about Zi Chen either. She only remembered his name because she felt that he was extraordinary. However, it seemed that this name had an extraordinary origin and identity. After all, she had chatted with Hu Di and the others back then. They had talked about the experts among humans, and naturally, they were all spiritual bodies. There were also some existences that were comparable to spiritual bodies. Among them, there were ancient race perfect bodies, but there wasn't the name Zi Chen. Furthermore, back then, none of the spiritual bodies had mentioned Zi Chen. But today, the spiritual body's expression changed at the mention of Zi Chen. If the princess still couldn't tell that Zi Chen was extraordinary, she would be a real fool. Of course, the princess didn't know the history of Zi Chen's fame. If she knew, she would be able to guess why the spiritual body didn't mention Zi Chen. Firstly, it believed that Zi Chen was dead. Secondly, it was because Zi Chen's rise was achieved by stepping on the spiritual body's head. No one would talk about such humiliation all day long. Just as everyone was reeling in shock, Zi Chen swaggered towards the dead Hu Di. If he wasn't wrong, Hu Di's soul weapon should be in his body. Peng! Hu Di's body exploded into ashes, revealing a palm-sized sword. "It's indeed here." Zi Chen chuckled and bent down to pick up the small sword. No one dared to step forward. A sword beam suddenly tore through space and stabbed at the back of Zichen's head. Only when the sword beam arrived did boundless killing intent sweep through the hall. Sha 7 decisively seized the opportunity to kill Zichen in one strike. However, he didn't notice that when he bent down, Zichen's expression had already changed. Phut! The sword beam pierced through the back of Zichen's head. Sha 7 felt like he had stabbed into a corporeal body. There were already dark red bloodstains on the tip of his sword. However, he felt that the area in front of the tip of his sword suddenly became empty. Zichen was still there, but he seemed to have turned into an illusion. Just as he realized that something was amiss and was about to retreat, he felt his vision darken. A brick-like object emitted a sonorous sword hum as it rapidly slapped at his face. Peng! The miniaturized sword Steely was held in Zichen's hand and hit Sha 7's face. Half of his cheek was directly smashed in, and blood splattered everywhere. Similarly, such a powerful blow also severely injured Sha 7 and sent him flying backward. However, before Zichen could chase after him, a loud sword hum sounded throughout the hall again. A sword beam like a waterfall appeared from a few meters away and went straight for Zichen's back. It was the sword master spiritual body. Because he knew how powerful Zichen was, he decisively chose this moment to launch a sneak attack. Boom! Beside Zichen, there was an explosion. A second sword Steely appeared in front of him, blocking the sneak attack of the sword Qi. Kill him, or we'll be the ones to die. The sword master spiritual body yelled. The long sword in his hand emitted a dragon's roar. Sword Qi that made Zichen feel extremely dangerous appeared one after another and attacked him. In the four corners, the four guards all attacked when they heard this. Although they were guards, they were also in the late stage of the human origin realm, and their combat ability was comparable to that of a higher heaven realm warrior. Now that they joined forces to attack, they formed a formidable force. 9 levels formation. Zichen yelled. More sword Steelies appeared around him. 4 of them formed a defense, and the other 4 became attacks. They flew in 4 directions. The sword Steely went straight for Jianzhong's spiritual body like a wall. Everywhere it passed, everything was destroyed, and the sound of explosions kept ringing out. The sword master spiritual body slashed at the sword Steely, but it only made sparks. He naturally recognized that it was the treasure of his sword master spiritual body. His expression changed drastically, and he dodged to the side. Peng! The sword Steely went straight and hit his guard. The guard's body instantly exploded. At the same time, the other 2 sword Steelies also destroyed 2 guards. Another sword Steely directly knocked Sha 7 out. He was already severely injured, and he kept vomiting blood. Boom! In the hall, the spiritual Qi suddenly became violent. Sha 7's injuries had reached the limit. He activated the spiritual body's special magic to recover. Open! Zichen yelled. He controlled the sword Steely with his spiritual thoughts and smashed it at the place where the spiritual Qi gathered. With a loud bang, the entire castle began to tremble. The place where the spiritual Qi gathered was smashed by the sword Steely. Sha 7's body fell down. He had been smashed to death. The assassin who was known as the 7th ranked had died so sullenly. It wasn't that he wasn't strong enough, but that Zichen was too strong. In addition, with the yin-yang eyes, his every move was seen by Zichen. It was reasonable that Sha 7 died. Princess, hurry up and do something, or he'll kill everyone. Sha 7 was dead, and only the sword master spiritual body was left. He hurriedly shouted for help. The princess was more and more surprised, but she didn't intend to do anything. Instead, she took 2 steps back, as if to say, "It's none of my business." The 4th guard died under the sword Steely. The 8 sword Steelies returned, and only Zichen and the sword master spiritual body were left to fight. One had a soul spiritual weapon, and the other had 8 sword Steelies. Naturally, another fierce battle followed. The battle was very fierce. The 2 used all their skills in an instant. While the battle was fierce, it also indicated that the battle would be over when all the skills were used. In the end, the sword Steely won. Zichen won and destroyed the sword master spiritual body. Chapter 1050. There was a sword mark on the back of Zichen's head, which had almost pierced through his skull. Blood flowed down his hair. This was the result of Sho Qi's sneak attack. Although Zi Chen had already discovered the opponent's intention, he was still injured by the fierce attack. At this moment, he coldly looked at the princess. In the entire hall, only the two of them were alive. The princess looked surprised, but her expression was still calm. She quietly watched Zi Chen put away the spirit weapon, and then gave him a cold, murderous look. She was not afraid, and instead asked, "Why are you looking at me like that? Are you going to return my spirit weapon?" "What spirit weapon?" Zi Chen asked, and then he walked step by step towards the princess. "You want to act shamelessly too?" The princess asked again. Zi Chen threatened, "Do you want your life or your things?" The princess did not hesitate and answered decisively, "Of course I want your life." As soon as she finished speaking, a black light flashed, and she had already kicked out at Zi Chen. Her straight and smooth jade-like leg ruthlessly kicked at Zi Chen with unimaginable power, causing the space to howl. Peng! Zi Chen raised his hand and blocked in front of him. His palm came into contact with the jade-like leg, neutralizing the huge force. The princess turned around and swept her other leg towards Zi Chen. This time, she actually aimed for Zi Chen's lower body. Her attack was vicious and ruthless. Zi Chen raised his foot to block, and there was another rumbling sound. The space rippled, and the two figures swayed as they both retreated. The princess shouted and swept her palm towards Zi Chen's face. At this moment, she was also using a close combat technique. However, compared to Zi Chen's close combat techniques, the princess's technique was more elegant, and she even maintained some distance from Zi Chen. This was probably a close combat technique specially designed for women. When there was no physical contact between the two, it could still be used to great effect. Zi Chen countered every move and kept blocking. At the same time, he wanted to dash forward and fight the princess in close combat, but every time he got close, he would be pushed away by an unknown force. The princess's true combat strength was not any weaker than the spirit body, especially in close combat. Once the spirit body was closed in, it would not end well. In the hall, the sound of metal and black energy continuously scattered in all directions. The crisp sound of jade breaking could be heard in the hall. Pa Zi Chen raised his hand and grabbed the princess's jade-like arm. In the next moment, a surge of power came from her arm, knocking Zi Chen away. Zi Chen's right hand was like a golden snake, coiling around the princess's arm in an attempt to restrain her. Shameless! The princess roared angrily. The power in her arm vibrated, and after shaking off Zi Chen once again, she pulled back, her movements graceful and agile. Swish! 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 The two's figures kept changing. During this time, various close combat techniques were used. The golden and black light flickered and flickered from time to time. Originally, it was Zi Chen who was beaten back, but after Zi Chen's close combat combo, it was the princess who retreated and Zi Chen who advanced. A close combat combo had to be close, so when Zi Chen advanced, the princess slashed and attacked. At the same time, she retreated, increasing the distance between her and Zi Chen. At first glance, the two's fighting style looked as if Zi Chen was trying to use force, while the princess kept resisting and forcing him back. Feeling that Zi Chen's attacks were getting fiercer and fiercer, the princess's expression changed. She collided with Zi Chen, and then used the momentum to retreat. However, she suddenly found that her ankle was grabbed by Zi Chen, and Zi Chen was smiling coldly at her. Shameless! The princess's body spun in the air, and then she launched dozens of kicks at Zi Chen. Zi Chen's hands were constantly moving, sometimes passing through the many illusions and grabbing the princess's ankle. Seeing that her feet were about to be grabbed by Zi Chen, the princess felt helpless. She formed a hand seal, and a black light flashed as a sharp technique attack appeared, slashing towards Zi Chen's face. Zi Chen's hands turned into a golden light, blocking this attack. The princess used the momentum to retreat, distancing herself from Zi Chen. At the same time, she was afraid that Zi Chen would come close, so she was on guard. The two of them had only fought for a few minutes, but the princess was already covered in sweat. The battle had been too intense, and she could not afford to be careless. If she made a mistake, She would either be at a disadvantage or be captured. The princess stared at Zichen, and her beautiful face was filled with anger. Her chest heaved up and down. She believed that her close combat skills could be ranked at the top among her siblings, and she had always been proud of it. However, after fighting with Zichen today, she realized that there was always someone better out there. Zichen did not continue to attack. Instead, he stood in the distance, coldly looking at the princess. His eyes flashed with a cold light, and his heart was naturally filled with killing intent. However, his perfect spiritual sense also detected an unusual atmosphere, so Zichen did not dare to kill her. The two of them did not speak, and both fell into silence. On the other hand, the strong one, Zichen, looked a little hesitant, and was not as decisive as before. Looking at the weak side, the princess seemed to be very confident. "If you don't attack, how about we make a deal?" Suddenly, the princess spoke, her voice as cold as before. "A deal? What kind of deal?" Zichen asked. With one question and one answer, the princess had already taken the initiative, and Zichen was in a passive position. A ball of black light appeared in the princess's hand, and within it was a stone. She raised the black stone in her hand and said, "Give me those 2 spirit weapons, and I'll give you 1 brilliant devil crystal." Zichen's face was filled with disdain, and he mocked, "Do you think I'm an idiot? Previously, you used 3 brilliant devil crystals to exchange for 1 spirit weapon, and now you want to use 1 to exchange for 2 of my spirit weapons?" The princess looked at Zichen and calmly said, "Those 2 spirit weapons were mine to begin with. Am I wrong?" Zichen was stunned, but he could not say anything. A rare trace of awkwardness appeared on his cold face. Along the way, although he had killed and robbed many people, this was the first time he had robbed a woman. Moreover, this was not a simple robbery, but more like reneging on a debt. Seeing the flash of awkwardness on Zichen's face, the princess's lips curled into a faint smile. "She's a demon, not a woman. She's an enemy of humanity. By robbing her, you're actually helping humanity." Feeling somewhat apologetic, Zichen began to find excuses for himself. Just as he was about to be convinced by himself, he suddenly remembered that when he was bullied by those forces, didn't they also find high-sounding excuses? And now, he was robbing a woman's things, and he was still trying to find excuses for himself. Wasn't this the same situation as them? Damn it, I, Zichen, only do things according to my heart. Suddenly, the awkwardness on Zichen's face disappeared, and his expression became cold again. Just when the princess thought he was going to kill her, or attack her again, or even bargain, she saw Zichen actually take out the 2 spirit weapons from before and throw them to her without hesitation. "This is yours. Take it," Zichen said coldly. The princess subconsciously took the box. When she looked at Zichen again, her gaze had become extremely complicated. There was surprise, doubt, surprise, and even admiration. "Although you're a demon, you're also a woman. I don't want to kill you for no reason. I've given you the thing, and you've taken me out of Demon Sect City. From now on, we don't owe each other anything." With that, Zichen lifted his foot and was about to leave. "Wait." The princess suddenly spoke. Zichen turned his head and said coldly, "You still have something to do." The princess smiled and said, "I just said that I want to make a deal with you. Naturally, I have to keep my word. This thing is yours." The princess raised the brilliant devil crystal in her hand again. "No need. Keep it for yourself." Zichen waved his hand and strode away. The princess didn't urge him to stay. Instead, she said indifferently, "The brilliant devil crystal is divided into 3 grades in the demon race. They are the common grade, the best grade, and the saint grade. The one we just traded was the best grade. 3 for 1 spirit weapon, and the best grade has a 70% chance of transforming a spirit weapon. And the one in my hand is known as the saint grade. There aren't many of them in the demon race. The chances of it transforming a spirit weapon is 100%. Ahead, Zichen had already stopped. He turned around and carefully examined the brilliant devil crystal in the princess's hand. Sure enough, he found that it was different from the previous one. An awkward look appeared on his face upon seeing this. After all, he had thought that the other party was deliberately trying to extort him, and he had even generously offered the items he wanted. However, who would have thought that the other party was genuinely interested in making a deal with him, and had actually offered him saint-grade brilliant devil crystals? The princess chuckled and threw the brilliant devil crystal to Zichen. Because the saint-grade brilliant devil crystal was too precious, Zichen subconsciously caught it. You know what's good for you. I'll spare your life today. In order to hide the embarrassment in his heart, Zichen left behind a ruthless sentence, then turned around and left. Zichen blasted open the castle's gate, shattering the restrictions. Then, Zichen walked out of the castle's main hall. As soon as he left, the space beside the princess began to distort. Then, a devil wrapped in a black robe walked out of it. Your Highness, why did you let him go? As soon as the devil appeared, he asked in confusion. You wanted to kill him. He had killing intent in his heart before, wanting to kill your Highness. Moreover, he killed many of our devil race. This kind of person has great potential and will definitely be a great enemy of our devil race in the future. We should take advantage of the fact that he has yet to mature to kill him. The devil was puzzled. Your Highness, why didn't you kill him? Why did you give him the saint-grade brilliant devil crystal? Killing him would be easy, but wouldn't that mean we would lose a friend? Today, he killed the 4 great spirits, not just for the sake of the soul weapons, but also because of a grudge. You also said that his potential is very high, so wouldn't it be better for him to help us fight against those clans? Also, although he is a human, I have to say that his character is really good. Just the fact that he was able to give us 2 soul weapons means that he is much stronger than the others. Those things originally belonged to your Highness. It's only right for him to give them to your Highness. But the item is with him, so it belongs to him. However, it's not that easy to take my saint-grade demon brilliance crystal. Go back and investigate Zichen's background. If there's a need, go and inform those families that Zichen killed their spiritual bodies. Since the spirits are dead, I don't think they will sit still and wait for death. Indeed, it's better to let them bite each other, said the devil. Chapter 1051. Zichen thought he was being merciful by sparing the princess's life, but he didn't know that the princess was protected by an Earth Origin realm expert. To be more precise, the princess let him go. Walking out of the castle, he saw the 4 demons waiting outside. They also saw him and were startled, but they didn't say anything. Zichen's expression changed, but he didn't kill them in the end. However, just as he was about to leave, Zichen turned around and looked at the flaming castle again. It was huge, imposing, and majestic. Zichen's eyes began to flicker with a strange light. What is he doing? The 4 demons were waiting outside with nothing to do. Suddenly, they saw the human who just came out and started to run around the castle at high speed. Each of them had a strange expression. While Zichen was running, a golden light would occasionally shoot out from between his fingers and land somewhere on the ground. It looks like he's trying to break the array. But is he crazy? Why is he trying to break the air-sealing domain here? Isn't he a guest in the castle? Why is he trying to break the array? Is he venting his anger because the deal failed? The 4 demons were very puzzled and also very puzzled. Breaking the air-sealing domain wasn't difficult for Zichen at all. It didn't take him much effort to break the array. In the next moment, he flew above the castle and took out the purple gold gourd. The mouth of the gourd pointed down, aiming at the flaming castle. Just as the 4 demons were stunned, an illusory light sprinkled from the mouth of the gourd, covering the entire castle. Then, a strong suction force appeared, and the castle began to tremble. Heavens, he's trying to take the castle by force. Who is he? Is he really crazy? He's even trying to take the castle away. Her Highness is still inside. If he takes the castle away, what will happen to Her Highness? Just as the 4 of them were shouting, 2 more people flew out of the castle. It was the princess and Mo Ying. When the 2 came out, the 4 demons hurriedly bowed. At the same time, one of them pointed at Zichen and said, Your Highness, look over there. Someone is crazy. The 2 of them looked up and saw Zichen in the air. Their expressions immediately changed. How much hatred does Zichen have for the Hua family? Not only did he kill someone, he even wants to take away the blazing flame castle. The princess's beautiful eyes flashed. Even the demon shadow found it inconceivable. The psychedelic light finally completely covered the entire castle. Some of the odd-job workers in the castle were sealed by the psychedelic light before they could rush out of the castle due to their slow reactions. Keep! Amidst the loud shout, the ancient castle trembled violently and then rose up from the ground. Rumbling sounds came from the ground as the ancient castle rose up bit by bit until it was completely collected. Your Highness, he took away the ancient castle. What about the people inside? A demon asked in shock. Dead, they're all dead. When the four of them heard this, their expressions were almost petrified. This was because they knew what kind of people were trading with their Highness. They were all at the spirit body level. After Zi Chen took away the ancient castle, he lowered his head and glanced at the princess. When he saw the demon shadow, his pupils shrank and he quickly left. Let's go too. The princess said indifferently after Zi Chen left. The other four demons wanted to ask Mo Chen, but when they thought about how the spirit body was dead, they knew that Mo Chen wouldn't be alive either. Thus, they tactfully kept quiet. There was a palace in the Devil Sect city specially for the princess. After she returned, she sent people to inquire about Zi Chen. Soon, the information about Zi Chen was sent over. When she saw the battle record, she was shocked. Other than his magnificent battle record, the number of enemies Zi Chen had greatly exceeded the princess's expectations. Other than the ancient race, he had offended all the major powers in the Tianwu continent. Furthermore, he had the heavenly book that humans yearned for even in their dreams. This Zi Chen is really not ordinary. The princess's eyes flashed with a strange light. On the second day, the news of the spirit body being killed spread again. This time, it was accompanied by the appearance of Zi Chen. The Hue clan, the tyrant body, the Sho clan, and the sword sect. 4 spirit bodies were killed by Zi Chen. This was extremely explosive news. Just as the major powers were furious, the Hue clan was even more furious. Not only did their spirit body die, but even the ancient castle was taken away by Zi Chen. This was a great humiliation to the Hue clan. Furthermore, in these years, several spirit bodies had died. Now, a spirit body with the potential to reach the Earth origin realm had died. This made them feel incomparably sad and heartbroken. Find Zi Chen and kill Zi Chen. This blood debt must be paid with blood. The major families were completely enraged. They were determined to find Zi Chen and kill Zi Chen. The battle with the demon clan is so intense, but Zi Chen still killed humans. He deserves to die. We must not let him go. More and more people began to look for Zi Chen. They wanted to kill him. After knowing that Zi Chen had established a force in the barbarian land, the major powers were even more furious. They threatened to uproot this force. Send people to destroy this force immediately. All kinds of voices came from the major families. I'm afraid that's not appropriate. That place has been completely occupied by the demon clan. If we go there rashly, I'm afraid that the demon clan will misunderstand and start a war with us. This is not appropriate. We're fighting across the continent. There's still the demon clan between us. We'll be at a disadvantage. Sober voices came from the major families. Not everyone was blinded by anger. Why do we need to send an army to destroy a mere force? Send Earth Origin Realm warriors to kill Zi Chen directly. Sending Earth Origin Realm warriors? This is not good. If this news spreads, it will damage our reputation. Reputation? Even the astral body was killed. This Zi Chen and his force deserved to die. Don't hesitate. Kill them. While Zi Chen was rushing towards the barbarian land, he did not know that the major powers were completely enraged. They sent Earth Origin Realm warriors to destroy the Boundless sect, regardless of their cultivation level or status. After constantly changing his appearance and identity, Zi Chen finally arrived at the southern region after several days of traveling and teleporting. The first place he arrived was the Chaotic Lands. This place was like a giant transit station that led to all kinds of places. But when Zi Chen arrived again, this place was no longer under the control of humans. The sky was filled with pitch-black demonic chi. Occasionally, He could see demonic shadows flashing by. This was the world of the demon clan. The demon clan has really taken over this place. Along the way, Zichen occasionally saw some humans, but they were undoubtedly slaves. During this time, the miners in the mines were all humans. It was as if everything had returned to 200 years ago. Back then, the miners in the mines were also humans. They had no human rights and were regarded as ants by other experts. The only difference was that they were now controlled by the demon clan instead of the humans. Zichen flew through the air. Wherever he passed, regardless of whether they were humans or demons, they would hastily avoid him after sensing his powerful aura. Zichen once again arrived at the market he entered when he first came to the Chaotic Lands. Back then, he came here to exchange for keystones. This market belonged to the Shangguan clan. At that time, a series of events happened in the market. Some people thought that he was an alien. Who would have thought that after so many years, the alien race would really invade this place and successfully occupy it? The market was as lively as ever. There were both humans and demons. It seemed that after 50 years of control, everyone had gotten used to the existence of the demon clan. In the market, business was as usual. And this was also the first time Zichen saw a flying demon. In addition to humans, there were also demons selling some things, such as shiny black magic crystals and demon weapons. When humans were interested in buying them, both sides would haggle over the price, arguing until their faces turned red, but they didn't fight over it. Obviously, even in this market controlled by demons, there were rules. Ta, ta, ta. Suddenly, a series of footsteps sounded. Many people were walking at high speed on the ground. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. At this moment, the sound of something breaking through the air could be heard. In the blink of an eye, Zichen was surrounded by a group of demons. Those are the enforcers of the demon clan. Why are they surrounding that young man? There are rules in the market. Could it be that the young man has violated some rules? The humans in the distance looked over and discussed animatedly. Zichen swept his eyes across the group of demons and coldly said, "You have business with me. We would like to invite you to the center of our demon clan." A human origin realm demon walked out from the group of demons. This was the only human origin realm demon present, and also the first one Zichen had met since he arrived here. Not interested. Get out of my way. Zichen's face was filled with dissatisfaction. He waved his sleeve and a strong hurricane appeared. As the hurricane surged, the demons surrounding him were blown away. Even the human origin realm demon leading them was blown several miles away. If you dare to follow me again, I will kill you without mercy. Zichen finished his words and left the market. The humans here had gotten used to the rule of the demon clan and had lost all will to fight. Even if Zichen killed a demon, there would soon be a new one to rule this place. The demon clan was endless, and he couldn't stay here forever. So he could only let nature take its course. After Zichen left, all the humans and demons in the market were in a state of shock and horror. It was the first time they had seen such a powerful human. The demon clan's troops were arranged according to the local situation. In the Chaotic Lands, there were no more than 20 human origin realm warriors in the outside world. There was only one Earth origin realm warrior guarding this place, and he had never fought before. The first time he fought was when he stepped into the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, which was known as the Forbidden Area. He was severely injured and was still recovering. He actually went to the Forbidden Area. Heavens, the Forbidden Area even injured an Earth origin realm warrior, and he still dares to go there. A group of demons followed Zichen from afar. When they saw Zichen enter the Forbidden Area, it caused an uproar. The Forbidden Area used to be the Heavenly Barbarian Pavilion, but it was set up by LV Peng. However, Zichen had the token, so he wasn't afraid. Many parts of the Forbidden Area were damaged. Obviously, someone had broken it with great force. There were dried blood stains on the ground and some demon corpses. Chapter 1052. With a flash of light, Zichen appeared in the Wuji sect. However, what greeted him was not a wave of cheers, but a storm of attacks. These attacks were sharp, powerful, and terrifying. Even Zichen felt threatened. It was unrealistic to block them with the power of the perfect body because these attacks were prepared for the Earth origin realm. If Zi Chen used his body to block them, he would be turned into a sieve. With a rumble, sword steelies appeared beside him. There were a total of 8 sword steelies, blocking in all directions. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. All kinds of whistling attacks landed on the sword steelies, making clanging sounds. Many of the attacks were blocked. This guy used a magic treasure to block the attacks. Demon ape, you do it. Don't be polite. Just kill him. After the first round of attacks, before the energy dissipated, a loud shout sounded. Zi Chen was very familiar with this voice. It was Wang Shan, whom he hadn't seen for many years. Zi Chen had always thought that he had died on the ancient road. He didn't expect him to still be alive. As soon as Wang Shan finished speaking, a black light lingered in the sky. A huge black staff flashed with all kinds of runes and fell from the sky, smashing towards Zi Chen. The black staff was stronger than before. It had reached the level of a top soul weapon. It had a terrifying power. Zi Chen raised his head. The battle intent around him rose. Power surged in his hands. At the same time, the broken finger glove appeared. An extremely terrifying aura emerged. Zi Chen raised his palms as if he was raising the sky and struck towards the black staff. Peng! The void shook. Then, a turbulent force spread in all directions. The black staff was sent flying by Zi Chen's powerful attack. However, just as the black staff flew away, a sharp sword intent appeared between heaven and earth. It was a towering stone sword. It fell from the sky and stabbed towards Zi Chen's head. This was Zhong Haotian's stone sword. However, he knew that his opponent was in the Earth origin realm, so he didn't control it himself. Instead, he used his spiritual sense to kill the enemy. This was another soul weapon that wasn't weaker than a top weapon. Zi Chen had no choice. He clenched his fist again and struck out. A golden light soared into the sky. The powerful force produced a violent collision, and the stone sword was sent flying. This bastard's strength is indeed terrifying. Everyone, don't stop. Attack him with all kinds of attacks. Wang Shan's voice once again sounded out, following which the human-grade soldiers gave off powerful auras as they slashed towards Zi Chen. However, with the sword steely, these attacks could not threaten Zi Chen. Sis, what are you standing there for? Hurry up and attack. Wang Shan shouted again. Wang Xian was with Su Mengyao and the rest. When they heard this, they subconsciously looked at Su Mengyao. Su Mengyao cultivated the ethereal inaction Dao and knew how to predict. Therefore, she naturally became the leader of the 4 girls, even though her actual age was 1 or 2 years younger than Wang Xian. Su Mengyao's calm face suddenly changes. She opens her eyes and says, "It's time for revenge." The other 3 didn't find the strangeness in Su Mengyao's words. They all launched powerful attacks from a distance. At the same time, the heavenly flying tiger also roared, and a huge shadow of a heavenly tiger appeared, directly rushing towards the transmission array that was covered in energy. As for Longhu and Man Long, they did not attack. Their faces were filled with strange expressions. Rumble. Various energy attacks sounded out continuously, followed by Wang Shan's roar of command. "No, we can't hold on any longer. LV Peng, you go." Wang Shan shouted. All directional Nirvana. LV Peng, who had been waiting for a long time, shouted. Array flags appeared in the sky one after another. The runes on the flags were flashing, emitting various brilliant lights. He could fight on a small scale, but Zi Chen was not willing to be killed. Just as the array was about to merge, Zi Chen shouted, "Stop, it's me." It was Zi Chen's voice. Everyone was very familiar with it, and they were all stunned. What a cunning demon. How dare he imitate my brother-in-law's voice? Everyone, don't stop, this is a conspiracy. Let's quickly form the array and kill him. Wang Shan's voice sounded again. Wang Shan, I think you're the one who should be killed, Zi Chen said angrily. He could feel that the array below was different from before. It could merge with the array flags above to form a killing array. It should be prepared for the Earth origin realm demons. This demon even knows young master's name. Wang Shan exclaimed in surprise. But right after that, a surge of energy struck Wang Shan, knocking him to the ground. Sister, what are you doing? Wang Shan looked at Wang Xian'er unhappily. Wang Xian'er snorted, who do you think you are? Wang Shan was stunned, but he quickly reacted and said in surprise, could it really be my brother-in-law? All kinds of energy dissipated, and the teleportation array was revealed. Zichen stood there, and not far away was Su Mengyaro, who was smiling, and the rest of the excited crowd. Brother-in-law, it's really you. Wang Shan jumped up. Zichen put on a serious face and pretended to be angry. Didn't you say you were going to kill me? Misunderstanding. This is a misunderstanding. Wang Shan quickly smiled. Zichen, how could it be you? We thought it was the Earth Origin Realm demons who broke in. LV Peng and the rest walked forward. There's no one there, and there are bloodstains on the ground. I think the Earth Origin Realm demon must have been injured. I've repaired some of the damaged arrays, but there are still some that can't be repaired. Go and fix them again. Zichen said. Okay, I'll go now. Zichen nodded. They couldn't really face the Earth Origin Realm demon, so it was better to do it as soon as possible. After that, the rest of the people gathered around and hugged each other. In the Wuji Palace, everyone gathered again. All the higher-ups of the Wuji sect were present, including Old Gui and Old Man Ming Qing. Zichen's return and the breakthrough in his strength made everyone happy. It was as if the Wuji sect had found its backbone again. Hei Feng and the rest fought to tell them about the development of the Wuji sect in the past 50 years. It had to be said that the development of the Wuji sect was positive. Plus, the higher-ups were united, so there wasn't any infighting. Of course, the competition between the different factions was inevitable. During this period, everyone was divided into a faction. For example, LV Peng was in charge of arrays, and he led a group of people who knew about arrays. Qin Xing and Qin He were in charge of alchemy, and there were other factions. What they said was all good. In the past 50 years, the number of disciples in the sect had increased, and because the spiritual qi in the barbarian land had become denser, the number of geniuses had gradually increased. After everyone finished their reports, Zichen nodded with satisfaction. Qin Xing stepped forward and said respectfully to Zichen, sect leader, there are now more than 30 human origin realm cultivators in the Wuji sect, and we've successfully developed the human origin pill. It has the same effect as the human origin fruit. As long as someone reaches a certain level, they can take it and break through. When Zichen heard this, a strange expression appeared on his face. What? It has the same effect as the human origin fruit? Qin Xing nodded and said, that's right. We discovered the human origin fruit in the barbarian land. After some research, we developed the human origin pill. Senior Cauldron Spirit clearly told us that the effect of the human origin pill is exactly the same as the human origin fruit. It is said that when the pill was formed, the heavens and earth underwent a transformation. Zichen frowned slightly. He guessed that the origin of the transformation should be the invasion of the demon race, which caused the transformation of the heavens and earth. However, this was a good thing. It proved that the Wuji sect could continuously nurture human origin realm cultivators. After Qin Xing finished his report, Su Mengyaro stepped forward. Zichen asked puzzledly, Mengyaro, what are you doing? Su Mengyaro saluted Zichen and said, reporting to Sect Master, in recent years, we have been in contact with the Floating Mist sect and have received their full support. The current Grand Elder of the Floating Mist sect has declared that if the Wuji sect is in trouble, he will lend a helping hand. Seeing Su Mengyao's serious expression, Zichen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. However, Shangguan Yue followed suit. Reporting to Sect Master, the Moonlight Pavilion has also said that they will fully support us. While speaking, Shangguan Yue winked at Zichen and said, the Moonlight Pavilion has an earthly origin realm cultivator. These words greatly surprised Zichen. One must know that the Moonlight Pavilion's foundation was on par with the Kang Li clan and the other clans. However, those clans had already been annihilated by Zichen. Yet, the Moonlight Pavilion still had an earthly origin realm cultivator. This was somewhat inconceivable. Seeing Zichen's expression, Shangguan Yue wittily said, Sect Master Zichen, Do you not believe me? Then what if I tell you that the Moonlight Pavilion has a close relationship with one of the 4 royal clans, the Moon Clan? Would that make sense? Zichen was relieved. The 4 royal clans were the true masters of the martial heaven continent. Even if they had completely declined, it was normal for them to have some secrets. A few hours later, Lu Peng returned. He said that the formation had mostly been repaired. However, it would take quite a bit of time to fully repair it. Furthermore, Lu Peng had decided to further improve the formation, turning it into a true danger zone. That night, there should have been a celebration, but there was no celebration. Zichen was worried about the Thunder Clan. What? You brought the Thunder Clan? Wang Qiong was startled. Lu Peng and the others were also present. Zichen nodded. Yes, the Thunder Clan's people are in the Violet Gold Gourd. However, I haven't thought of where to place them. Brother-in-law, do you even need to think about that? Of course it's for the Thunder Clan to join the Everlasting Sect, said Wang Shan excitedly. Wang Shan said excitedly, think about it. Right now, our Everlasting Sect already has body, sword, artifact, pill, and other branches. If we join the Thunder Clan, wouldn't that be even better? Many years later, our Everlasting Sect will have many branches. Many people agreed with Wang Shan's answer. Furthermore, his meaning was clear. He wanted the Thunder Clan to join the Everlasting Sect. When Zichen heard this, he smiled bitterly and said, I'm afraid this is not appropriate. Although the Thunder Clan has declined, it is still the Thunder Clan. They were known as one of the 4 great royal clans of the past. Their pride still exists. It is not appropriate to let them join other powers and become a branch. What's wrong with that? As long as they can grow stronger, who cares if they become a branch? Said Wang Shan indifferently. Chapter 1053. In the past, the Lightning Clan had been known as a royal clan. They had controlled the ancient races and fought against the Devil race for thousands of years. They had forced the Devil race out of the martial heaven continent several times. Although the Lightning Clan had declined and most of their techniques had been lost, their glory had been passed down. Now, even if Zichen had already become the clan leader of the Lei clan, the Lei clan would never agree to join the Wuji sect and become a branch of the Wuji sect. Zichen was silent for a long time. In the end, he said, let the Lightning Clan decide for themselves. The Lightning Clan was still in Zichen's Violet Gold Gourd. This problem had to be resolved. Zichen immediately invited the original leader of the Lightning Clan, as well as a few other senior figures of the Lightning Clan. Hearing Zichen's words, the Lightning Clan's people fell silent. That kind of silence represented their attitude. Zichen naturally understood that. How about this? You can look around the land of savages. If you find a suitable place, you can set it up as your base. If you don't, I can find a minor world without a level restriction. You can go there, said Zichen. The Lightning Clan's senior figures all nodded, satisfied and grateful. After that, the Boundless sect celebrated Zichen's return. During the banquet, the Lightning Clan's Lei Ming arrived, as well as the old leader and several senior figures. Hei Feng, Zhong Tong, and a few other branch leaders of the Boundless sect also appeared. Other than that, the entire Boundless sect was celebrating. The benefits of the sect's disciples were doubled this month. The Wang and Liu families' family heads came to congratulate them. The Pil Sun City's Qin family also came. Many years ago, the Qin family had completely broken off relations with Zichen. Although they had relied on other powers to develop, 50 years ago, the Qin family had retreated after the Chaos Land had fallen. 50 years had passed, and as a local power, the Qin family was naturally taken care of by the Wuji sect. It was worth mentioning that ever since Zichen's battle with Linger many years ago, the Qin family had become much more low-key. In the banquet hall, it could be said that the most important person in the entire barbarian land was sitting there. As the center of the celebration, Zichen was naturally the target of everyone's congratulations. Thus, everyone raised their glasses and drank cup after cup of wine. Even though Zichen's alcohol tolerance was good, he still felt a little dizzy and couldn't take it anymore. The demon ape, Zhong Haotian, and the others were also very happy. In the past 50 years, They had been provided with a lot of resources, and they had broken through to the mid-mortal origin realm. While Zichen was working hard on his cultivation, they did not slack off either. The atmosphere at the banquet was lively to the extreme. Everyone was talking and laughing. During this time, Wang Shan mentioned the monks. Everyone looked at Zichen. One must know that back then, Zichen and the monk had left together. The monk is undergoing a metamorphosis. He probably won't be back anytime soon. Once he returns, he will definitely give everyone a huge shock. After the brothers finished their toasts, it was time for Zichen's confidants. Led by Su Mengyaro, the 4 girls all came forward to toast. Amidst the cheering, Zichen had to drink even if he didn't want to. Zichen, let me toast you. After the 4 girls, Ling stood up and called Zichen by his name. Today was a happy day, so Zichen naturally did not insist on calling him master. He drank the wine in his glass in one gulp. I'll reserve a room for you tonight. Linger's voice sounded in his mind. Phut! Zichen immediately spat out the wine he had just drunk. Everyone cheered again, saying no and drinking again. Only the 4 girls covered their mouths and chuckled. Obviously, they had guessed what Zichen had encountered. Because in the past 10 years, whenever Linger mentioned Zichen, she would not hesitate to talk about that incident. Zichen, let me toast you too. Bing stood up. Compared to Ling and Zichen's other confidants, Bing was slightly inferior in terms of talent and cultivation level. When she was with Zichen in the past, she did not hold back, but in this kind of situation, she was still extremely shy. Zichen nodded, with a smile on his face, and drank again. Zichen, let me toast you too. Another voice sounded. A young man stood up. He was very handsome, and his eyes flashed with lightning. He looked extremely extraordinary. This man was Lei Ling, who was accidentally born by Zichen in the past. Otherwise, he would definitely be able to defeat Zichen if he was born in the Earth Yuan realm. Call me master. Zichen rarely emphasized. Lei Ling snorted and said proudly, I have successfully reached the human Yuan realm. It won't be long before I break through to the middle Yuan realm. Soon, I will break through again and reach the Earth Yuan realm without any bottlenecks. Defeating you is only a matter of time. Zichen smiled and said, then before you win, you have to call me master. Then, Zichen laughed and said, otherwise, I will spank you. These words caused Lei Ling's face to redden. It had to be known that he was currently a youth with formidable combat strength. If he were to be spanked again, he would most likely want to die. After careful consideration, he had no choice but to accept this fact. Thus, he respectfully called him master, and then drank 3 cups of wine as punishment for his previous disrespect. Master, let me toast you. This time, the one who stood up was Chen Feng. Although tens of years had passed and Chen Feng had long since grown up, his appearance had greatly changed. He was no longer the snot-nosed little fellow from before. However, with the same aura, he was still detected by Zichen. After 10 years, Chen Feng's physical strength had reached an unimaginable level. He could defeat all opponents of the same level, even the Sky Realm experts secretly nurtured by the Everlasting Sect. Then, Wang Qiong and his wife stood up and toasted. Zhong Haotian and his wife also stood up and toasted. Longhu, Barbaric Dragon, Flying Divine Tiger, and so on. In short, Zichen drank a lot today. After the banquet, when Zichen thought that Shangguan Yue would accompany him, he discovered that the house was empty. Shangguan Yue was called by Wang Xian and the others for a talk, which lasted for the entire night. This was really a little naughty. The next day, Zichen arrived at the Everlasting Palace early in the morning. He arranged for someone to lead the Lei clan to find a place. After that, he did a simple tour of the Everlasting Sect. Finally, he went to the Cauldron Spirit to learn more about the mortal Yuan pill. In the Cauldron Spirit's words, the world had changed, and the mortal Yuan fruit had appeared frequently. This was a prosperous time, but at the same time, it was also an eventful time. The word calamity naturally represented the demon race. The current Everlasting Sect was far from being comparable to the demon race. In fact, the Everlasting Sect was nothing in front of the demon race. Therefore, The everlasting sect had to seize the time to nurture experts. An earthly origin realm expert of the demon race was enough to make the everlasting sect feel as if they were facing a great enemy. The gap between the two sides was too big. Zichen also felt pressured and spent the rest of his time cultivating. 3 days later, the spirit-devouring rats returned and informed him that they had discovered another pocket dimension. In these years, as the world changed, more and more pocket dimensions were discovered in the Savage Lands. Moreover, they were all high-quality pocket dimensions. The requirement for one's realm had been raised from the Zephyr realm to the Origin Core realm. Of course, there were also a few pocket dimensions that were limited to the mortal Yuan realm. Zhong Haotian and the others had also worked hard to establish a few of them. The reason why their realms could be raised again was inseparable from the few pocket dimensions they had discovered. What Zichen needed to do now was not to explore a pocket dimension. Instead, he needed to break through the origin energy in his body and reach the late stage of the mortal Yuan realm. Therefore, during this period of time, he was preparing to go into seclusion. At the same time, he also felt a sense of urgency. This sense of urgency could be said to be urging Zichen to break through as soon as possible. Of course, before going into seclusion, Zichen talked to LV Peng and the others about the problem of soul weapons. As an ancient beast, Old Gui did not need one at all. Because as long as he broke through, he would naturally have the most suitable weapon for himself. Zhong Haotian and the demon ape, one had the supreme treasure of the Slaughter clan, and the other had the supreme treasure of the sky-splitting Battle Ape clan. They also did not need to cultivate soul weapons. As for Wang Qiong, LV Peng and the others, it was very necessary for them to find their own and suitable soul weapons. Similarly, Lin Shui and the others also needed to cultivate their own soul weapons. Therefore, they decided to explore the newly discovered pocket dimension of the spirit-devouring rats. Coincidentally, this pocket dimension corresponded to the mortal Yuan realm. The group left, and Zichen decided to go into seclusion. However, after only 1 day, they came back again. At the same time, the spirit-devouring rats made another shocking discovery. What? A Thunder Clan world? Zichen, who was sitting in the main hall, suddenly stood up. He looked at the spirit-devouring rats and Lin Shui and the others in disbelief. It is indeed a Thunder Clan world, and it targets the mortal Yuan realm. This is very strange. In addition, we also found several pocket dimensions in that place, the spirit-devouring rats said. More and more pocket dimensions appeared. Is there something strange about that place? Zichen looked at Wang Qiong. Wang Qiong said, there is a strange fluctuation there. It is very strange. After our investigation and the ancient books of other forces, we guessed a possibility. What possibility? More and more pocket dimensions appeared, and the heaven and earth spirit chi in this area became denser. It seems to be related to the Saint Burial Ground. Saint Burial Ground, doesn't that place appear once every few decades? Zichen asked again. Wang Qiong shook his head. In the past, it would appear once every few decades. However, since the last time it appeared, it hasn't appeared for over 200 years. Over 200 years meant that Zichen and the others had entered for the last time. After that, the token hadn't appeared. The Saint Burial Ground was known as the Burial Ground of Saints. However, Zichen knew that the strongest experts on the Martial Heaven continent were only at the Heaven Origin realm. That realm clearly had nothing to do with saints. Furthermore, he had once entered the Saint Burial Ground and explored some of its mysteries. He had suspected that the Saint Burial Ground was the place where saints were resurrected. There had been no activity for over 200 years. However, now that there had been some activity, the world had changed. This was clearly very unusual. Zichen guessed that after the change, the Saint Burial Ground was about to appear. Or was it that the dead saints had reached the stage where they were resurrected? Let's go to the Thunder Clan world to take a look. No matter what the Saint Burial Ground was, Zichen wanted to explore the Thunder Clan world first. The Thunder Clan world hadn't found a suitable base yet. Perhaps that place would be a good choice. Chapter 1054. Zichen was ready to go to the Thunder Clan world to have a look, whether it was for the Thunder Clan or for himself. Before leaving, He asked someone to call the thunder spirit. The thunder spirit was a thunder and lightning creature. When he heard that he was going to explore the thunder small world, although he was very curious, in order to protect his little bit of self-esteem, he put on a very reluctant look. He was born from thunder and lightning, so he had seen all kinds of thunder and lightning. To be able to have such an expression, it was quite fitting for his identity. Zichen didn't bring too many people with him because it was completely unnecessary. He only brought the thunder spirit. However, Su Mengyaro and the others followed him all the way to the outside of the thunder world. The thunder world was only 10 miles away from the world discovered by the spirit-devouring rats. For cultivators, such a distance was completely negligible. The thunder world had been broken open. To be precise, it had been forcibly broken open by the power of thunder and lightning, revealing a big hole. The big hole was the passage into which the power of thunder and lightning would surge out from time to time. The thunder world was clearly in front of them. Zichen released his spiritual sense and didn't find anything unusual. He nodded and said to Zhong Haotian and the others, "You have to be careful too." Next, Zhong Haotian and the others would go to explore the original small world. "Okay, take care." Zichen watched Zhong Haotian and the others leave. "What did you find?" Around, only Zichen and the thunder spirit were left. Zichen asked. "A very pure power of thunder. There should be something very surprising or eye-catching inside." The thunder spirit, who was not good at pretending, had a strong interest in his expression. Zichen and the thunder spirit entered the Thunder Clan world one after another. Just then, a bolt of thunder surged out and raged towards the outside world. The thunder spirit snorted and took a step forward. Lightning surged around his body. He used his body to block in front of Zichen and the thunder instantly bombarded his body. His whole body seemed to be bathed in the lightning, and the light around him became brighter and brighter. "Haha, it's really a good place. I like it. I've decided to go into seclusion here and break through to the Earth origin stage as soon as possible." The lightning around its body slowly dissipated. The thunder spirit laughed heartily, an extremely satisfied expression on its face, as if it had eaten a great tonic. When the two of them entered the small world, they saw a sea of lightning. Above the sea of lightning, there was an endless amount of lightning energy. This lightning energy was extremely pure. An extremely dense lightning aura floated in the air. Only such a pure lightning aura could exist. If other cultivators were to come here, they would definitely feel uncomfortable. However, for the Thunder Clan, this was the best cultivation holy land. In front of them, above the sea of lightning, there was an endless amount of lightning. It was like a chain connecting the heavens and the earth. Below the sea of lightning, there was a substantial amount of lightning energy. It was like the Milky Way was tumbling. This was an extremely spectacular scene. Even Zichen's face was filled with shock. The thunder spirit impatiently rushed forward. However, before it reached the sea of lightning, a bolt of lightning rushed out. The moment this bolt of lightning left the thousands of chains, it shook its body and transformed into a lightning dragon. The lightning dragon seemed to be real, vivid, and lifelike. It waved its dragon claws towards the thunder spirit. At the same time, a dragon's roar resounded from its bloody maw. The lightning dragon and the thunder spirit began to fight. It could be seen that the lightning dragon's strength wasn't ordinary. It constantly attacked, but the one it used the most was the lightning dragon's tail. The thunder spirit was swept away several times before being sent flying. As the two sides fought, Zichen carefully observed the Thunder Sea in front of him. He discovered that outside the Thunder Sea, there was a curtain of light that covered the entire Thunder Sea. This Thunder Sea was like another Thunder Dominion. However, it was clear that the lightning energy surging within was several grades higher than the Thunder Dominion. This place was like a pure lightning cultivation holy land. The aura it filled had a fatal attraction to every Thunder Clan member. Peng! The battle between the two sides finally came to an end. The lightning dragon was scattered by the thunder spirit's great strength. The lightning that filled the sky dissipated, and in addition, there were specks of sparkling light floating in the air. "This is lightning liquid," the thunder spirit shouted as it looked at the specks of sparkling light. After coming to the mortal world for dozens of years, the Thunder Spirit naturally knew how important lightning liquid was to ordinary people. Moreover, if there was enough lightning liquid, it could create an army of Heaven Realm martial artists. Heaven Realm martial artists, every one of them was a proud son of heaven. Every one of them was extraordinary from birth. But lightning liquid could create such an extraordinary army in large quantities. It had to be said that this was one of the mystical aspects of the power of thunder. Seeing the dozen drops of lightning liquid in the Thunder Spirit's hand, Zichen's eyes lit up with surprise. When he looked at the Thunder Sea again, there was a gold and silver light in his eyes. He activated his yin-yang eye and saw through the Thunder Sea. He saw countless sparkling lights between the heavens and earth. They were like dense raindrops, innumerable. And as the Thunder Spirit moved forwards once more, another dozen sparkling lights appeared, forming another lightning dragon that rushed towards the Thunder Spirit. This place is truly mystical. There is actually so much lightning liquid essence here. This place can absolutely be called a Thunder Clan holy land. Zichen withdrew his gaze and sighed again and again. The Thunder Spirit paced back and forth outside the Thunder Sea while Zichen explored other places. Thousands of miles away, Zichen discovered a mountain range. There were tall mountains in the mountain range. There were forests on the mountains, and rivers below the mountains. Looking at the vast expanse of white, it was filled with greenery. As he approached, Zichen felt a warmth. This warmth wasn't purely a physical perception, but more like a spiritual perception. And this so-called warmth was actually the energy of life. In this forest, there was an extremely rich aura of life. And everything in this forest, such as the mountains, rocks, trees, and earth, all contained extremely rich life energy and lightning energy. It could be said that this was an extremely mystical place, but at the same time, it was also an extremely beautiful place. Looking from afar, the forest was more than 1,000 miles wide. It was practically boundless. Before Zichen could approach, a wave of rule strength attacked him. Zichen felt a powerful repulsive force. This dense forest was actually a no-fly zone. From time to time, there were roars of beasts in the forest. The roars were like thunder. During this period, Zichen resisted the no-fly zone and saw a strange beast emitting lightning appear on the top of the mountain. This world was the Thunder World. Once a beast was found, it would naturally be a thunder beast. This area was really too big, and it was a no-fly zone. Zichen didn't have time to explore again and again, so he simply gave up and went to the next place. Zichen first saw the Thunder Sea and the Thunder Peak. Then he saw many strange things, such as the desert, which was completely composed of sand full of lightning power. There were also some thunder sand beasts in the desert. When it was full of danger, these thunder sand beasts also had good things worth collecting. As he went deeper, Zichen gradually guessed that this was a trial ground of the Thunder Clan, but it was definitely not an ordinary trial ground. It was a trial ground that summarized all places, from Jin Yuan to Mortal Yuan. For example, the Thunder Sea was for the Mortal Yuan realm, the Thunder Peak was for the Core Yuan realm, and the desert was for the Zephyr realm and so on. There were several other places that were also for the Zephyr realm and the Core Yuan realm. As for the Zhen Yuan realm and the Xiantian realm, there was no special trial ground. The reason was that Zichen guessed that the lightning power here was too strong, and these two realms were just the initial stages. When the old patriarch of the Thunder Clan and a group of elders came out and perceived the extremely pure lightning power here, their faces were full of surprise. After listening to Zichen's brief introduction and then personally exploring, everyone was shocked speechless. Looking at their expressions, they seemed to know this place. They were extremely shocked and excited. Before Zichen could ask, the old patriarch explained, "If we're not wrong, this is probably one of the trial grounds of the Thunder Clan." Every aristocratic family had their own trial ground. As the strongest clan in the world, the Thunder Clan naturally had their own trial ground, but with the war and the long decline, these things had long been lost. The trial ground coordinates of the Thunder Clan's small world were also not passed down. However, there were records in the ancient books of the Thunder Clan that the Thunder Clan had various trial grounds. In addition to the trial grounds of a single realm, there were also large-scale mixed trial grounds that summarized all realms. From Zhen Yuan to Mortal Yuan, and after breaking through to Earth Yuan, one would leave this world and go to another place. According to the ancient books, each of the Thunder Clan's mixed trial grounds is a complete world. The resources inside are enough to be self-sufficient, the old patriarch explained excitedly. Zichen believed this as well because just the amount of lightning liquid essence contained within the Sea of Lightning was impossible to calculate. If the ancient records are correct, then there should be a place to live here, the old patriarch said. Next, everyone continued to go deeper. During this time, the Thunder Clan members were filled with excitement as they explored everywhere. At the center of this world, they indeed found a place to live. It was a magnificent city, and the four walls were all made of lightning crystals, shining brightly with lightning. This big city covered an area of several hundred li, and the towering city gate tower was engraved with the ancient words Thunder City. The city gate towered high, and on top of it were engraved patterns. The patterns were extremely clear and spread out in all directions, connecting the whole city. It's Thunder City, as expected of the Thunder Clan's trial grounds. The old patriarch and the others shouted excitedly, every trial ground of the Thunder Clan has a Thunder City, and at the same time, Thunder City is the only city in this world. This is the Thunder City, a completely undamaged Thunder City. Many years ago, there must have been many ancestors of the Thunder Clan cultivating here. Maybe, there would be many Thunder Clan techniques here. Clan leader Zichen, you have truly found a treasure trove. From the excited shouts of the crowd, it was not difficult to hear that they were extremely satisfied with this place. The gate was tightly shut, and there was a layer of restriction outside. What they needed to do now was to find a way to open the gate and then enter the city to explore. The lightning spirit was still outside the Thunder Sea, and he was very interested in that place. Zichen and the others moved forward, preparing to approach the gate and see if there were any traps here. As soon as they arrived, two flashes of light appeared in front of them.